Chapter 1: The Challenge of the World's #1 Swordsman. East Blue. Sunbath Waters. Luo En leaned comfortably on the ship's guardrail. He carried a jug of wine in his hand, and sometimes raised his head to take a sip. At this moment he was looking away with interest. On the sea not far away, there was a huge broken deck floating. On the deck, there is an eagle-eyed man with short black hair, a short beard, a black top hat with white fluff, and a burgundy-patterned shirt. He has a cross knife on his chest and a blue inlaid handle in his hand. Black long knife with colored gems. It is the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk. At this moment, lying in front of him was a young man with short green hair. There was a hideous blood stain on the young man's chest, and the blood had stained his white shirt. Just now, Zoro, known as the East Blue Bounty Hunter, challenged my hawk, the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye. No doubt. The end was Zoro's complete defeat. The strength gap between the two of them is too big. Seeing this scene, countless people around could not help being dumbfounded. This is the power of the Grand Line. Is this the best in the world? The pirate hunter Zoro is in front of Hawkeye, and there is no chance at all. It's like being played by my hawk as a child. I saw my hawk slowly put Heideoya back on his back, looked at Zoro with those sharp eagle eyes, and then said solemnly, "Don't die, young man. It's too early for you to want to die. I am Dracula my hawk. See yourself clearly, know the world, and become stronger. No matter how many years have passed, I will be waiting for you in this strongest position. Go beyond this sword, go beyond me. Rora no Zoro." After that, my hawk turned around. Everyone around him looked at him from a distance, at this man known as the world's #1 swordsman. That magnificent aura has already shocked countless people present. You must know that in East Blue, the name of pirate hunter Zoro is quite loud, and even many pirates are afraid of it. But even Zoro was completely defeated by Hawkeye my hawk, without any ability to fight back. This Hawkeye my hawk is simply too strong. Worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman. Step to step. Turning a deaf ear to countless eyes around him, my hawk walked slowly towards his canoe. This is the proud posture of the strong looking over the world. It is true. In East Blue, which is known as the weakest sea in the world, he never met a person who could make him look straight. Finally, my hawk walked to the canoe. Suddenly, he directly raised his head and looked at Luo En on the boat not far away. The two looked at each other. Immediately in my hawk's eagle eyes, there was a sudden flash of surprise. And the next moment, Luo En has calmly looked away. At this time, when everyone saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other, all with a puzzled look. What's wrong? The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye actually stopped. What is Hawkeye looking at? The people around followed the eagle eye's gaze and looked not far ahead. Not far away. The young man on the boat was in his 20s, with a handsome face that was characteristic of Eastern men, and his black medium and long hair fluttered freely in the sea breeze. There was also a long knife with a red scabbard hanging around his waist, and the hilt of the long knife was purple-red. After seeing him, people around couldn't help but talk. Huh? Isn't this young man Luo En? Yes, it's Luo En. I remember he is a bounty hunter who lives on Gal Island. Yes, Luo En is a bounty hunter like Zoro. He hunts a pirate with millions of Baileys in the nearby waters every few months to earn living expenses. But why did Hawkeye stop after seeing Luo En? Hear their discussion. Hawkeye already knows the identity of Luo En. Immediately afterwards. Instead, he walked to the edge of the deck, and at the same time the black knife in his hand had also been pulled out, and a pair of eagle-like eyes fixed on Luo En. Then loudly. It's not in vain that I come to East Blue today. Luo En. Draw your sword. Let's compete. With the voice falling. Everyone present was extremely horrified. This, what does this eagle eye mean? He actually drew the Black Sword Knight? Is Hawkeye challenging Lugo N? How could it be possible? At least it must be a first-class swordsman to be worthy of Hawkeye's initiative to challenge, right? It's just a Lugo N, what is it worth asking Hawkeye to take the initiative to challenge? Does Hawkeye think Lugo N wants to hunt him as a bounty hunter? Someone issued this doubt. Then someone could not help but retort. How could Lugo N hunt the Eagle Eye? Lugo N only hunted millions of pirates. I am afraid that his strength is not as good as Roronoa Zoro. Know that when Hawkeye faced Zoro just now, he only easily defeated Zoro with a cross knife first. Hawkeye didn't regard Zoro as his opponent at all. And now when Hawkeye is facing Lugo N, he directly drew out this Black Sword Knight. What's going on? Is it because he has recognized Lugo N's strength? It's incredible. Zoro fell to the ground and was seriously injured. First he slowly opened his eyes and looked at my hawk, and then at Lugo N, muttering to himself in disbelief. WH. What? Lugo N? Is he able to make Hawkeye directly draw his sword? And Hawkeye took the initiative to challenge him. How can it be? Thought of this. Not only Zoro, but the people around him looked at each other. Can't help showing a look of surprise. Judging from the tone of Hawkeye, it was he who challenged Lugo N. To know. Hawkeye was completely defiant just now, as if no one in East Blue deserves a formal look at him, and he is even ready to leave East Blue. However, when he met Lugo N's eyes, Hawkeye not only stopped, he also directly drew out the black knife to challenge Lugo N. What's the problem? Everyone present could not understand at all. You know that Lugo N is just an ordinary bounty hunter. How can it attract Hawkeye's sudden attention? Immediately afterwards, everyone saw it. Lugo N just spread his hands lazily, and then casually said to Hawkeye. Forget it, Hawkeye. Let's stop wasting our energy. Too troublesome. I don't want to fight you. Asterisk. Chapter 2. That's the look in the eyes of the strong. Good. Lugo N is a traverser. He traveled to this pirate world 3 years ago and obtained the check-in and check-in system. As long as he check-in and check-in every day, he can get rewards. In order to become stronger quietly, Lugo N chose to become a bounty hunter. Every night I checked in, and when I had no money, I hunted down a pirate with a level of 4 to 5 million in exchange for some bounty. To know. 4 to 5 million Baileys are the annual income of an average family. It's completely enough. Lugo N has been used for a long time. Therefore, Lugo N's small life was very leisurely and free. The most important is, he will not cause anyone's attention in doing so. However, today, Lugo N had just redeemed the bounty and was about to return to Gal Island, but on the way he saw Hawkeye, my hawk, and Zoro fighting. Hawkeye first easily defeated Zoro with a cross knife, and then used the supremely sharp black knife, to cut a scar from his left shoulder to his right waist in front of Zoro. And just when Lugo N was about to leave, my hawk's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and he spotted Lugo N at a glance. And with his eyes facing each other, Hawkeye has already discovered that Lugo N is not simple. Even now, he directly drew out Black Blade Knight and challenged Lugo N. But Lugo N doesn't want to be too ostentatious, he just wants to enjoy a leisurely and free life quietly. That's why the challenge of Hawkeye was rejected. At this time, people all around couldn't help but talk. Lugo N said he didn't want to fight Hawkeye. He has rejected the challenge of Hawkeye, my hawk. In fact, Lugo N can't be Hawkeye's opponent at all. You have to know that Hawkeye is the world's most famous swordsman on the sea, and Lugo N is just an ordinary bounty hunter in East Blue. The strength of the two can be said to be very different. I really don't understand why Hawkeye wants to challenge him. But having said that, Lugo N is very self-aware. At least he is not like Zoro to challenge Hawkeye without his own ability. Challenging Hawkeye. It will undoubtedly only be self-inflicted. Hear the mocking words of people around. Zoro couldn't refute anything, but could only grit his teeth fiercely, his eyes full of unwillingness. Yes. His strength is indeed too weak. The power gap with Hawkeye is like an unbridgeable gap. It is simply the difference between cloud and mud. It was indeed that he himself challenged Hawkeye to make these people so mocking. At this moment, Zoro saw that Lugo-en had rejected Hawkeye's challenge. He couldn't help sighing heavily and secretly said in his heart, "At least Lugo-en is not as overweight as I am." However, something unexpected happened to everyone. Although Lugo-en has rejected the challenge of Hawkeye my hawk, but Hawkeye did not stop. Even he directly raised the black knife in his hand and pointed at Lugo-en. Lugo-en. Just now you and I looked at each other. I haven't seen this look in a long time. That's the look in the eyes of a real strong man. I know you are definitely not that simple. The voice fell. The people present suddenly said incredulously. What? The look in the eyes of the real strong. That's right. Hawkeye actually said that Lugo-en is really strong. The pirates hunted by Lugo-en are only worth a few million Baileys. Can they be called the strong? What is Hawkeye talking about? Could it be that Lugo-en has been hiding his strength all these years? They are very puzzled and puzzled. But Lugo-en still replied lazily. Hawkeye, you must be wrong. I'm just an ordinary bounty hunter. Where can I have any real strong eyes? What's more, although you are a pirate, you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. We don't offend the water of the well, and I have no grievances against you. Don't lie to me. The voice fell. My hawk stared at Lugo-en with his eagle eyes slightly, and said solemnly. Lugo-en. Under these eyes. I can't read it wrong. You are definitely a hidden powerhouse. A golden light was released from those eagle eyes, as if all these things could not escape his eyes. People around saw it. They also immediately agreed. Yeah, it makes sense. Hawkeye my hawk can't read it wrong. My hawk has a pair of eyes that are as sharp as an eagle. It is rumored that his eagle eyes have the keen observation ability to perceive everything, and these eyes are also his natural ability of powerful swordsmanship. Also, seeing Hawkeye's serious expression, it seems that he is not joking. That is to say, Lugo-en, is he really a hidden powerhouse? Thought of this. The people around suddenly frowned. Various speculations. Although they still couldn't believe it in their hearts, what Hawkeye said just now had to make them start to care a little. Is Lugo-en really a strong man? How could it be possible? In addition to the striking advantage of being handsome, there is nothing special about him. Therefore, everyone present still holds the attitude of believing and suspicious. And Zoro couldn't help but glanced at Lugo-en a few more times. Since even Hawkeye said so, it seems that this guy named Lugo-en in front of him is definitely not easy. But at this time, Lugo-en couldn't help but feel big for a while. Ugh. Really depressed. He was stared at by a guy like Hawkeye. He actually said that I was the strong one? Say I have the eyes of a real strong man? Really speechless. I don't know if I am a strong one. Thinking so. Then he silently said in his heart. System. Open the properties panel. Host, Lugo-en. Age, 24 years old. Physique, 18820. Weapon, Ryujinjaka. Swordsmanship, Pinnacle. Physique, Pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, the Peak. Armament Haki, the Peak. Observation Haki, Peak. Fruit, none. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Hawkeye / Forced to shoot. These property panels. It is Lugo-en who is conscientious to sign in and clock in every day, so as to obtain these abilities. However, he has no interest in fighting and killing. He has these abilities just to protect himself. What Luo-en likes the most is the leisurely, free, and undisturbed life. At this time, seeing Luo-en did not speak, my hawk couldn't help looking at Luo-en again with those eagle eyes, and then he noticed the long knife with the red scabbard on Luo-en's waist. Although this long knife is in its sheath, my hawk observation Haki's perception revealed that this long knife is unusual. Then loudly again. Luo-en. Your knife is not a normal weapon, right? Is it also a famous sword? Although my hawk asked. However, based on his knowledge of the world's #1 swordsman, he did not recognize the weapon on Luo-en's waist, so he asked aloud. However, when these words were heard in the ears of the people around them, they couldn't help being extremely surprised. What did Hawkeye say? Luo-en's knife is also a famous knife. And listening to Hawkeye's tone, it seems that he did not recognize Luo-en's weapon. Eagle Eye is the world's #1 swordsman, how can he not recognize Luo-en's weapon with his knowledge? So there is only one possibility, Luo-en's weapon is not a famous sword. Hawkeye's words interrupted Luo-en's contemplation. Luo-en couldn't help but look down at Ryujinjaka on his waist. So I answered casually. You mean this knife? It's called Ryujinjaka. You haven't heard the name of this knife. Ryujinjaka is a Zanpakuto in Shinigami anime, and it can be said to be completely unknown in the pirate world. It is true. When Hawkeye heard the name, can't help but frown and mutter to himself rather curiously. Ryujinjaka. This name really does not belong to the ranks of famous knives. But the breath from this knife seems to be dragged by the soul and consciousness. It's definitely not just a simple weapon. I'm afraid this knife is not under my black sword knight. With the knowledge of the world's #1 swordsman and the keen insight of his eagle eyes, he still believes in his own mind. This knife is absolutely extraordinary. The people around can't help being surprised. The knight in Hawkeye's hand is the strongest black knife in the world, a weapon that belongs to the ranks of supreme knives, but he said that Luo-en's knife is not simple. Even Hawkeye, who has the world's strongest black knife, pays so much attention to Luo-en's weapons. Even saying that Luo-en's Ryujinjaka is not under his black sword knight. This evaluation is too high, right? No wonder Hawkeye doesn't seem to want Luo-en to leave like this, no wonder Hawkeye wants to fight Luo-en so strongly. At this time, Luo-en is already hard to get off. This guy, Hawkeye, really looked at him. Immediately afterwards, Hawkeye shouted again. A mere East Blue hides a strong like you. Luo-en. Let me see this knife. Let me see your strength. The voice fell. The people present also looked at Luo-en again. Hawkeye has challenged Luo-en many times. Even they were very curious about Luo-en's true strength, so they persuaded. Luo-en. You just do it? It's the mule or the horse drawn out. Hawkeye is determined to compete with you. It is true. Hawkeye tried to challenge Luo-en again and again, and even pulled out Hidei directly. It seems that if he didn't fight Luo-en, he would not leave East Blue today. And at this time Luo-en. My heart is full of helplessness. The eagle eye is indeed an eagle eye. As the world's #1 swordsman, my hawk, the eagle eye, discovered at a glance the difference between Luo-en and ordinary people. To know. Luo-en has been living in East Blue for these years. The only person who can see that Luo-en is not easy is my hawk. Seeing that Luo-en hasn't moved yet. It is rare for Hawkeye to meet such a strong person, and he can't help but feel a little itchy in his hands. Suddenly, his eyes were slightly deep and he said, Luo-en. Since you don't want to draw a knife, then I have to do it first. The voice fell. In order to force Luo-en to draw a knife. However, Hawkeye was holding a black knife and slashing it straight out. Suddenly, a fierce sword gas rushed towards Luo-en instantly. The people around him stared at the scene in amazement. Hawkeye's knife can easily smash a blow from a huge pirate ship, and even a first-class swordsman would not dare to take it easily. There is only one idea in everyone's mind at this time. Luo En is gone. This is the slash of the world's #1 swordsman. With only Luo En's strength, how could he be able to catch it? Luo En will definitely accompany the ship at his feet, being split in half by the eagle eye. But at this time, saw the sword energy sweeping over. Although everyone around was shocked, but Luo En still had a calm face. Kang. The Ryujin Jaka on the waist has been pulled out. Since Luo En did not use Shikai's abilities, Ryujin Jaka looked like an ordinary taishao from the outside at this time. Then he swung it with one hand. Huh. He actually agreed that it was a sword chi violently cleaved out. Just for a moment. The two sword chi collided in mid-air. Boom. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Then a powerful air current spread out from mid-air. Hoo. The raging wind instantly swept all around. At this time, everyone present was already panicked. Finally, the wind stopped. Luo En stood in front of the boat opposite the eagle eye. He even said rather helplessly and lazily, Hey. I said Hawkeye. This ship is expensive. You can be careful not to ruin it. The voice fell. At this time, everyone present was already dumbfounded. The slash of the world's #1 swordsman was actually blocked by Luo En with the same slash. What's the problem? And looking at Luo En's lazy posture, it seems that he was forced to shoot out because he was trying to protect the ship at his feet. But you need to know. Luo En faced my hawk, the eagle eye, not the pirates who offered a reward of 4 or 5 million Baileys. The most important thing is to look at Luo En's so lazy and helpless expression, as if he just cut it with his hand just now, without any seriousness at all. P.S. I beg everyone to vote for the data. Big guys vote for the data. Ensure full updates every day. Asterisk. Chapter 4 I'm in a hurry, let's decide the outcome with one move. At this time, the people present have already recovered. They all watched the scene very nervously. Even said tremblingly, WH. What? Am I right? Luo En also cut out a sword aura, and stopped the eagle eye slash. How is it possible? Luo En can actually block the eagle eye slash. They all looked at Luo En in amazement. Even Zoro couldn't help his pupils shrink suddenly, subconsciously sighed. So strong. This guy can actually catch the slash of Hawkeye. Zoro asked himself that he could never stop Hawkeye's slash. However, he just saw Luo En with a slash and easily blocked the blow. It's terrible. What kind of strength does this have to be able to block Hawkeye's slash? At least he must be a first-class swordsman, right? Among the people present at this time, the only one who is not surprised may be my Hawkeye. Hawkeye raised his head and looked at Luo En standing in front of the ship, his eyes filled with high spirits of war. Ha. Can block my slash so easily. Luo En. I knew you were not that simple. While talking, he looked at Ryujin Jaka in Luo En's hand. Although Ryujin Jaka has not performed Shikai yet. But the ancient and hot breath made Hawkeye frowned. Hawkeye couldn't help but admire. What an old knife. Is this a fire weapon? Otherwise why is it so hot? It is true. In Shinigami's original work, Ryujin Jaka is originally a Zanpakuto from 1,000 years ago. And although Luo En did not perform Shikai, but on the blade of Ryujin Jaka, there was still a rush of heat. Immediately afterwards, Luo En couldn't help but spread his hands. All right my hawk. Since I have taken the shot, you have also seen this weapon of mine. So you can go now. The voice fell. Tread. But seeing Hawkeye suddenly stepped on one foot, his figure was already aloft. Logo N. Meet a strong man like you. I'm far from having fun. Come on. He held the black knife and slashed towards Logo N at night. Trouble. Logo N frowned slightly and sighed helplessly. It seems that Hawkeye has to decide the outcome with him. Although Logo N's character is that he never wants to cause too much trouble. But now the trouble has come to the door. Logo N has no reason to admit defeat. Immediately he was holding the Ryujinjaka and suddenly jumped up. The ultimate armament haki had already been covered on the blade. At this time, everyone only saw it. Logo N and Eagle Eye leaped into the air. The two of them hacked away with the armament haki of ultimate. Boom. Suddenly, Logo N collided with Eagle Eye's weapon. An extremely fierce air current swept all around again. The people around them suddenly showed a state of consternation, and they could only lie on this broken deck to avoid being lifted by the aftermath. So strong. Is this Logo N really hidden? You guys, look at it. The weapons of Logo N and Hawkeye didn't touch each other at all. Everyone reluctantly squinted in the fierce air current and looked into the midair. Only Eagle Eye and Logo N were seen in the air, and the two weapon blades were in the shape of X but separated by about half a meter. Yes. Heideoya and Ryujinjaka did not collide with each other. This is the result of Ultimate's armament haki. The expressions of the two in midair at this time have become serious. Mihawk exclaimed with great excitement. What a powerful haki! Logo N. My eyes really didn't make a mistake. East Blue, there will be a powerful swordsman like you. This trip is really worth it? Boom. Then a stream of air flowed out in shock. Mihawk and Logo N separated and both landed on the deck above the sea. Both of them have a general understanding of each other. And the scene before him was seen by the people around him. It seems completely incredible. Hawkeye has personally acknowledged that Logo N is powerful, and even said worthwhile words for this trip. Bounty Hunter Logo N, he really surprised us. Over the years, he has not shown the mountains and the water, and possesses such a powerful strength that can compete with the Eagle Eye. Immediately afterwards, someone asked, look at Hawkeye like this. He wants to tell Logo N a victory or defeat. Guess which of them will win? Everyone looked at each other first and then spoke. It must be Hawkeye, he is the world's #1 swordsman. Even if Logo N can contend with him a little bit, but in terms of real strength, Hawkeye must be stronger. It is said that Hawkeye has challenged countless swordsman masters since going out to sea, but none of them have failed. Such a powerful force is definitely not something that Logo N can defeat. Others nodded. Hawkeye Mihawk is known as the world's #1 swordsman. He is recognized by the sea as the world's strongest swordsman. Countless swordsmen have made it their goal in life to surpass him. For example, Zoro fell on the ground. His goal in life so far is to surpass Hawkeye and become the world's #1 swordsman. Zoro also believes in his heart that in the end, it must be Hawkeye's victory. You must know that the strength of Hawkeye is already at the top of the pyramid, a goal he will surpass in his lifetime. Therefore, Hawkeye will win the final victory anyway. All the people present thought that Hawkeye would definitely win. Even if Logo N is deeply hidden, even if Logo N has demonstrated the strength to compete with Hawkeye. But Eagle Eye's extremely powerful impression has long been deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. World #1. The strongest in the world. Unbeaten. Therefore, Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, is naturally invincible. At this time, Logo N and Yinjian were already facing each other. Finally, Logo N said helplessly, Hawkeye, it's too troublesome to fight like this. I'm in a hurry. Just use the next move to decide the outcome. The voice fell. Everyone present showed an extremely surprised look. Even Hawkeye can't help but frown slightly. One move to decide the outcome. Logo N nodded solemnly. Good. So make a quick decision. I don't like things that are too troublesome. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Swordsmanship Duel? Hawkeye defeated. With the voice falling. All the people present were shocked. Logo N, is this guy crazy, right? He actually said he was in a hurry, so he had to use a trick with Hawkeye to decide the outcome. And it doesn't seem to be a joke from his tone. With Logo N's strength, how long he can stand under the sword of Hawkeye is unknown, but he dared to say that he will decide the outcome with a single move? What a bravery! What courage is commendable! Isn't this obviously self-reliant? Obviously, I have only played against Hawkeye for 2 rounds. Now I dare to say without embarrassment that I am in a hurry and want a move to determine the outcome. From the very beginning, the eagle eye cleaved the sword air to force Logo N to shoot. Just now, I used armament haki in midair with Logo N. They only fought twice. But now Logo N directly said that he was in a hurry and wanted to make a decision with Hawkeye. It's so arrogant. Zoro fell to the ground with a heavy sigh and unwillingness. Logo N is also East Blue's bounty hunter. Why can he contend with Hawkeye, but he is defeated by Hawkeye with a cross knife? It's still too weak. Just when everyone was discussing. However, he saw that Hawkeye was holding Hidei with both hands directly, and even his eyes were extremely serious, and he had already set up a fighting posture. Then he said in a deep voice. In that case, Logo N. Then use one trick to tell the winner. Judging from the 2 tricks that Logo N did just now, Hawkeye my hawk has fully recognized the strength of Logo N in his heart. At least not weaker than yourself. This is an equal gesture to talk to Logo N. To know. When Hawkeye faced Zoro earlier, Hawkeye did not treat Zoro on an equal footing with himself. After all, the strength gap between the two is too big. But now it's different. It was Logo N that Hawkeye faced. Only through the 2 fights just now, his keen insight has discovered that Logo N is extraordinary. Logo N is definitely a great swordsman who is not weaker than himself. Hear what Hawkeye said. People around can't help but look at each other. Gosh. Hawkeye actually agreed to Logo N. Eagle-Eye's aloof personality actually agreed to Logo N. And in a way of talking to the same people. It is enough to prove that Hawkeye fully recognizes Logo N's strength. Is there a move to decide the outcome? There is no deep hatred between Logo N and Yinjian. Therefore, the 2 are just holding a trial attitude, and have no intention of killing each other. But, even if it's just a competition, both of them are extremely serious. Especially Hawkeye. The strongest throne in the world is undoubtedly lonely for him. His lifelong dream is to find a swordsman who can defeat him. However, since Hawkeye went to sea, he has challenged countless first-class swordsmen on the sea. But so far for more than 10 years. The Hawkeyes are unbeaten. The name of the world's #1 swordsman brought him only a sense of loneliness and emptiness. Today at East Blue, when the Eagle Eye met Logo N's eyes, he saw that Logo N is not simple. That must be the look that the real strong can have. Very good. Logo N and my hawk looked at each other and couldn't help but exclaimed. Shhh, keep quiet. Don't disturb Logo N's fight with Hawkeye. This level of battle is extremely rare. Yeah, stop arguing everyone. Calm down. Everyone held their breath. Their hearts were mentioned in their throats. Just look at Logo N and Hawkeye. Logo N and Yinjian also faced each other, and both of them had held their weapons tightly in their hands. The original noisy sound around this time no longer exists. The atmosphere at this time. It turned out to be extremely quiet. Zoro also struggled to get up with the pain, he had to see the result of this battle with his own eyes. One move to decide the outcome. The comparison is the 3 main factors of fast, accurate, and ruthless. See who makes the move faster, more accurate and ruthless, and you can win with one move. It is precisely because of this. So the next attack between the two of them must be completed in an instant. At this time, Luo En and Hawkeye face each other at a distance of 10 meters. Both of them looked at each other very cautiously. They are all great swordsmen standing at the top of the pyramid. In a flash, you will be able to find the opponent's flaws and give the opponent a winning blow. Finally, Hawkeye my hawk took the lead. But watching him hold the black sword in both hands and ran towards Luo En directly, every step is very vigorous and stable as Mount Tai. Then he even raised the black sword knight in his hand, and a golden light appeared in his eyes at the same time. What? With a violent shout, the black knife in his hand slashed towards Luo En. At the same time, Luo En also narrowed his eyes slightly. The world's #1 swordsman is indeed the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye's swordsmanship has indeed reached its peak in this world. Even Luo En, who has peak swordsmanship, felt the pressure. Luo En immediately drew his eyes slightly, and then he held Ryujin Jaka with his backhand. He does not retreat but advances. Seeing the black sword in my hawk's hand slashing towards him at night, his figure flashed forward. Huh! The figures of Luo En and my hawk have passed by for a moment. Then the two men stood opposite each other on their backs. What? Fast swordsmanship? Is it over like this? The people present suddenly whispered. Because no one had seen Luo En and Hawkeye's move clearly just now. The speed of the swordsmanship of the two great swordsmen was so fast that they couldn't catch their movements with the naked eye. However, at this time, Luo En and Eagle Eye stood in place with their backs to each other. Everyone can't help but wonder again. What happened? Isn't it clear that the winner hasn't been decided like this? So the two ended in a tie. Suddenly, Zoro's eyes moved slightly. Then suddenly his eyes widened, and he shouted in disbelief. Do not. Wrong. Not a tie. Lost. I lost. Thump. Zoro collapsed to the ground and his face pale. Seeing his expression, someone at the scene finally realized, does Zoro mean that Hawkeye lost? No way. Neither of them fell down. It's obviously a tie, right? Someone immediately refuted. At this time, a man seemed to have discovered something, a bead of sweat suddenly fell on his forehead, and his face was surprised. This is really lost. This swordsmanship showdown. Hawkeye is defeated. Asterisk. Chapter 6 He is no longer the #1 in the world. At the same time. Broken deck. Luo En and Hawkeye my hawk still stand opposite each other. However, at this time my hawk frowned deeply, and a pair of yellow eagle eyes revealed an extremely surprised look. Immediately afterwards, Kang Dang, with a crisp voice sounded. At the same time, the cross necklace hung on my hawk's chest had fallen to the ground. The people around him were shocked when he saw this. How is it possible? Eagle Eye, the world's #1 swordsman, was he really defeated? And still lost to one of our East Blue bounty hunters. Everyone covered their mouths and watched this scene, as if they could not believe the fact that was a foregone conclusion. Zoro sat weakly on the ground. He was already badly injured. At this time, seeing Hawkeye's defeat, he felt as if he had suffered a heavy hammer in his heart. Hawkeye is Zoro's lifelong goal and pursuit. Moreover, when Zoro and Hawkeye were in the previous battle, it can be said that they were completely crushed by Hawkeye, and even easily defeated by Hawkeye with a knife. In Zoro's heart, Hawkeye is the world's strongest swordsman, it is impossible to lose. However, at this time, he watched as Hawkeye was defeated. There is a saying in the sea, as long as you can defeat my hawk Hawkeye, you will be the world's #1 swordsman. And Zoro's life goal and ultimate dream is to defeat Hawkeye my hawk. However, today, Hawkeye, although my hawk was defeated, it was not defeated by Zoro. What a quick knife. Luo En. I lost. Hawkeye put Heyday behind his back again, and then said these words frankly. My hawk knew in his heart that he had already lost. If Lugoen's knife was cut towards his neck just now, his head might have fallen off now. Yes. Hawkeye was defeated. Although Hawkeye was very confident of his own strength, he never thought that he would be defeated. But if you lose, you lose. Inferior skills means inferior skills. The so-called one mountain is even more high. Where is the world's #1 swordsman forever? People around were shocked when they saw this. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk, really lost. Now he can no longer be called the #1 in the world. Today the world's #1 swordsman should be Lugoen, right? Lugoen, this guy, he really hides so deeply. Who can think of it? A pirate who seems to be in his 20s and is only a million-level bounty hunter, can he defeat the world's #1 swordsman who has been famous for a long time? And the two are just one move to decide the outcome. After thinking of this, the people present suddenly took a breath. This is big news that can ring through the entire sea. Hawkeye my hawk was defeated. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to think that he would be defeated by a bounty hunter in East Blue. And East Blue is the weakest sea area. If I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I'm afraid no one would believe that Hawkeye had lost. But Hawkeye, there is no frustration or loss in my hawk's eyes. He always speaks with strength. If you lose, you lose. I lost. This sentence came out of my hawk's mouth, and it turned out to be very frank. He didn't care about it, and didn't keep any hands. Just simply lost. Even if he tried again with Lugoen, he knew that he would still lose. For my hawk's magnanimity. Lugoen couldn't help but nodded with appreciation and admiration. My hawk. I have to admit, it's only about swordsmanship. You are indeed at the pinnacle of this world. This is Lugoen's recognition of Hawkeye. After all, my hawk has practiced swordsmanship since he was a child and has shown excellent swordsmanship talent. Since he traveled the world to challenge the major swordsmen, he has not failed. My hawk never thought about it. He would lose to a young man in his 20s, and he would still be defeated in the weakest East Blue waters. Lugoen smiled and smiled. But now that the winner has been decided, I should go too. The voice fell. He jumped directly onto the ship, and then drove the ship away. But at this time, no Eagle Eye pulled a knife to stop him. Everyone on the scene watched. Lugoen's ship had already left, leaving my hawk Hawkeye alone on the deck. The world's #1 swordsman, is Hawkeye really defeated? No, he is not the #1 in the world now. Eagle Eye, who hasn't failed so far, finally lost today. Some people even wondered. Lugoen defeated Hawkeye, did he leave like this? If you were replaced by another swordsman and defeated Hawkeye, I am afraid that he would have been happy for a long time, and even wished to tell the world that he was the real world #1. But Lugoen did not. It was as if he had only done a trivial thing, and he didn't even want to make a statement or scream at all. First defeated Hawkeye, and then walked away casually. It seems that for Lugoen, defeating the world's #1 swordsman is not something worth showing off at all. There is also a kind of unrestrainedness of flicking away the clothes, hiding merits and fame deeply. But everyone knows in their hearts. Even if Lugoen dismissed the name of the world's #1 swordsman, since today, Hawkeye my hawk is no longer the world's #1 swordsman. On the rundown deck, only Hawkeye my hawk remains slightly lonely. He stood alone, watching Lugoen go away until he disappeared. For so many years, Hawkeye always wanted to find a swordsman who could defeat him. Today, sure enough, I ran into it. Not to mention, from this swordsmanship test with Lugoen, my hawk has a new understanding of swordsmanship. This is undoubtedly a huge gain for him. In the realm of swordsmanship like my hawk, it is extremely difficult to improve even a bit. But after this battle, he knew that his kendo still had room for improvement. What if it is no longer the world's number one? Interesting. Do you have such a powerful bounty hunter? Today is indeed a worthwhile trip. My hawk muttered to himself. I simply thought about it more, but knelt down and picked up the cross necklace. This cross necklace should be used as a memento of the only defeat in my life. Luo-en, I remember that man's name. When I meet him next time, I hope my kendo can go further. It is true. This was Hawkeye's first defeat in his life. And it is that he did not release the water and did not leave the defeat under the slightest. Asterisk. Chapter 7 New World Shakes. The strongest bounty hunter? 5 days later. The news of the defeat of the world's number one swordsman Hawkeye my hawk has spread to various sea areas and even New World. News headlines from major newspapers are also endless. Shock. Hawkeye is defeated, and the world's first swordsman has changed hands. Sweeping dignity, the shame of Hawkeye's life. The world's strongest swordsman Hawkeye lost for the first time, defeating Hawkeye's East Blue bounty hunter Luo-en. In order to attract people's attention, these newspapers put news headlines very large, and each headline is extremely exaggerated. Various gimmicks such as the first defeat and the shame of a lifetime were forcibly imposed on Hawkeye by the major newspapers. No doubt. Many newspapers have earned the attention of countless people through the name Eagle Eye. But it was the East Blue bounty hunter who defeated Hawkeye that attracted the attention of all forces on the sea. Have such a strong strength at a young age? Such a character will surely arouse the attention of various forces. What? How can it be? Eagle Eye was defeated? In a cave on an island in New World, the red-haired Shanks said in surprise with a newspaper. The newspaper was a striking headline. The world's first swordsman lost, East Blue's bounty hunter Luo-en. Ben Beckman nodded solemnly. Good. It's an East Blue bounty hunter named Luo-en. According to the newspaper, Luo-en and Hawkeye finally decided the winner with only one move. The voice fell. It's not just red hair Shanks is surprised. Even Yasop, Lakey Luo, and others were shocked. Eagle Eye is the world's number one swordsman. The red-haired boss and Hawkeye's swordsmanship contest, even if there is no victory or defeat for 3 days and 3 nights. But even the world's number one swordsman with such a powerful strength was defeated so easily? Or was he defeated in the weakest East Blue? It's incredible. The people around him looked incredulous. How can this be? To know. Hawkeye my hawk is the only man in the history of so many years who is called the world's number one swordsman. At least in terms of swordsmanship, Hawkeye has already reached the top of the world's pyramid. So it is unbelievable anyway. Will the world's number one swordsman lose to a young man? And it was defeated in the weakest waters like East Blue. Enough to be visible. The powerful strength of the bounty hunter named Luo-en. Hawkeye my hawk, known as the world's number one swordsman, failed miserably. For Hawkeye, this might be a shame for a lifetime. Luo-en. And still a young bounty hunter. Even I can't wait to see him. This should be the strongest bounty hunter at sea so far, right? Shanks said with interest. Ben Beckman said solemnly. This world is so vast, no one will always be the number one in the world. But Shanks. Luo-en is a bounty hunter. We are pirates. It's best not to have too much involvement with such a guy. Everyone nodded. Bounty hunters live by hunting pirates. As pirates, they really don't need to teach Luo-en too much. At this moment Raki Lu couldn't help sighing and said. Red-haired boss. An aloof person like Hawkeye was defeated by a young man. Should you be frustrated in your self-confidence? Shanks shook his head and smiled. Will not. Hawkeye has been obsessed with seeing him all his life, and he really wants to find a swordsman who can defeat him. Now he is finally defeated. This may be a good thing for Hawkeye. New World Wanakuni. One of the 3 plagues, Yan Disaster Cinder came to the cave on the Ghost Island with a copy of the latest newspaper. Master Kaido. Yan bowed and shouted respectfully. At this time Kaido was already drunk again, holding a large wine jar in his hand, and more than half of the wine in the jar was already gone. He looked drunk. What's the matter? Kaido was a little impatient. Yan Calamity-jin still patiently said. Master Kaido. Big news has appeared at sea. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Hawkeye Mihawk, known as the world's #1 swordsman, was defeated. The voice fell. Kaido even said with disdain. 7 warlords of the sea. Those guys are obviously pirates, but they have to be called by the world government. At best, it's just a running dog of the world government. It is clear. Kaido believes that being a pirate but working for the world government is really insulting to the name of a pirate. So he has always been scornful and contemptuous of 7 warlords of the sea. He didn't even pay attention to Mihawk Hawkeye at all. But Yan Banjin is also a swordsman. Therefore, he knew the power of Mihawk, so he said with some worry. Master Kaido. The one who defeated Hawkeye Mihawk was a bounty hunter named Luo-en, and he defeated Hawkeye with one move. We must pay attention to it. The strength of this bounty hunter is definitely not simple. The voice fell. Kaido frowned slightly, and still said dismissively. Pay attention? What is worth paying attention to? What about the bounty hunter? Does this guy named Luo-en dare to come and fight with Laozi? Laozi just wants to die now. I can't kill Laozi, what's to be afraid of? Jin, don't report such small things anymore. Guru. He raised the wine jar and took a sip from the sky. Seeing that Kaido was acting extremely arrogantly, the black line on Yin's forehead had to be silent. Kaido has suffered 7 defeats. He was arrested 18 times when he challenged Marine and even 4 emperors alone. He was also tortured thousands of times and even sentenced to death 40 times. But relying on his extremely strong defense and resilience, even if he was hanged, he would break the chain. Even if he was put on the guillotine, he could shatter the guillotine, and even if he was stabbed by a spear, he would end up with the spear breaking. No one has been able to kill him so far. Because of this, Kaido never puts anyone in his eyes. No matter who he faces, he is an extremely arrogant posture of you and me. What's more, it's just an East Blue bounty hunter. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Zoro Apprentice? What? Hawkeye defeated. And still defeated by one move. Inside the Marine headquarters office. Garp put all the donuts down and looked at Sengoku incredulously. Is that the eagle eye of one of the 7 warlords of the sea? I remember that guy is called the world's #1 swordsman, right? Maybe he has no impression of ordinary people. But even Garp knows the name of the Hawkeye Mihawk. This is the world's most famous swordsman. Yes. Sengoku frowned and said solemnly, Hawkeye was defeated in East Blue. When he heard the word East Blue, Garp's eyes were slightly startled, but then he immediately asked. Who can beat that guy Hawkeye? And still in a place like East Blue. But it is said that Hawkeye has been unbeaten since going to sea. Who defeated him in East Blue? As one of 7 warlords of the sea. Garp also knows a little about Hawkeye's deeds. The strength of Hawkeye is undoubtedly standing on top of countless swordsmen. Is it such a strong man with unbeaten results, but the news of his defeat was spread? When asked about this, Sengoku's face immediately sank. Paused. He still said to Garp, it was an East Blue bounty hunter named Luo-en who defeated Hawkeye in his early 20s. Are you not mistaken, Sengoku? Even Garp was surprised. He defeated the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye in his 20s. Are you right? When did East Blue have such a strong player? NS. Although age does not necessarily represent the strength of strength. However, the improvement of any person's strength will inevitably require years of tempering and experience. A young man in his 20s defeated Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. I am afraid that no one will believe it. What's more, Garp went back to his hometown in East Blue every 3 to 5. He had never heard of Luo-en in East Blue. Sengoku furrowed his brows deeply and his face was a bit unsightly. When I saw this news, I didn't believe it either. But several Marines from East Blue also saw the scene and reported. Now Luo-en's news is in the newspapers. Look at it. While talking, Sengoku passed several newspapers to Garp. There are several headlines in these newspapers. The world's first swordsman is defeated. East Blue bounty hunter Luo-en? Shock. Hawkeye is defeated, and the world's first swordsman has changed hands. Sweeping dignity, the shame of Hawkeye's life. These newspapers are full of eye-catching headlines. The bounty hunter who defeated Hawkeye. Garp couldn't help but be shocked again in disbelief, and he defeated Hawkeye with just one move. Isn't that incredible? Sengoku felt helpless with his hands on his forehead. It is precisely because this bounty hunter named Luo-en is too strong. Even the world government is very concerned about him. The world government issued an order to send someone to invite Luo-en to join Marine. I have notified Colonel Smoker in East Blue Logue Town to go. Hear the words. Garp couldn't help nodding. Bounty hunters live by hunting pirates. If someone like Luo-en can join Marine, it is indeed a good thing for Marine. Paused. Garp couldn't help laughing again. But it's not that easy. After all, everyone has their own ambitions, not everyone wants to be Marine. Wow, ha 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 ha. Said it too. His grandson Luffy wants to go to sea as a pirate, and his son Durag has already become the leader of the revolutionary army against the world. So Garp deeply understands a truth from the bottom of his heart: everyone's goals and pursuits are different. Sengoku also nodded and said, "Yes, Garp. A strong like Luo-en as long as he doesn't become a pirate. It's a good thing for Marine." The voice fell. Garp laughed and comforted. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, Sengoku. If this kid dares to be a pirate. He rubbed his fist and made a crisp sound, and continued confidently and said, "I assure you, the old man will give him a taste of Iron Fist. There can be many admiral and marshal, and there is only one hero. As the only owner of the title of hero in Marine, Garp has the strength of incomparable confidence." East Blue. Gal Island. This is the island where Luo-en is located. There is a small wooden house on the shore of the island. The house is brightly lit. But at this time, a young man with short green hair was kneeling in front of the wooden house with his knees on the ground. The green-haired young man has a hideous blood on his chest. The blood has stained his white shirt. There are 3 samurai swords on the ground beside him. He is East Blue's famous bounty hunter Roronoa. Zoro. Although his lips were white, his clothes were soaked in a mixture of sweat and blood, and even the hideous blood stain in front of him showed no signs of healing. But Zoro just raised his head and gritted his teeth and looked at the cabin. His eyes were extremely firm. Even if there are pedestrians passing by, they sometimes cast strange glances at him. Zoro still ignored it. Step to step. With the sound of footsteps, Zoro's 2 little brothers Johnny and Joseph drove over with some food and water in their hands. "Hey, boss. Senior Luo-en agreed that you should be a teacher." "Boss Zoro. Are you okay?" They came to Zoro. Then he couldn't help but sighed and persuaded. "Ugh. I said, Boss Zoro. You have been kneeling here for 5 days without eating or drinking. If you go on like this, you won't be able to hold it. It's better to have something to eat." Zoro's eyes resolutely shook his head. "Johnny, Joseph, you two don't care about me. I have to kneel here until Senior Luo-en is willing to accept me as a disciple." "Ugh. Johnny and Joseph looked at each other. Plop. Plop. The two of them put down the food and water, not afraid of the eyes of the pedestrians on the road, and simply accompanied Zorro to kneel. All right. Then Boss Zorro. We accompany you. I believe Senior Logo N will definitely come out. However, with the voice falling. Duh. The lights in the house have been turned off. Suddenly it was pitch black. And inside the house, Logo N, who has attracted much attention on the sea, was lying on the bed and couldn't help sighing helplessly. Oh, it's troublesome. Asterisk. Chapter 9 have to think of a way to send him away. Cabins. The lights in the house have been turned off. Logo N lay helpless on the wooden bed. When he traveled to this world 3 years ago, he did not become a pirate or joined Marine, but chose to become a very leisurely bounty hunter. When I was short of money, I went to the waters near Gal Island to catch a pirate who offered a reward of millions. Even millions of Baileys are enough. Every night, I only need to use the system to check in and go out to work every few months to catch a pirate. The strength is quietly getting stronger, and there is no shortage of money. This life is called a leisurely, free, and relaxed. But now, Logo N's leisurely life has long since disappeared. At this time, he couldn't help sighing heavily. Then he said to himself annoyed, "Oh, Logo N, Logo N. Even if you are challenged by Hawkeye, you only have to bear it for a while. Why do you have to do something with Hawkeye? It's good now. The leisurely life is gone. Happiness is gone." Paused. Logo N couldn't help but stroke his forehead with helplessness. But I didn't expect that Hawkeye couldn't handle the move in the end, and thought it was just a tie. Now everyone knows that I defeated Hawkeye, and even got involved with Zorro, who insisted on worshipping me as a teacher. If I knew it was so troublesome, I wouldn't be watching the show by the side. Oh, what a trouble. It is true. Rorano Zorro now kneeling outside the cabin door. He just wanted to worship Logo N as a teacher. Originally, Zorro's goal was to surpass my Hawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. However, after Zorro was easily defeated by Hawkeye 5 days ago, he first deeply felt the huge gap between himself and the #1 in the world. But then immediately, Zorro actually saw Logo N defeating Hawkeye my Hawk with his own eyes. At that time, Zorro's heart was already shocked. He never imagined that East Blue had such a powerful swordsman, and someone could defeat the world's #1 swordsman with one move. No doubt. The name of the world's #1 swordsman has changed hands. After being extremely shocked, Zorro finally realized the gap between himself and the real strong. From that day on, Zorro decided to worship Logo N as his teacher. Zorro kneeled outside the door of Logo N's cabin for 5 days. Ugh. Logo N sighed helplessly. Thought of this. He couldn't help shook his head and closed his eyes. Don't worry about this, I haven't clocked in today. So he meditated inwardly. Open system panel. Host, Logo N. Age, 24 years old. Physique, 18920. Weapon, Ryujinjaka. Swordsmanship, Pinnacle. Physique, Pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, the Peak. Armament Haki, the Peak. Observation Haki, Peak. Fruit, none. The system clocks in. With the voice falling. Congratulations to host for successfully clocking in. Successfully gain physique point plus 20. Physique point, 18,950. Successfully obtained items, advanced armament Haki cheats. Successfully obtained items, advanced observation Haki cheats. Successfully obtained items, advanced swordsmanship cheats. Look at these rewards for yourself. Logo N's armament Haki and observation Haki have already reached their peaks, and their swordsmanship has also reached their peaks. So these 3 cheats are of no use to Logo N. However, in today's system check-in, Logo N only gained 20 physique points, which is a real improvement for Logo N. Physical fitness represents bodily functions. The physique of a normal person in this world is only around 10 o'clock. But Logo N's physique is more than 18,000 points, which is thousands of times that of ordinary people. Precisely because the physique is particularly high. Therefore, Logo N's power and speed are far beyond ordinary people. In fact, Logo N's conquerors Haki and swordsmanship have already reached their peaks through systematic check-in and clock-in over the years, so in fact, Logo N has long been in the ranks of the strong in this world. It's just that he is usually like a salted fish, living a very leisurely and comfortable life all day long, and hunting a pirate casually is only a pirate of 5 or 6 million, and it will not attract the attention of other forces at all. But be aware. Even if it is only 5 or 6 million Baileys, it is already a year's income for middle-class families. It is enough for Logo N to be used for several months. What a pity! What a pity! Logo N's original incomparably free leisurely life was greatly affected by defeating Hawkeye. The most important thing is Zoro outside the house. Zoro has been kneeling outside for 5 days. What a perseverance! It seems necessary to find a way to send him away first. Thought of this. Logo N suddenly had an idea and looked at the 3 cheat books in his hand. Yes. Early the next morning. Outside the cabin. The Zoro trio still clenched their teeth and knelt on the ground. The blood has soaked Zoro's white shirt, sweat and blood mixed together, giving off a pungent smell in the air. Let passing pedestrians cast weird glances. They were also unmoved. Some people not far away are still talking about. Isn't that Roronoa Zoro, East Blue's bounty hunter, and his 2 bounty hunter brothers? What are they doing when they kneel here? I remember that the owner of this cabin is Logo N. Have you not heard? Logo N defeated the world's #1 swordsman a few days ago, so Zoro and the others want to worship Logo N as their teacher. He has been kneeling here for 5 days without eating or drinking. What? No. Half a month ago, I drank with Logo N. He can beat the world's #1 swordsman with his lazy appearance. It's true, it's published in the newspapers on the sea. Oh my god, that guy Logo N is really hidden. It is clear. The residents of this island of Gal know Logo N. After all, Logo N has lived on this island for many years. It's just that a small number of people cannot accept such a fact for the time being. Logo N actually defeated the world's #1 swordsman? It's incredible. Then they continued to discuss. 5 days and nights without eating or drinking. It's really perseverance and perseverance. I remember Logo N was a person who was particularly afraid of trouble. He probably won't agree to such a troublesome matter of accepting disciples. Just when everyone was discussing. Crunch. The wooden house door opened. Asterisk. Chapter 10. Think of this cheat as a treasure? Senior Logo N. You are here. When Zoro looked up and saw Logo N appear at the door, he was overjoyed, and then his head hit the ground directly. Boom. Then he leaned over and said with great excitement. Please. Senior Logo N. Please teach swordsmanship. See Zoro like this. Bang bang bang. Johnny and Joseph beside him also kowtow together. Senior Logo N. Boss Zoro has been kneeling here for 5 days and 5 nights, and he hasn't dripped in the past few days. Boss, he sincerely wants to learn swordsmanship from you. Please, Logo N Senior. As long as you promise to teach our boss swordsmanship, our brothers are willing to go through water and fire for you. It can be seen that Zoro has 2 good brothers. In order for Zoro to apprentice Logo N, Johnny and Joseph were both willing to bow their heads. To know in the original work. Johnny and Joseph, 2 reckless men, dared to fight with Hawkeye. Senior Logo N. Please. I want to be stronger. I beg you to accept me as a disciple. Zoro, who was kneeling on the ground, leaned over and kowtowed, was already gritting his teeth and sweating on his forehead. Even in front of so many people around. Zoro is also willing to kneel and kowtow without fear of losing his face. He once said, he wants to become the world's #1 swordsman, and he wants his name to resound in heaven. Zoro's biggest dream in this life is to become the world's strongest swordsman. But since 5 days ago, after Zoro witnessed Lugo and defeating Hawkeye my hawk with his own eyes, his heart was already shocked. He has understood since that day. With his current strength and the real strong, there is an insurmountable gap. No doubt. He can only make greater progress if he learns from the strongest swordsman in the world. That's why he kneels in front of Lugo N's wooden house. Pray that Lugo N can teach him swordsmanship. Only by learning from Lugo N can his strength be improved as soon as possible. Even if he is now kneeling on the ground and kowtow. Even if he is watched by people around him. Even if you lose your face. He still didn't care. At this time, everyone around saw the Zoro trio leaning over and kowtow, and everyone's eyes were extremely shocked. It is indeed 5 days and 5 nights. I have seen him after passing here these few days. It can be seen that Zoro is very determined and persevering. But having said that, that guy Lugo N is concealed. He drinks and eats meat with us on weekdays, and turns his head around to defeat the world's #1 swordsman. I thought Lugo N was just an ordinary bounty hunter, but I didn't expect that even the world's #1 swordsman would not be his opponent. They looked at Lugo N from Zoro again. Really? The story of defeating Hawkeye has spread all over the sea, and even these friends and neighbors on the island know about it? Lugo N stood lazily in front of the wooden house and heard these people's words, and suddenly felt helpless in his heart. Ta 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 ta. He walked slowly to Zoro and looked at Zoro condescendingly. Hear footsteps approaching. Zoro trembled all over, and then pleaded very excitedly. Senior Lugo N. In order to become stronger, I implore you to accept me as a disciple. Boom. The already extremely weak body bowed his head again. Brother Zoro. Are you okay? Well enough. Johnny and Joseph, who were kneeling on both sides, said with great concern. I'm fine. Zoro relied on his super perseverance, still holding on without fainting. Ugh. Only Lugo N sighed heavily. When Zoro heard this, his heart suddenly tensed, thinking Lugo N was going to drive them away. Duh. Lugo N directly threw the 3 cheats in his hand in front of Zoro. Advanced Armament Haki Cheats, Advanced Observation Haki Cheats, Advanced Swordsmanship Cheats. After seeing these 3 cheats on the ground, Zoro couldn't help but raised his head and was a little confused. Senior Lugo N, what does this mean? Although Lugo N is only a few years older than Zoro, Zoro respectfully calls Lugo N predecessor from beginning to end. These few cheats have been enough for you to learn for a long time, as long as you don't kneel here to affect my purity from today. Lugo N said helplessly. Zoro kneels outside Lugo N's house every day, always attracting the attention of many people. Therefore, it will inevitably affect Lugo N's normal life. After signing in last night, the system gave 3 cheats that were completely useless to Lugo N. Today, they just used these 3 cheats to send Zoro to let him go. Cheats? Zoro's originally nervous expression showed a hint of surprise. Johnny and Joseph suddenly said in surprise. Boss Zoro. It's a secret code given to you by Lugo N. So this means that Senior Lugo N is willing to accept you as a disciple. The voice fell. Lugo N quickly explained. You guys, don't talk nonsense. I didn't promise to accept Zoro as a disciple. You can take these 3 cheats to practice on your own, and don't bother me from today. Lugo N only wants Zoro and they leave as soon as possible, so that they can be clean. But I heard Lugo N's words. Johnny and Joseph looked at each other, their eyes shining, leaned over and kowtowed again, and said with great excitement. Senior Lugo-en, you just said that we can all learn. So Lugo-en predecessor meant that you want to accept the three of us as disciples. Gosh. Thank you very much Senior Lugo-en. Ah no. It should be called Master Lugo-en now. Thank you, Master. The three of them bowed their heads to Lugo-en again for a teacher apprenticeship. At the same time, the crowd onlookers also nodded. Lugo-en was originally a bounty hunter, Rorano Solo, and the others are also famous bounty hunters in East Blue. Bounty hunters worship the bounty hunters as their teachers, it's reasonable. It seems that Lugo-en was moved by Zoro's sincerity. Finally accepted them as disciples. Lugo-en suddenly had a black line on his face. I just felt extremely speechless in my heart. He just said clearly that he would not accept Zoro and the three as disciples, and the three cheats are just to send Zoro and the others. But at this time, the people present did not say that Lugo-en had accepted Zoro and them as disciples. IFK. Don't these people have ears? Resignedly. Lugo-en couldn't help shook his head and stroked his forehead. Immediately afterwards, Zoro bowed and picked up the three cheats on the ground. Johnny and Joseph said immediately. Boss Zoro, look at what treasure Master gave us. Yeah, Boss Zoro, open it up and take a look. Advanced Swordsmanship Cheats. When you hear the title of the book, you know that it must be a very powerful swordsmanship. What else are armament hacky and observation hacky? We have never heard of it. At this moment, Zoro and the three of them looked extremely excited. Even Lugo-en couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Because Lugo-en originally only wanted to use these three unwanted cheats to send Zoro and the others away, but they didn't expect Zoro and the others to treat these three cheats as treasures. Asterisk. Chapter 11 I swear by this knife? Ugh. Somehow he was recognized by Zoro as the master. Lugo-en only felt very helpless. Then Zoro happily opened the advanced swordsmanship cheats. Everyone also looked at Zoro. They were all very curious at this time. What kind of cheats did Lugo-en give Zoro? We have never heard of the secrets of armament hacky and observation hacky. I think it should be a very strange ability, right? But that advanced swordsmanship cheat sheet looks very unusual. Advanced swordsmanship? Could it be Lugo-en's swordsmanship that defeated Hawkeye my hawk with a single blow? Everyone whispered to discuss these three cheats. In fact, these three cheats are of no use to Lugo-en. Lugo-en just used these three cheats to send Zoro and the others away. But it's obvious. Even the cheats that Lugo-en doesn't want are like treasures in the eyes of everyone. For a while, everyone looked at Zoro. Gradually, they only saw that as Zoro's eyes slowly widened, and even his mouth slowly opened, the color of joy on his face turned into dumbfounded. What happened? Everyone has such a doubt in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, there was only Zoro's voice as if talking to himself. Exquisite. It's so shocking. There is such a superb swordsmanship in this world. If I can learn, my strength will definitely far exceed my current level. Master's swordsmanship is simply amazing. He murmured to himself while flipping through the secret book, and his heart was already more and more shocked. When Johnny and Joseph Boss saw this, they also showed joy. What? Even Boss Zoro is so shocked. In this way, what is recorded in this secret book must be extremely powerful swordsmanship. Master really has high hopes for us. The voice fell. Zoro's look was also extremely excited. The swordsmanship recorded in this secret book of Master is truly amazing. It's amazing. There is such a deep and exquisite swordsmanship in the world. After seeing these swordsmanship, I discovered that my original swordsmanship is really weak. Immediately, Zoro and the two younger brothers looked at each other. The three of them knew that they would bow their heads to Lugo-en respectfully again. Thank you, Master. We will definitely practice these swordsmanship. Never let you down. At this time their mood was already extremely excited. Zoro flipped through the other two armament haki and observation haki cheats. Haki is an ability that is almost inaccessible in East Blue. When Zoro flipped through armament haki and observation haki's cheats, it was like opening a new world, making him instantly feel like an ignorant frog at the bottom of the well. At this time, the shock in his eyes was completely beyond the reach. It's amazing, it's amazing. Haki. Not only can it improve defense and attack power, but it can also improve one's perception. If it hadn't been for the cheats given to me by Master, I had never heard of such ability in this world. Immediately Zoro kowtows to Lugoen with his two younger brothers again to express his gratitude. Master is here. Please be respected by us again. We will definitely practice swordsmanship and haki. Never let you down. When they heard Zoro, the three of them called themselves Master. Lugoen couldn't help feeling his head big. From beginning to end, Lugoen never said accepting them as disciples, it was all their wishful thinking. Since Lugoen gave them these three uncommon cheats, Zoro and the others have determined that Lugoen is their master. Oh, Lugoen shook his head helplessly, and then said to them, "You stand up first." "Thank you, Master." Johnny and Joseph immediately helped Zoro to stand. "Although the three of you keep calling me Master, I still don't plan to recognize you as my apprentices." Lugoen's words fell categorically. After the three Zoro heard, first glanced at each other and then lowered their heads, their eyes were full of disappointment. Obviously Lugoen has given them such precious secrets, why is he unwilling to recognize them as apprentices? So what's the point of this? Paused. Lugoen continued. But, after hearing these two words, hope rekindled in their eyes, Zoro raised their heads and looked at Lugoen again. "Master." "But what?" "As long as you say we will do it." Actually, Lugoen just wants them not to disturb their cleanliness. So he said to them, "But, if you want me to really recognize you as apprentices, as a bounty hunter, go to the extremely dangerous Grand Line. When your name can be heard through the world, then I will recognize you as my apprentices." The voice fell. The disappointment in the eyes of the Zoro trio suddenly disappeared, and instantly became extremely excited. "Master asked us to go to sea to smash the extremely dangerous Grand Line. It turned out to be just to test us. No wonder Master will give us these three cheats. Master meant that we can't improve our strength at East Blue. Only by going to the dangerous Grand Line can we temper us and become stronger. That's right. Master is here to test and temper us." Actually, Lugoen told Zoro and the others to go to the Grand Line. It's just because he thinks the Zoro 3 are too annoying, and their stay in East Blue will only disturb Lugoen's cleanliness. I didn't expect it. Zoro and the others made up for it. This is an arrangement that Master deliberately made in order to enhance their strength. Master asked them to go to the Grand Line to experience them and make them stronger. Therefore, their hearts are full of incomparable gratitude to Master Lugoen at this time. Zoro immediately said, "Good Master. We listen to you. This is going to the Grand Line as a bounty hunter." While talking, Zoro picked up the Heidei text and held it over his head. "I swear by this knife. It will definitely not harm Master's face. It will definitely make my name resound throughout the world." The voice fell. Johnny and Joseph also responded immediately. "Yes, Master. We will definitely practice hard in this experience. You will not be disappointed." The three of them have made a decision. Go to the Grand Line as a bounty hunter. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Lugoen? A bounty hunter who made history. Lugoen, this guy. Send the apprentice to the extremely dangerous Grand Line. He was very strict when he was a master. The pirates of the Grand Line are extremely evil and powerful. Going to sea as a bounty hunter does require very good courage. People around are also talking about it? It is true. If Zoro wants his name to resound throughout the Grand Line, then the only thing he can do is to hunt down the pirates who are well known enough. Only in this way can it attract the attention of various forces and allow his name to spread at sea. But there is no doubt. Those pirates who are well known enough, their strength must not be comparable to that of ordinary pirates. So Zoro's way to become famous at sea will definitely be very difficult. Paused. Zhou Zongren commented again. Luo En gave Zoro and the others a major test, and it was really severe. But when you think about it, it's true. You know that Luo En is a man who has defeated the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. How can he recognize an apprentice who has no reputation? And if Zoro and the others can survive after going to the Grand Line, then their strength must not be weak, and they will indeed be qualified to become Luo En's apprentices. Roronoa Zoro can be considered a small name in East Blue. But if it is placed in the whole world, or even in places like Grand Line New World, I'm afraid almost no one has heard of Zoro's name. On the contrary, look at Luo En. Although Luo En is very low-key on weekdays, he didn't have any reputation at sea before. But 5 days ago, Luo En defeated Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, with just one shot. With this alone, Luo En's name has spread all over the sea. Defeat Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. Such a major deed can definitely arouse the attention of countless forces. At this time, Luo En saw Zoro. 3 people so promised to him. It seems that these guys can finally leave. Yeah. It's great that you have this determination and perseverance. I have given these 3 cheats to you. As long as you can learn the abilities of these 3 cheats, you can definitely make your strength advance by leaps and bounds. You can prepare to go to the Grand Line by yourself. I look forward to your being able to make your name resound in this world as a bounty hunter. At that time, I will call you an apprentice personally. Alright, let's go now. Luo En beckoned lazily. In fact, he wanted Zoro and the others to leave as soon as possible, not to disturb themselves to rest. But these words were heard in the ears of Zoro and others, thinking that Luo En was encouraging them. So they were immediately in awe. Master, please rest assured. In order to get your approval, we will definitely practice these 3 cheats, and we will certainly not disappoint your expectations. I will set off to the Grand Line tonight. We will practice these 3 cheats on the sailing road, and we will never waste a minute and a second. The 3 bowed again to Luo En and bid farewell. Finally sent away. Luo En whispered. Master, what did you just say? Zoro looked puzzled. It's nothing. Luo En was taken aback, immediately beckoned and urged, you guys go back and prepare. The Zoro trio were about to turn around and leave. Sudden. Zoro turned his head and asked curiously. By the way, Master, I have one more question. You can defeat Mihawk Hawkeye. With your strength, why do you want to stay in East Blue? You can go to a bigger stage like the Grand Line. This is a problem. Indeed, the question of most of the people present was asked. People around can't help but feel puzzled. Yes. Not bad, not bad. Luo En has lived on Argal Island for several years, but it hasn't been unremarkable. If it weren't for Luo En's defeat of Hawkeye Mihawk this time, we would have thought that Luo En was just an ordinary bounty hunter. But I never thought that Luo En could be so strong. With the strength of Luo En, he could have gone to the Grand Line to become famous in the world. Everyone also has such questions. In this world, most powerful people have basically become pirates or joined Marine. But so far, the person who is famous at sea as a bounty hunter has almost never appeared in everyone's impression. But just 5 days ago, all seas in the world and even the New World have been shaken. Countless people already know that there is a bounty hunter with strength surpassing the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye in East Blue. That is Lugo N. Lugo N is the only man in history who has known the entire sea as a bounty hunter. It can even be said that Lugo N created this historical precedent. The name Lugo N is fully qualified to be recorded in history. But it is such an extremely powerful bounty hunter Lugo N. He has been staying in the weak waters of East Blue all these years, and he has no idea of going to Grand Line or even New World. Therefore, this had to confuse everyone present. For it, Lugo N suddenly felt embarrassed. Suddenly I was a little confused, and I didn't know how to answer this question. Indeed, in this world where strength is supreme, in terms of Lugo N's strength, in fact, he was able to go out to sea 2 or 3 years ago and make a name for himself. But going to sea is too much trouble. But Lugo N only wants to live a leisurely and free life. He thought about it once. Be a pirate? Burning, looting, plundering, harming the people, and being wanted by Marine. Be a Marine, right? There are so many rules and regulations, just arrange a task if nothing happens, and even follow the orders of celestial dragons. For Lugo N, the identities of pirate and marine are both too troublesome to have a leisurely and free life at all. Therefore, Lugo N chose to become a bounty hunter. If you don't have any money, you can catch a little pirate. A bounty of millions of pele can satisfy Lugo N's expenses for several months. But at this time, in this surrounding, everyone is in full view. This. Lugo N couldn't help hesitating for a while. Then he looked at everyone and said solemnly, "It just defeated Hawkeye. You know that in the sea, there are countless strong people. I don't want to be troublesome." The voice fell. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Zoro's Brain Supplement. At this time, everyone present had an awkward smile. What do you mean by just defeating Hawkeye? Isn't it too casual to say the sentence? Even if Hawkeye is indeed defeated by Lugo N. But no matter how you say it, Hawkeye, he is the world's #1 swordsman. Or, at least before Lugo N, Yinjian was still the world's #1 swordsman. That is a name that is enough to shake the world. Above the sea, there are countless swordsmen who take Eagle Eye as their goal, and the goal of their entire life is to defeat Eagle Eye. But at this moment, Lugo N even said, "I just defeated Hawkeye." And it seemed to be an understatement to say it casually, as if to do a trivial thing. Lugo N's words. Immediately, everyone present could only show an awkward smile, and then someone murmured, "Just defeated Hawkeye. Lugo N is this Versailles. Even though there are too many strong men at sea? Hawkeye should also belong to the strong men's ranks, right? Since Lugo N can defeat Hawkeye my hawk with a single blow, then even if he encounters a stronger enemy, it will be fine, right? IFK, I hate Versailles. I didn't expect Lugo N to be such a person. Perhaps it is because Lugo N has crossed into this world. People around us could even utter words such as Versailles that are unique to the modern world. But it seems that Lugo N didn't realize his Versailles remarks just now. He just spread his hands and looked at the people seriously, and didn't care about what he said just now. At this moment, yet another wretched-looking man murmured, "Hey Lugo N. You don't even go to the Grand Line, why do you want Zoro and the others to go? In such a dangerous place, isn't this harming them?" Hear this kind of remarks. Lugo N just felt helpless and too lazy to explain. But Zoro looked directly at the wretched man and yelled, "What do you guys know? I went to the Grand Line because Master wanted to use this to hone our strength. Only by personally experiencing the battle of critical death can you become stronger. From the perspective of the Master's strength, who do you think can push him to the point where he is near death? Master just wants to stay in a place like East Blue leisurely, and don't want to mix in troublesome things." After seeing Lugo N defeating Hawkeye my hawk with his own eyes, Zoro's admiration for Lugo N has reached unprecedented heights. As Zoro's voice fell, Johnny and Joseph also mocked. With your incomparably simple gaze, how can you understand our master's plan? Master, he was thinking about the strengths of the few of us, so he let us go to the Grand Line to practice. As Zoro boss said, only through battle can you become strong enough. Shut up, don't show your IQ. Hear the rebuttals of Zoro. Three people. The wretched man who had spit out before suddenly bowed his head and said nothing. When people around heard this, they suddenly realized. Yeah. Zoro, they make sense. With our simple gaze, how can we guess Mr. Lugo N's brilliant thinking? Moreover, Mr. Lugo N asked Zoro and the others to go to the Grand Line, really to improve their strength. How Mr. Lugo N educates his apprentices, we don't need to worry about it. At this time, even Lugo N couldn't help but show an awkward smile on his face. Zoro and Johnny and Joseph are three of them. They are too good at brainstorming. In fact, Lugo N has never thought so much. Lugo N just wanted a less troublesome and relaxed life, and didn't want to involve the grievances between Marine and the pirates, so he stayed in a place like East Blue and chose to stay in peace. The reason why Lugo N let Zoro go to the Grand Line is to let Zoro who wants to go to the Grand Line to get out of trouble. Even if Zoro decides to go to the Grand Line, Lugo N can finally get clean. But at this time, after Lugo N heard that Zoro and the three of them were a little overbrained, they still maintained Lugo N's words like this. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. It seems that it is not impossible to accept these three apprentices. But it's okay. If they learn advanced swordsmanship, armament haki, observation haki, these three advanced abilities, then you can definitely make a name for yourself in the Grand Line. As long as you don't encounter a powerful general at the Emperor's level, there will never be a life worry. Immediately, the Zoro three looked at Lugo N again. Master, we will go back and prepare to salute. After we are ready, we will go directly to the Grand Line. I'm here to bid you farewell in advance. After speaking, the three of them bowed and saluted again. Okay, let's go. Lugo N beckoned at will. The Zoro three had no nostalgia anymore, and left Gal Island with the three cheats given to them by Lugo N. Now, they have already decided in their hearts. We must never disappoint Master's expectations of them. Must let their names resound in this world. Must be approved by Master Lugo N. P.S. Author Can. There are always rumors online. Sword Saint Johnny, Sword King Joseph. I think it would be interesting to write about their roles. In this book, Zoro will go to sea with Johnny and Joseph, not with the protagonist. Ask for flowers. Ask for a monthly pass. Ask for all kinds of data. The protagonist of this pirate story is neither marine nor pirate, but from the identity of an East Blue bounty hunter to cut into the protagonist. So how do you say it? In fact, the author is particularly disturbed. I hope book friends can vote for some data to support it. Usually avoid affecting the reading experience, almost rarely add this kind of PS at the end of the article. But as a new book, I still want to ask for it here. Big guys, begging for all kinds of data. As long as there is data, this book must be full of updates. Each chapter in this book is more than 2,000 words, unlike many books with more than 1,000 words just for chapters together. I beg the big guys to support it. Asterisk. Chapter 14. I'm not interested. Grand Line. Sky. A huge pirate ship is flying slowly. I am afraid that no one will ever see the scene, and no one will believe that the pirate ship can actually fly in the sky. This pirate ship is huge enough to hold thousands of people. A huge lion head is carved on the bow of the ship, which looks particularly majestic. And on the mast of this pirate ship is a pirate flag, on which the skull pattern is a circle of golden mane. At this time, In the main hall of this pirate ship, a man with long blonde hair with a cigar in his mouth is sitting, holding a newspaper in his hand and looking at it with relish. The strangest thing is, the man's legs are artificial limbs made of two long swords. Good. This person is the Golden Lion Shiki, now the captain of the Flying Pirates. In the past, he was as famous as Gold Roger and Whitebeard, and was the first great pirate to escape in the history of Impel Grand Prison. Like Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors still alive today, both of them are fully qualified to be called the legendary great pirates. The strength can be described as extremely powerful. Golden Lion threw the newspaper away at first, then took a puff and then slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Jahahahahaha. Is this the strength of the world's #1 swordsman? It was lost to an East Blue bounty hunter. With such strength, dare to claim to be #1 in the world. Those fools of the world government really have no brains, soliciting such rubbish as 7 warlords of the sea. I really laughed out of my teeth, jahahahahahaha. After Roger died that year, the Golden Lion once made a big mess at Marine Headquarters Marineford. After destroying nearly half of the town of Marineford, it was finally captured by Garp and Sengoku, and was finally imprisoned in the deepest 6th floor of the Impel Down prison, the Eternal Hell. 2 years later, in order to escape from Impel Down, he cut off his legs bound by sea stone and used the 2 famous swords Deadwood and Sakura Ten as his prostheses, thus becoming the first in history to successfully escape from prison. Criminal. These 2 decades. In order to retaliate against the world government, Golden Lion has been plotting revenge. And his first plan is to destroy East Blue first, in order to show the world government his determination to avenge. At this time, seeing the news from East Blue, Golden Lion glanced more. Admiral, this bounty hunter Lugo N who defeated Hawkeye, he lives in East Blue. A subordinate under the temple knelt, I don't know if this guy will destroy East Blue for us. Plans have an impact. Jahahahaha has an influence. What kind of influence can it have? Golden Lion said arrogantly, it's just a bounty hunter from East Blue. If you dare to stop me, just kill him. No one can stop it. My plan. The strength of the Admiral is unparalleled in the world, and no one can stop the plan of the Admiral. The subordinates flattered immediately. No one dared to provoke this legendary pirate. The Golden Lion looked up to the sky and laughed wildly and arrogantly. What a shit, the world's #1 swordsman. To be defeated by East Blue's bounty hunters is really ridiculous. Is the world government so stupid that it is so stupid? It actually recruits this kind of garbage to become 7 warlords of the sea. No one can stop Laozi's plan to destroy East Blue. Jahahahahahaha. East Blue. The news that the bounty hunter Lugo N defeated Mihawk, the world's #1 Eagle Eye, had already spread all over the sea. Therefore, the East Blue pirates dare not approach Gal Island at all. They are afraid that one of them will be hunted by the bounty hunter Lugo N accidentally. Therefore, the residents of Gal Island also regard Lugo N as the protector of the island. Living on this island is indeed full of security. Since 4 days ago, after Zorro, Johnny, Joseph, and the others went to sea, Lugo N already felt a lot cleaner. Now Lugo N has become a celebrity of Gal Island. Basically, when the residents on the island saw Lugo N, they would take the initiative to greet Lugo N. Even the local residents who lived more than a dozen miles away from the cabin would come over and try to get acquainted with Lugo N. There are even women with heavy makeup and bright makeup standing at the door of Lugo N's cabin, sometimes posing as if they are scratching their heads. There are too many beauties in this world, so Lugo N naturally has no idea about such vulgar street girls. As for going to the Grand Line and even New World, Lugo N has never had any interest. Today, the noon scorching sun shines through the dark curtains, and only a slight light shines on Lugo N's body. Ha! Lugo N stretched out and opened his eyes while yawning. I woke up naturally when I fell asleep. Such a leisurely life is indeed enviable. Crunch. Push open the wooden house door. Hello. Mr. Lugo-en. Master Lugo-en. Lugo-en couldn't bear to look directly at the women who were still scratching their heads outside the door. Originally thought Zorro and the others would be able to clean themselves up after going to sea. Lugo-en couldn't help feeling shocked when he saw them, and immediately knew to walk towards the tavern not far away. Inside the pub. It's already full of voices. After seeing Lugo-en, those customers immediately greeted him. Mr. Lugo-en, are you here? Come for a drink, I have covered all the money for Mr. Lugo-en. Mr. Lugo-en is a famous person. Now the pirates from East Blue dare not come to our gal island, because Mr. Lugo-en is here. So we all have to thank Mr. Lugo-en. While talking, these people stood up and toasted Lugo-en. See this scene. Lugo-en only felt big for a while. He obviously only wants to live a leisurely and relaxed life, but now he has attracted much attention. In fact, Lugo-en has not thought about moving to other islands, but I am afraid that other islands have also heard of their name. And just when Lugo-en doesn't know what to do, suddenly someone ran into the tavern gate, and when he saw Lugo-en, he shouted, Mr. Lugo-en. I knew you were in the tavern. Go back and have a look, there is a woman looking for you everywhere, saying she has something to ask for. I have to say, that woman is so pretty. When the man talked about the woman, he couldn't help admiring again, I really envy you, Mr. Lugo-en, if only I had the same strength as you. Other people around should also reconcile. Yeah. If we were as strong as Lugo-en, but also so handsome. I don't know how many beauties are going to throw in their arms. Ha 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 ha. But when someone said that it was a woman looking for herself, Lugo-en couldn't help but see the image of the women in front of the wooden house just now. Immediately shook his head and refused immediately like a rattle. Forward. I'm not interested in those women. Tell her to stop looking for me. Heard these words. The people around him suddenly looked embarrassed. IFK, what does it mean to have no interest in those women? Could it be Mr. Lugo-en? He is. I heard the people around me. Lugo-en only felt speechless for a while. And this time, a woman broke into the tavern again. Excuse me, Mr. Lugo-en in this pub. Asterisk. Chapter 15 A categorical refusal. After seeing the woman, the customers present were amazed. Gosh! What a beautiful woman! Is she here to find Mr. Lugo-en? It doesn't look like we are from Gal Island. This figure and this face are so beautiful. Lugo-en looked at the incoming woman subconsciously. The woman is tall and slender, with a playful short yellow hair. Even if there is no rouge on the face, it is just a completely natural makeup, and it is much more beautiful than the street girls. Nami. As a traverser, Lugo-en recognized the identity of the person at a glance. But he looked calm, as if he didn't know her at all. And Nami asked again. May I ask who is Mr. Lugo-en? I'm asking him for something important. Tell me please. The people around came back to their senses and immediately ridiculed, who do you think is the most handsome here is Mr. Lugo-en? Humph. Nami groaned. Immediately glanced quickly in the crowd. She looked at Lugo-en at a glance. Then he said, Are you Mr. Lugo-en? IFK. How did she know that the most handsome in the audience is me? Lugo-en couldn't help but complain in his heart. Ha 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 ha. This young lady has sharp eyes. I recognized Mr. Lugo-en at a glance. Ha 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 ha. The people around also laughed. Now Nami finally confirmed the identity of Lugo-en. Lugo-en knelt directly in front of everyone and said, Master Lugo-en, my name is Nami. I read from the news report that East Blue Gal Island has an extremely powerful bounty hunter. Finally let me find you. Please promise me one thing. He bit his lip and kowtowed towards Luo-en. No. Luo-en resolutely refused. He doesn't guess or knows. Nami must be asking Luo-en to go to Kakozia village to help her defeat the dragon and pirate group that has ruled the village for 8 years. Obviously. This is a typical representative of people being afraid of being famous and being afraid of being strong. Especially for Luo-en, who likes to live a leisurely and free life. The reason why he has been very low-key and not too ostentatious over the years is that he does not want to involve these messy things. That guy Hawkeye. He has to challenge me. It's good now. Fame has spread all over the sea. Even Nami came over to ask me for help. When Luo-en thought of this, he couldn't help but scold Hawkeye in his heart. If it weren't for Hawkeye to have to challenge Luo-en, Luo-en would not make a single move to defeat Hawkeye. So at least Luo-en is still living an extremely leisurely life. Mr. Luo-en. Nami raised his head and glanced at Luo-en and then said, I want to tell you this alone. Please wait until I finish speaking before deciding whether to agree to me. Okay. She really wanted Luo-en to take action to defeat the dragon pirates. After all, Luo-en's name is now on the sea, especially in places like East Blue. The dragon is the pirate with the highest bounty in the entire East Blue. Therefore, Nami can think of the only one who can defeat the dragon, and I am afraid that there is only the bounty hunter Luo-en. It's just that because there are so many people in the pub nowadays, Nami doesn't want to tell Luo-en about the evil dragon in front of so many people, so he wants to talk about it alone. But that's what it said. Listening to everyone's ears is a different kind of feeling. So they ridiculed. She wants to talk to Mr. Luo-en alone. What does it mean? But Mr. Luo-en just said that he is not interested in women. Heard these words. Luo-en couldn't help but jokingly laughed, and then deliberately said to Nami, Tell me alone? Yes, let's go. After speaking, he took Nami and left the tavern. Ouch, let me go. Mr. Luo-en is fine. There is a saying that this Nami looks pretty. Only the alcoholics in the tavern all smiled jokingly. The cabin is not far from the tavern, so Luo-en came back soon with Nami. Bang. Close the door directly after entering the house. The street girls outside the house watched Luo-en, and brought a beautiful woman into the house. They understood in their hearts, it turned out that Mr. Luo-en didn't like them, so he had to shook his head and left dejectedly. It is true. Nami is indeed much more beautiful than their vulgar fans. Inside the wooden house. Only seeing Nami's face flushed with red ears, her little heart plopped. Thump thump. Her tone was already a little nervous. Luo, Mr. Luo-en. Am I suddenly shy? Luo-en can't help feeling helpless. Immediately opened the door and said, Nami. You came to find my purpose. You want me to help you defeat the dragon pirates, right? The voice fell. Forward. Nami smiled awkwardly and then settled. Although I was a little surprised as to why Luo-en knew the purpose of her trip, he didn't even conceal it. Yes, Lord Luo-en. The evil dragon pirate group has occupied our Kakozia village for 8 years, and even more than 20 local islands are under his violent rule. The local villagers must pay him protection fees on time every month. If they don't pay, they will be brutally killed by him. Moreover, the local marine doesn't care about evil dragons at all, and even colludes with evil dragons. Master Luo-en. I really have nothing to do, so I have to come to you for help. As long as you are willing to answer. I haven't waited for Nami to finish speaking. Luo-en directly said, I refuse. Huh? Lord Luo-en, why? Nami bit her lip and looked confused. Even tears were already in her eyes, and she knelt down again and pleaded. Master Luo-en, you are a bounty hunter, right? I have saved about 100 million Baileys over the years. As long as you are willing to make a move. I can give you all my savings over the years. Even as long as I can do it, I can give it to you. Please. At this time, Nami was already kneeling on the ground with red eyes. Even the lips bite and bleed. But Luo-en shook his head. Give me 100 million Baileys. But what's the use of so much money in a place like East Blue? Not to mention hunting a pirate if I don't have any money. I have enough money. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Get Weapons, Magic Weather Sticks. The voice fell. Nami's bright eyes dimmed suddenly. As if hope has been dashed. The evil dragon is the pirate with the highest bounty in East Blue, and its strength is extremely powerful. Even the local marine is in collusion with the evil dragon. With her power, she couldn't fight against the dragon pirate group at all. She sailed alone for 6 days at sea, just to come to Gal Island to find Luo-en. Nami finally found Luo-en. But Luo-en rejected him. But be aware. Luo-en is not a marine who defends justice. He is just a bounty hunter who wants to live a leisurely and free life. He has no obligation or responsibility to help Nami at all. Is it true that everyone in the village has to be constantly oppressed by the evil dragon like this? Nami is not reconciled. She kowtowed again and pleaded. Master Luo-en, I beg you. As long as you help me, I can wash and cook for you, pour tea and water, and take care of you. Luo-en immediately beckoned and was a little impatient. Okay, no need to talk about it, I won't deal with this matter. Heard these words. But it seems that Nami did not give up. She actually knelt directly in front of Luo-en. Master Luo-en. If you don't promise me, I've been kneeling in your house. Upon seeing this, Luo-en sneered and couldn't help feeling a little funny. Use this trick again? Someone has used this trick before. Zoro has used this trick a long time ago. And Zoro knelt for 5 days and 5 nights. Unexpectedly at this time, Nami actually wants to use this trick to deal with herself. Hee. Do you think I'm Luo-en soft-hearted? Luo-en said dismissively, then if you want to kneel, just kneel like this. Good. Nami nodded seriously. Then there was a playful color in those little eyes. Master Luo-en. If I stay in your room for a long time and never come out, guess what the neighbors and local residents would think? Huh. Nami chuckled. Heard these words. Even Luo-en suddenly felt helpless. Yes. If Nami really stayed in his own house, no one came out all day and night. What would the residents of Gal Island think? Just met a pretty girl and took her back to bed? But think about it again. So what? As a master, do I care about this reputation? So Luo-en couldn't help but jokingly smiled. Okay. You stay here. Let's see who is discredited in the end. Nami is not to be outdone. Humph. She just knelt on the ground. A little bit of time passed. Luo-en did not leave the cabin specifically to avoid suspicion. He just lay on the only bed in the cabin. Finally. The sky is getting darker. Nami's small determined eyes still refuse to admit defeat. But Luo-en is still calm. At this time, many local residents have already been onlookers outside the cabin. Because the wooden house has dark curtains, they can't see what's going on in the house. Do you know? It was almost 2 o'clock at noon today. Mr. Luo-en brought home a beautiful woman. It's already more than 8 o'clock in the evening, 5 or 6 hours, and the woman hasn't come out yet. Tisk tusk tusk tusk. Everyone looked at each other with speechlessness. Some people even smiled as if they knew it. And these words. They were all heard by Luo-en and Nami in the room. Puff, puff. Nami couldn't help but sneered. Hey, Lord Luo-en, did you hear that too? People outside are discussing the two of us. Luo-en was dismissive, even too lazy to answer the conversation. Humph. Who is afraid of whom? I will live in today. Nami pouted, still unwilling to show weakness. Although her mouth was pretentious, her legs still knelt on the ground. Time passed quickly. It's 11 or 12 o'clock at night. There are fewer and fewer people eating melons outside the house. But a few people still said with great interest, "No way, no way. Haven't come out so late. And why doesn't there seem to be much movement, not even a sound? Mr. Luo-en, what are they doing in the house? Inside the house. Master Luo-en, don't you sleep?" Nami couldn't help asking curiously. "What's the place to sleep?" Luo-en spread out his hands. In fact, he only woke up at noon, so he couldn't fall asleep temporarily at this night. Not to mention, there is no system clock in today. Thought of this? I said silently in my heart. The system clocks in. Congratulations to host for successfully clocking in. Successfully gain physique, plus 13 points. Current physique, 19005. Successfully obtained item, magic weather stick. After these days, the system checked in. Luo-en's physique has been greatly improved, even breaking through the 19th mark. But the only thing he didn't expect. He actually got a magic weather stick? This FK. System. Did you do it on purpose? Luo-en couldn't help but complain. The user of the magic weather stick in the original book was Nami, who returned from learning 2 years later. At that time, Nami was able to control the weather to fight and already had a certain intensity of combat effectiveness. But at this time, the system rewarded Luo-en with such an item? What does it mean? The magic weather stick is really useless for Luo-en. So the system wants me to send Nami away as soon as possible? Luo-en understood the intention of the system. As long as the magic weather stick is handed over to Nami, then Nami can naturally go back and solve the evil dragon group by himself. The magic weather wand can release extremely destructive weather to attack the enemy. It is more than enough to deal with the evil dragon pirate group. But Luo-en did not immediately give Nami this weather. He couldn't help but jokingly said, "Hey. I said Nami. You can leave anytime if you want to leave. Kneeling on the ground and begging me like this, don't be too reluctant." In fact, Luo-en still admires Nami's perseverance. Because from beginning to end, Nami still kneels on the ground respectfully. Although her lips are stubborn, she is still very sincere in asking Luo-en for help. Really? Just listen to Nami still stubbornly answer. "Humph. Sir Luo-en, don't say anything. I won't go. Unless you are willing to help me." It seems that he has already eaten the weight of the weight. Nami will not leave until Luo-en promises to help him. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Control Thunder and Lightning? The Power of the Gods. It's late night. Luo-en is still lying on the bed, playing with the magic weather wand in his hand. Although Nami was drowsy, she still clenched her teeth and tried to persevere. Everyone in Kakosia village. Nami must save them. Time passed quickly. Even Luo-en has heard even breathing sounds. Nami's eyelids almost couldn't be opened, but to show her determination, she still stayed up. The next day. It's still noon. Ha! Luo-en stretched again. "Master Luo-en. You finally woke up." There was only a weak voice. Luo-en was suddenly excited, he almost forgot that Nami was still in the wooden house. "You haven't left yet?" He couldn't help saying. From kneeling at noon yesterday to noon today, it has been almost 24 hours a day and a night. But Nami's eyes were still full of toughness. But because she hadn't slept all night, Nami's eyes had dark circles, and her expression looked very haggard. In contrast, Luo-en seemed full of energy. At this time he also knew that it seemed that Nami would not leave easily. "Get up. Luo-en was rather helpless. I just want to live a leisurely and free life, so why are I always disturbed by others? Damn, it's Hawkeye, my hawk. Tuko in my heart again. Nami heard what Luo-en said, but he still couldn't afford to kneel. If you don't agree to help me, Lord Luo-en, I won't get up. Good, good, I will help. Luo-en said helplessly. Just last night the system gave him a magic weather wand, just use this magic weather wand to send her away. When Nami heard Luo-en promised to help, he immediately showed joy. Thank you, Lord Luo-en. Crunch. The wooden house door opened. Luo-en walked out with Nami with a stick in his hand. However, outside the door at this time, many residents have already gathered. They couldn't help being dumbfounded at this time, and even said in admiration. As expected of the man who defeated my hawk Hawkeye. Mr. Luo-en, you are too strong. We really admire it. Luo-en couldn't help beckoning when he saw this. It's just a day. The voice fell. Nami beside him was already flushed. You know, Nami just kneeled in the wooden house for a day and night. But what Luo-en said is really easy to cause misunderstandings. As predicted. When people around looked at Luo-en, they all smiled comprehensively. Immediately afterwards, someone present noticed Nami. Look at that little girl. She already has dark circles on her face, and it seems she hasn't slept all night. And her knees are covered with bruises and bloodstains, so she should have been kneeling on the ground for a long time. Tisk tusk, what's this? Everyone looked at each other, and once again uttered a deep tongue. Luo-en deliberately did not explain to them. Only at this time, Nami's face flushed, and she wanted to bury her head in the ground. Step to step. Luo-en took Nami to the shore. Then he said to him. Good. Since I promised to help you, then I will give you this thing. While talking, Luo-en raised the magic weather wand in his hand. What is this? Nami couldn't help but wonder. This stick. Puff chuff. But some people in the crowd couldn't help laughing. For the remarks of these people, Luo-en was too lazy to explain. He directly picked up the magic weather wand, and then swiped it forward. Thunder and lightning weather. As his voice fell, I only saw a huge dark cloud released from the top of this magic weather wand. The dark cloud gradually floated above the sea, and the dark cloud was also accompanied by the roar and flicker of electric light. Crackling. Boom boom boom. This is... What is this? The dark clouds in the sky. This stick can release dark clouds. Dark clouds are a kind of climate. The stick in Mr. Luo-en's hand can release this kind of climate. It's amazing, isn't it? The eyes of everyone around him were already full of surprise. The strange guesses in their hearts had long since disappeared. There are people in this world who can control the climate. In fact, when the system rewards the magic weather stick to Luo-en, Luo-en has completely mastered the way the weather stick is used. But this is not over yet. Just look at Luo-en with a soft sip. Thunder and lightning strike. The electric light in the dark clouds is already rolling turbulently. At this time, following Luo-en's words fall, I only saw that a huge thunder light suddenly struck down among the dark clouds. Boom. Like a thunderstorm on a sunny day, the huge thunder light blasted directly to the sea. Booming. Thunder light bombarded the sea, immediately stirring up waves tens of meters high. The people around were suddenly shocked. What? Not only can you control the appearance of dark clouds, can you use the dark clouds to release thunder and lightning? Manipulate the power of thunder and lightning with manpower. It's too scary, isn't it? I'm afraid only gods have such power, right? In their eyes, there must be only gods who can control the power of thunder and lightning. When they looked at Luo-en's eyes, they were already filled with awe. Mr. Luo-en. He can control the power of thunder and lightning. Not only the people present, but even Nami was overwhelmed with excitement at this time, as if completely forgot the exhaustion of not sleeping all day. To know. Nami is very good at observing the weather. When she saw that Luoan used this weather rod to release a dark cloud, and the dark cloud could also release such a strong thunder and lightning force, Nami's heart was already shocked. It can be said. This stick is the weapon that fits her best. Even the evil dragon group, they must not be able to withstand such a powerful thunder and lightning. Having finished the demonstration, Luoan dissipated the dark clouds directly, and then handed the magic weather wand to Nami. Nami took the magic wand with big eyes and excitement. Master Luoan. Just want to say some words of thanks. Luoan beckoned. Don't thank me, I just don't want to be too troublesome. A pirate like the evil dragon doesn't need me to do it myself. With your talent, you should be able to quickly master its abilities. It can not only release the power of thunder and lightning, but also other powerful abilities. With the power of this magic weather stick, you have been able to defeat the evil dragon gang. You are up to you to avenge this grudge. It is true. The evil dragon is just a pirate offering a reward of 20 million Baileys, and it is not worth Luoan's visit in person. As long as the master's magic weather is great. Nami is completely capable of defeating the dragon pirates by himself. This hatred. Nami should report it in person. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Marine's Wooing. Hear these words. Nami solemnly glanced at the magic weather wand in his hand. She has been a thief for 8 years, and her combat weapon has always been a stick or stick. It can be said. This magic weather stick is the weapon that suits her best. When he held it in his hand, Nami's whole spirit seemed to have changed. She immediately knelt down to Luoan. Master Luoan, I won't say anything more. If you can avenge this, I will definitely go back to Gal Island to wash and cook for you, serve tea and pour water, and serve you in good health. Nami hates the dragon from the bottom of my heart, hates the pirate who occupied the village. Although Luoan did not personally help, Luoan gave her a weapon with confidence to defeat the dragon. This is also a very big help for Nami. Not to mention, as Luoan said, this kind of revenge is only meaningful if Nami solves the dragon pirates by himself. Certainly. Luoan said this to Nami only because he didn't want to trouble him. Otherwise, let Luoan deal with the evil dragon, he can easily crush the evil dragon with one finger. Alright, get up. Luoan said jokingly, as for whether you will stab me in the future, it doesn't matter anymore, as long as you don't disturb me. Nami stood up again. Her eyes were filled with determination. In that case. Then Lord Luoan. I won't bother you. After speaking, she took the magic weather wand and walked towards the dock not far away. Then he turned his head abruptly, with a sly smile in his small eyes. Master Luoan. When I defeat the dragon pirate group, I will definitely come back to find you. He. The voice fell. Luoan only smiles but does not smile, pretending to be calm. The people around immediately looked at Luoan subconsciously. Mr. Luoan, you can. How about making that woman so nostalgic? Even after she said she would come to you. Awesome, we really admire it. And she's such a beautiful woman, you deserve it, Mr. Luoan. Their looks are full of admiration and envy. Luoan couldn't help but feel helpless. Nami's nature is really playful and lively. If it were not to save everyone in the village, she would never kneel in front of Luoan like this, and she would kneel all day and night. Seeing Nami leave, Luoan didn't explain too much either. The magic weather wand rewarded by the system has been strengthened, and the power of this magic weather wand can definitely defeat the dragon pirate group. And Luoan himself. You can go back happily and continue to rest. As for Nami before leaving, she said that after defeating the dragon pirates, she would come back to find Lugo-en, and serve Lugo-en with tea, water, laundry, and cooking. For this, Lugo-en doesn't care. Just don't interfere with your leisure time. As for whether to serve or not, it is not so important anymore. Thinking like this in my mind, he turned and walked towards his cabin. But this scene is already jaw-dropping surprise in the eyes of the people around. Mr. Lugo-en gave that stick to Nami just now. A powerful weapon that can control the power of thunder and lightning. Did Mr. Lugo-en give it away at hand? As if not caring at all. That kind of weapon is a rare treasure. It can be seen that Mr. Lugo-en doesn't care much about the stick, or that the stick has no effect on Mr. Lugo-en. The people around nodded and responded. That's true. Mr. Lugo-en's swordsmanship has surpassed the world's number one. That's why he dismissed the stick that can control the power of thunder and lightning. This is the boldness of a strong man. At this time, there was even a woman in the crowd with eyes full of envy and said, I really envy the woman named Nami just now. If only I could get a reward from Lord Lugo-en. The people around her suddenly glanced at her, and sneered and mocked. Only you? Want to be attracted by Mr. Lugo-en? I'm afraid you have to go to the hole wrong first, right? At least it's as good looking as Nami. And your bucket waist, don't daydream about you. Hear this ridicule. The obese woman had to turn her head and leave. She is also deeply aware of the gap between herself and Nami. After all, Nami needs to have a good face and a figure, and she is a rare beauty in this world. Gradually, the people around have slowly dispersed. However, Lugo-en and Nami's affairs will still be the conversation of everyone after dinner. At the same time, a certain sea area in East Blue, a warship is heading in the direction of Gal Island. On the deck of a warship, a man was wearing a marine justice cloak with a big cigarette in his mouth and sitting on a chair with his legs up. In front of him stood a black-haired woman bowing. I said Tashiji, Gal Island is coming soon. Smoker slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke and then said, Report to Mr. Smoker, I will probably be able to reach Gal Island tomorrow. Tashiji replied. Marines warships have independent power units, so they don't need to sail on sails, and they travel extremely fast. Ah, very good. Can you defeat Hawkeye's bounty hunter? It's really interesting. Smoker took another puff of cigar. A few days ago Smoker had already accepted the order of Naval Headquarters. Marshal Sengoku ordered Smoker to go to Gal Island in East Blue to find Lugo-en, not only to investigate Lugo-en's background, but also to invite Lugo-en to join Marine. After all, a strong man like Lugo-en has attracted the attention of Marine and even various forces. Therefore, Marine and even the world government wanted to draw Lugo-en into their camp. Asterisk. Chapter 19 declined categorically, no interest. The next day, Gal Island, inside the cabin. Since sending off Nami yesterday, Lugo-en can't help feeling much cleaner. When the noon sun shines through the curtains, it shines on Lugo-en's face again. He still woke up naturally when he slept. But at this time, however, there was a loud voice outside the house. Lugo-en stretched lazily, then lifted the wine jug on the table and took a sip. Then he opened the door. Crunch. The wooden house door opened. The sun outside the house was a little dazzling inexplicably. Lugo-en frowned and looked around and found that many people had gathered on the shore. They all looked towards the boundless sea in the distance. A black spot appeared on the far seashore. As the black spot slowly approached, everyone discovered that this black spot turned out to be a battleship with the Marine flag hanging on it. It's Marine. It's Marine's warship. Someone holding a telescope shouted loudly. Then the people around couldn't help but wonder. Marine's warship. What does Marine come to our island for? We don't have a Marine branch stationed on this island. The pirates that Mr. Lugoen usually hunted are exchanged for bounty on other islands he went to. Yes. Gal Island does not have a marine branch. It is for this reason that Lugoen chose to live on this island. In this way, Lugoen would not be noticed by marine. But I never expected it. After defeating my hawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye a few days ago, Lugoen was still noticed by marine. Standing on the shore, Lugoen looked up at the marine warship slowly approaching in the distance. The two people standing at the front of the deck are Smoker and Tashiji, who are stationed in Logue Town. When the people around saw this, they immediately realized. Yeah. I should have thought of it long ago. Marine came to our island, definitely to meet Mr. Lugoen. After all, Mr. Lugoen has become famous in the sea a while ago. Even my hawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, was defeated by Mr. Lugoen. Such a feat will definitely attract Marine's attention. Yes, yes. I must have come to find Mr. Lugoen. Others nodded in agreement. It is true. There should be no other reason for Marine besides coming to Lugoen. Ugh. Lugoen couldn't help sighing. For him. In fact, he is totally unwilling to get the attention of Marine. Because once it receives Marine's attention, it shows that all parties have already noticed him. Standing on the shore, the people around immediately surrounded him. Mr. Lugoen, it seems that those Marines are here to find you. Defeats the world's #1 swordsman Eagle Eye, it seems that Marine has to pay attention to it. Yeah, even Marine is attracted to it. It seems that Marine takes you very seriously. I really envy you. Listen to their words. In fact, Lugoen really wants to say, envy you eh? It's not a good thing to be watched by Marine. In fact, Lugoen doesn't have to guess, Marine, Smoker and Tashiji, who are far away in Logue Town, came to invite him to join Marine. But if Lugoen wanted to be a Marine, he would have been a Marine 3 years ago. Where can I wait until now? He is not interested in being a Marine or a pirate at all, only a bounty hunter is suitable for his leisurely and free life. It's really troublesome. Lugoen couldn't help but shook his head helplessly. Now his heart is just calculating how to send Smoker and the others to leave. Too difficult. Since the news of Lugoen's defeat of Eagle Eye spread across the sea, people have come to Lugoen one after another. First Zoro came to apprentice. Then Nami came to ask for help. Now Marine's people came to look for him again. Ugh. Sigh heavily again. And this time, the Marine warship not far away has approached Gal Island. Finally, under the gaze of the residents, the warship docked at the dock. Smoker and Tashiji took a group of Marine soldiers down from the warship. Upon seeing this, the residents immediately gave way. Only Lugoen was still standing there, looking at Smoker and his group, walking slowly towards him. Mr. Smoker. Tashiji motioned with his eyes. Smoker nodded and walked through the crowd directly towards Lugoen. You are Lugoen, right? The bounty hunter who defeated Hawkeye. Looking at you like this, it seems that we knew we were looking for you a long time ago. The other Marine soldiers quickly followed. Lugoen was a little impatient and asked, what are you doing here for me? My name is Smoker, and I am a colonel at Naval Headquarters stationed in Logue Town. Under the order of Naval Headquarters. Let me invite you to join Marine. Smoker is blunt. And they had already investigated Lugoen's identity and background, it was absolutely clean. Join Marine. Lugoen looked at Smoker rather playfully. Sure enough, as he thought, Marine came for this reason. Paused. Smoker said again. According to recent maritime news. Some time ago, you defeated my hawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. It's a shame to stay in a place like East Blue with such a strong strength. The voice fell. The people around looked at each other. What's the meaning? Naval Headquarters sent someone here just to invite Mr. Lugo N to join Marine. Sure enough, Marine has already seen the strength of Mr. Lugo N. If Mr. Lugo N can join Marine, he will definitely have a place in Marine with his strength. But will he agree? I remember Mr. Lugo N doesn't like troublesome things, right? Yes. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have long been known as Marine. These local residents are still a bit Lugo N. It is true. If Lugo N wants to join Marine, why wait until this time? Really? Lugo N also looked directly at Smoker and refused. Not interested in. Asterisk. Chapter 20 And I don't obey anyone. Not interested in. This is a very short sentence. Did not hesitate. Lugo N just said it. Tashiji also stepped up to persuade. Mr. Lugo N. You are a man who surpasses the world's #1 swordsman, why do you have to stay in a place like East Blue in obscurity? If you can join Marine, there will definitely be many stages to show your strength and let you show off. Tashiji took a mouthful of Mr. Lugo N. It can be seen that she is still very respectful to Lugo N. But Lugo N shook his head and said lightly. Everyone has aspirations. I just want to live more leisurely and freely. Once you become a Marine, you will be subject to various constraints, not only to obey the orders of your superiors, but also to obey the orders of the world government Celestial Dragons. And I don't take orders from anyone. The voice fell. Although Lugo N's mood did not fluctuate. But at this time, everyone present felt that a majestic aura radiated from Lugo N's body. I don't take orders from anyone. What an arrogant words. Yes. Even if you become the Marshal of Marine, you must follow the orders of the world government Celestial Dragons. What's more, Admiral and even those Marines below. At this time, even Tashiji's heart was taken aback. With such a momentum, even she can't help but feel a little stunned. It is true. Some people want to be pirates, break into the world and become famous at sea. Some people want to be Marine, protect the people and uphold justice. So naturally there will be people like Lugo N. He doesn't bother to be a pirate or a Marine. He just wants to be unrestrained, as long as he can live a free life leisurely. But in the words of Lugo N. That is, he does not obey anyone. Don't succumb to others. This is the attitude that a strong person should have. As long as you become Marine, whether it is Admiral or even Marshal, or even Marine Hero. For their own standpoint, they will definitely have time when they can't help but obey the orders of the world government. What a strong momentum. As expected of Mr. Lugo N. Only the real strong will have this attitude. No wonder Mr. Lugo N is unwilling to be a Marine. It's Lugo N to live thoroughly first. So leisurely and free, we can all envy it. The people around them are full of admiration for Lugo N. In fact, judging from the strength of Lugo N. Able to defeat my Hawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. If he agrees to join Marine, then there must be a fairly loud reputation and extremely high status. But Lugo N refused. The reason is simple. Lugo N doesn't want to take orders from others. Step on. However, Lugo N turned directly to face his cabin. You go, don't use it to disturb my purity. His tone was even a little impatient. The words are over. Lugo N walked directly towards his wooden house. In fact, his meaning has been very obvious. He has no interest in becoming a Marine. However at this time. But, Mr. Lugo N. Smoker stepped forward and persuaded a little unwillingly. Mr. Lugo N. If you can join Marine to fight against pirates with your strength, you can maintain peace and justice in this world. Isn't it more meaningful? Heard these words. Lugo N stopped immediately, obviously unhappy. There was even an impatient look in his eyes. What does it mean? Lugo N has made it very clear, everyone's pursuit and goal are different, and he doesn't want to be a Marine at all. As if Smoker didn't understand it at all, he was still here to persuade Lugo N unwillingly. Lugo N immediately narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Smoker. Sengoku sent you to invite me to become Marine, right? You should also know that this must be done by the world government to Sengoku. So I have to be like you and Sengoku, who are called by the people of the world government, come and go. You and Sengoku look like world government dogs." The sarcasm in the words is full. Suddenly, it's like a bolt from the blue sky. All the people present were dumbfounded and shocked by these words. Lugo N actually said that Marine Marshal Sengoku and Smoker are like dogs. It is true. Smoker was ordered by Marshal Sengoku, and Marshal Sengoku was ordered by the world government. The world government ordered Sengoku to send someone to East Blue to persuade Lugo N to join Marine. Both Sengoku and Smoker obeyed orders. That's why Lugo N mocked them for being like dogs. Obviously. Since Lugo N said this, he was obviously already extremely impatient to know. Since the news that Lugo N defeated Hawkeye some time ago shook the sea, Zoro and Nami came to trouble Lugo N one after another. His incomparably pure life had long since disappeared. And now, a Colonel Marine Smoker appeared again, and he had to persuade Lugo N to join Marine. Even Lugo N has already expressed his attitude to them. Lugo N has long said that he would not take orders from anyone and would not join Marine. However, Smoker still tried to persuade Lugo N unwillingly, as if he hadn't heard Lugo N's statement at all. How can this not make him angry? P.S. Marine is indeed mostly good people. However, even Marshal Admiral has to obey the Celestial Dragon's government, so it is undeniable that from some aspects, Marine does have too many rules and regulations, and there are many tasks. The protagonist of this book is a bounty hunter, so the author will definitely write the article from the perspective of a bounty hunter. If the text has some radical views, I hope you will be merciful. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Give You Face? A Colonel. At this time, the atmosphere on the shore became more and more rigid. Especially the local residents were even more horrified. Mr. Lugo N, he dared to say they are like a dog to Marine impatiently. It's humiliating Smoker face to face. Only the strong dare to have such an attitude towards Marine, right? Everyone's hearts were shaken. A whole. After hearing what Lugo N said, Smoker couldn't help cursing. His face was flushed and white, already very ugly. Dare to insult him like a dog? Forget about insulting me. You insulted Mr. Sengoku. A whole. Smoker's face suddenly became gloomy. The Marine soldiers around also looked at each other. To be honest, becoming a Marine will inevitably take orders from the world government. Although Lugo N's remarks may be a bit extreme. But in some respects, Lugo N is really right. Paused. Lugo N said in a deep voice again. I don't think there is anything wrong with being a Marine. Because you, as Marine, have indeed protected many civilians. But at least for me, I have already expressed my attitude. I don't take orders from anyone. Smoker. If you dare to persuade me to join Marine, I will make you regret coming to this island. These words. There was even a little provocative. Lugo N only wanted to be a bounty hunter quietly, but Smoker had to persuade him repeatedly, which really made Lugo N a little unhappy. The voice fell. Smoker's complexion can't help being very ugly. To recruit Lugo N into Marine, this is the task given to him by Naval Headquarters. But it depends on the situation now. It seems that this task is impossible to complete. However, earlier, Lugo N actually insulted Marshal Sengoku and he was like a dog, although it was because Lugo N was already a little impatient, so his tone was a little more serious. But there is no doubt about it. It was like slap Smoker in front of everyone. Logo N. You guy. Not only did I insult Mr. Sengoku in public just now. Now you are threatening me again. Paused. Smoker said solemnly again, I'm also Marines officer anyhow, where do you put my face? Your face. Logo N couldn't help but feel a little amused and said. That old fellow Sengoku just sent you a colonel to invite me to join Marine. Could it be that you Marine gave me face? If you want to talk to me, at least Marshal Sengoku must come in person. What is a colonel? What qualifications do you have to talk to me? Heard these words. The people around could no longer help whispering. Yeah. Mr. Logo N somehow defeated the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye. Marine just sent a colonel to come and didn't pay attention to this matter at all. Where did they put Mr. Logo N's face? Mr. Logo N didn't get angry directly, he was already polite to Marine. This smoker just doesn't know what it is. Logo N is a celebrity from Gal Island. At this time, even Logo N spoke to this point. The people present couldn't help but started taunting Marine. Listen to the words of the people present. Smoker only felt that he had been insulted like never before. A hole. Logo N. You are so deceiving. His body suddenly turned into a plume of white smoke floating in the air, as if he was already furious in his heart, thus making a fighting posture. In fact, when Logo N insulted Sengoku and him as a dog, Smoker was already angry. But because he understands deeply, he is absolutely impossible to be Logo N's opponent. But at this moment, Smoker was humiliated by Logo N again in front of so many people. Even if he knew he was defeated, he couldn't care about so much. When has been such a humiliation as Marine? Seeing that Smoker had turned into white smoke, he assumed a fighting posture. The people around were suddenly shocked. What does it mean? Mr. Logo N mocked him, so does Smoker want to fight him? But what kind of ability does Smoker have? This should be the ability of the legendary Logia Devil Fruit. What is the Logia fruit? These residents of East Blue. They have hardly seen the Logia fruit, or even just heard it in the rumors. Therefore, it is normal not to know. And this time, Logo N looked up at Smoker and couldn't help but smile jokingly. See what you mean by trying to challenge me. The Logia fruit is recognized as the strongest of the three-line fruit. It looks a little tricky. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Conquer with Bare Hands. What qualifications do you have to let me draw a knife? Although Logo N's mouth was a little tricky, but his face still looked like an understatement. The local residents around saw it. They dodged a little further, and then they couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. It started. Mr. Logo N has started a serious Versailles again. Obviously he has defeated my Hawk, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye. But now Mr. Logo N is only facing a Marines colonel. He even said it was tricky. And the expression is so relaxed and pleasant, it doesn't look like Smoker at all. IFK, Lao Z hates Versailles. Everyone looked at Smoker, which had already been smoked. Some people can't help but feel curious, what is the power of Logia fruit? Then someone explained. It is said that the person with the ability of Logia fruit can elementize the body. After elementalization, there is no entity, and it cannot be touched at all. Smoker is the legendary Logia elementalization ability, right? He can actually float in midair out of thin air. Can't touch the entity? I don't know what kind of ability Mr. Logo N will use to deal with him. And this time, Smoker had obviously lost his mind. In front of so many people, Logo N was insulted like a dog, and then he mocked his rank and status for being too low to speak to Logo N. It is really the humiliation of Chikuakuo. If Smoker is still afraid to do it, I am afraid that it will definitely become the laughing stock of everyone in the future. Thought of this. Smoker narrowed his eyes and looked at Logo N. Logo N. I know you defeated Hawkeye with swordsmanship. In that case, then you draw your sword. Although Smoker knew he would lose, but at least he must be dignified and defeated by Lugoen's sword. But Lugoen didn't seem to want to give him this opportunity. Instead, he smiled contemptuously, and still in a mocking tone. Draw the sword. It's just a Colonel Marine. What qualifications do you have to let me draw a sword at you? These words. Provocative is full of meaning. Lugoen doesn't need to save him any face at all. A hole. Smoker's expression suddenly wrinkled. The veins on his forehead were full of anger. Mr. Smoker. Tashigi and the Marine soldiers around shouted loudly. In fact, they knew in their hearts that Smoker could not be Lugoen's opponent at all. To know. Lugoen is the man who has defeated the world's #1 swordsman. Although Smoker's strength is relatively strong in East Blue, it is not enough in front of Lugoen. Colonel Smoker. Mr. Smoker. Don't conflict with Lugoen. Since he doesn't want to join Marine, let's go back and return. There is no need to fight him. The Marines persuaded. Dare to do it with Lugoen. Smoker is undoubtedly asking for trouble. If Smoker was defeated by Lugoen's sword, it might not be a big deal. But look at Lugoen's posture now. Lugoen didn't even bother to use weapons against Smoker. And if this is still lost, that Colonel Smoker was really embarrassed and lost his home. Just when Smoker's heart was shaking, Lugoen's voice came again faintly. What's wrong? Smoker. Didn't you just say that you are also Marines officer anyway? If you leave like this, where do you put your face? He even learned Smoker's words provocatively. For 3 times persuaded Lugoen to join Marine Smoker. Lugoen was already extremely impatient. His hands are itchy now, and he is trying to teach this guy a lesson. A hole. It was another mockery. Smoker's sanity has been completely lost. White fist. With the voice falling, I saw the furious Smoker's right hand had turned into smoke. The smoke suddenly stretched and hammered towards Lugoen's abdomen. The speed of that white boxing is extremely fast. Even when Smoker was extremely angry, he didn't keep any hands. But seeing the white fist attacking Lugoen, Lugoen still stood still unmoved. A hole. How dare to despise me so much? Smoker was furious when seeing Lugoen motionless. The speed of that white fist increased again. Everyone around them exclaimed when they saw this. So fast. And this time, the white fist had hit Lugoen's abdomen. Just when the white boxing was only less than 3 centimeters away from him. Finally, I only saw Lugoen disappear in an instant. What? Lugoen's figure suddenly disappeared within Smoker's sight. And the next moment, only seeing Lugoen's figure suddenly leapt into the air, and then jokingly smiled, and then suddenly grabbed Smoker's neck with one hand. What? Tashigi exclaimed. Boom. In an instant. After only listening to a loud noise. There was no figure in the air. And on the ground. But I saw Smoker had fallen to the ground. Lugoen directly clamped Smoker's neck with one hand and pressed him firmly to the ground, unable to move. What? All the people present were shocked. No one thought that this would happen. What the hell is going on? Smoker shouldn't be a Logia fruit-capable person? Can't it be elementalized? Why was Lugoen pressed to the ground with his bare hands? And it's just one move will subdue Smoker. It's too scary, isn't it? Both local residents and Marine soldiers were present. Their hearts were already shocked beyond words. To know. In any case, Smoker is also an officer at the rank of Colonel Marine, and he is also a Logia-capable person. With his guard, almost no pirates dared to invade Logue Town over the years. But such a strong man still can't stop a move in Lugoen's hands. Tashigi and the marine soldiers looked at Lugo-en incredulously. At this time, Smoker was pinched by Lugo-en's neck. Not only was his body unable to move, but his face was flushed red, and he couldn't speak to Ben. It's so embarrassed. Asterisk. Chapter 23 The real strong do not want to succumb to others. Gal Island. Sure. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lugo-en stopped Colonel Marine Smoker with his bare hands. Even Smoker can't even make a sound. Mr. Smoker. Colonel Smoker. Colonel. Mr. Smoker, are you okay? The marine soldiers all around shouted loudly. But he didn't dare to step forward. Lugo-en's strength is beyond their imagination. Even Colonel Smoker, who is capable of Logia's fruit, was subdued by Lugo-en with his bare hands. It is simply unimaginable. I can't help myself. Lugo-en snorted coldly. Then let go of his hand, and then stood proudly. Ahem. Smoker coughed a few times before his complexion recovered. Lugo-en grabbed his neck just now. He even felt like he was dying at one point. But it's okay. Lugo-en didn't kill his thoughts. Otherwise, it was enough for him to die 100 times. Colonel Smoker. Colonel Smoker. Are you okay? Seeing Smoker is not life-threatening. The marine soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. At this time Smoker. After facing the fear of death, he has completely calmed down. With his strength, it is absolutely impossible to be Lugo-en's opponent. Lugo-en subdued him with bare hands. The gap between the two cannot be made up by a Logia fruit ability. Thought of this. Smoker couldn't help lowering his head and said. Armament hacking. As expected of a man who can defeat Hawkeye, I should have thought of it long ago. I lost. After being taught a lesson. Obviously Smoker has learned well. Lugo-en suppressed Smoker with one move, and Smoker also saw that he was using armament hacking. Even he, a middle-aged man in his 30s and 40s, bowed his head in public at this time and gave in. It can be seen that Smoker is already completely obedient to Lugo-en in his heart. People around were also surprised. Mr. Lugo-en just beat Smoker with his bare hands. It's really too strong. The two are not of the same level at all. As Mr. Lugo-en said, only Marines Marshal Sengoku or the hero Garp will come in person to talk to Mr. Lugo-en. Not killing Smoker is because he is Marine. It is true. If another pirate dares to provoke Lugo-en like this, Lugo-en didn't bother to kill him by talking nonsense. And Smoker, at any rate, also guarded East Blue Log Town for these years, protecting the stability of many local residents. Therefore, Lugo-en didn't kill him. Step to step. I saw Lugo-en walking directly towards the cabin, and then came the cold voice. Smoker. You also follow the orders of your superiors. So I don't make it difficult for you. After today, I don't want Marine to disturb my cleanliness. Duh. The wooden house door has been closed. Lugo-en didn't want to say one more word to these Marines. I showed my strength a little bit, it was enough to make Smoker shut up. Mr. Smoker. Tashigi and all the soldiers rushed over. Their eyes are full of jealousy. Lugo-en is too strong. Has surpassed their cognition. I'm fine. Smoker gritted his teeth. Even his heart is still beating violently now. When he was caught by Lugo-en just now, he instantly felt like he was facing death. Fortunately, Lugo-en just wanted to teach him a lesson, but didn't kill him. The Marines looked at each other and said with some fear. Lugo-en is too strong. No wonder even Hawkeye is not his opponent. Fortunately, Lugo-en is not a pirate, otherwise we would all be killed. Tashigi comforted. Yes, Mr. Smoker. Don't feel ashamed to lose to Lugo-en. After all, even the world's #1 swordsman was defeated in his hands. Smoker nodded. Although the heart is extremely unwilling. But at this time, there was only a sense of powerlessness and fear in his heart. It feels like there is no chance of winning. Ugh. Smoker sighed heavily. Even said slightly decadently. If you join Marine with the strength of Logo N, he is at least Admiral level. It's a pity. Don't want to be under people. After being defeated by Logo N in one move, Smoker has deeply felt the strength of Logo N. Really? The real strong are unwilling to subdue to others. I'm afraid it's impossible to become a Marine. Paused. Smoker ordered. Let's go back. Logue Town still needs our protection. A man like Logo N, as long as he doesn't become the enemy of our Marine. The voice fell. The Marine soldiers present saluted. Yes. Then, under the leadership of Smoker and Tashigi, the Marines once again went to the pier and boarded the returning warship. Marine came back to Gal Island in less than half an hour. The mission to invite Logo N to join Marine also ended in failure. Watching the Marines leave, the residents present looked at each other and looked at the small wooden house with amazement. Remember that Mr. Logo N said that Logia is the strongest of the three fruits. He also said that it looks a little tricky. But Logia's Smoker was subdued by Mr. Logo N. It's subdued with one move, also called tricky. IFK, Mr. Logo N likes Versailles too much too. Asterisk. Chapter 24 The Legendary Pirate and the Strongest Bounty Hunter? Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Office. Sengoku is at the desk, holding the report of the East Blue branch in his hand, but frowning. Crack, click. Garp took the want senbei and ate it happily. Smoker's mission failed. Logo N refused to join Marine. He said he didn't want to take orders from others, and he didn't want to take orders from world government celestial dragons. As Sengoku's voice fell, Garp immediately laughed and said, "Wow, ha 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 ha, is that such a reason? This kid really has a personality. In fact, even the old man doesn't want to follow the scumbag orders of celestial dragons. It's only because of the old man's status as Marine that I have to obey the orders of those residues. It's really involuntary. Wow, ha 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 ha. Insult celestial dragons as residue. I am afraid that only the hero Garp among Marines dare to do this." Garp. Sengoku immediately reminded, "Don't talk nonsense outside." Okay, it's okay if I haven't said it." Garp laughed, "But then again, I really admire Logo and this kid, at least he is more free than the two of us." Sengoku sighed heavily, then nodded as well. "Oh, it is true. There are no restrictions from Marine, nor celestial dragons to give him orders. It is indeed more free than us. I really envy such a life. He serves as Marshal Marine. Although it is already the highest position among Marine. But in fact, above Sengoku, there is a higher power that can give orders to him. It is precisely because of this." Sengoku also felt very unfree. "Wow, ha 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 ha." Garp immediately persuaded, "I have long persuaded you to resign with me, at least dismiss the position of Marshal, there are so many things to deal with, it is too much trouble." I heard Garp say this. In fact, Sengoku has already moved. Yes. It's time for the older generation of us to give the opportunity to the young. I'm also a little bit powerless. Garp laughed again after hearing it. Wow, ha 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 ha. Sengoku, have you also begun to envy the life of this kid Logo N? I really want to go back to East Blue and meet him. As a bounty hunter, he made a name for himself at sea. I'm afraid there is only Logo N in the entire history, right? In this world. Whether it is the four seas of Southeast, Northwest, or even Grand Line and New World. The most famous are the two identities of Marine and Pirate. Marine's hero, Admiral, Marshal. Shishibukai, four emperors, one piece of pirates. These are all well-known names, and they have a great reputation at sea. And so far. A person who made a name for himself at sea as a bounty hunter. I am afraid there is only Lugo-en. Sengoku not only nodded, but then said thoughtfully. I just hope that this bounty hunter named Lugo-en will not stand on the opposite side of Marine in the future. Otherwise for us, he will undoubtedly be a huge trouble. Boom boom boom. At this time, the door of the marshal's office opened. An intelligence agent walked in and respectfully said, "Report the marshal. There is a message from the Grand Line. The floating island controlled by Golden Lion Shiki is flying in the direction of East Blue. We have dispatched a fleet to track the floating island." The voice fell. Sengoku and Garp frowned suddenly. Golden Lion Shiki. He is the legendary pirate who was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard, and he is also the only one to escape from Impel Grand Prison. Sengoku couldn't help but said anxiously. Golden Lion Shiki. Since this guy has escaped from Impel Down, he has always wanted to avenge the world government. What are you going to do in East Blue this time? However, I heard the news. Garp's expression became serious. Golden Lion? What does this old guy want to do? Thought for a while. He laughed again. Lugo-en is also in East Blue. I really want to see what kind of sparks will collide between this legendary big pirate and the strongest bounty hunter. Wow, ha 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 ha. Speaking of which, I really look forward to it. 5 days later. Evil Dragon Paradise. The Cotters and Kroby leaned leisurely against the wall, taking a sip from time to time with a bottle of wine in their hands. The evil dragon sat on the recliner with Erlang's legs tilted, and his expression was extremely relaxed. I suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help asking. Why hasn't Nami come back for so long? I remember she has been away for almost 10 days, right? The Cotter chuckled and said, maybe it's because of a fatter prey, and I'm thinking of ways to steal money. The pirates on the spot also laughed and said, Ghahahaha. Nami is a thief cat. Where should I steal money at this time? Don't worry, brother evil dragon, her village is in our hands, she will definitely come back. The dragon nodded. It is true. Nami's hometown is Kakosia village. The Kakosia village and 20 local villages were occupied by them for 8 years. Well, that's right. After all, I promised that as long as she saves 100 million Baileys, I will return her village to her. Goo ha 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 gee ha 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 ha. The corners of the dragon's mouth raised, revealing an extremely sinister smile. He never thought of returning Kakosia village to Nami. Step to step. And just now, there were footsteps outside the gate of the evil dragon paradise. The pirates looked at it with confidence, and Nami with a playful short hair pushed the door open and walked in. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Famous and Discolored. Meet Nami. The evil dragon immediately said hypocritically. Ah. It's Nami. My navigator. You are finally back. I was worried that something happened to you just now. Now that I see you safe and sound, I feel more relieved. Upon seeing this, Nami couldn't help but smile, and didn't say much. Nami has seen a lot of fake dragons. Then, when the evil dragon saw Nami's empty hands, a trace of horror suddenly appeared. Nami, you have been out for 10 days this time. Do you just come back empty-handed like this? Where are the treasures? Didn't you steal the treasure? As predicted. The previous caring words about Nami were completely hypocritical. Nami immediately snorted. Evil dragon. I know you only care about your treasure, you only care about how much money I stole for you. That look just now is really disgusting. The voice fell. The evil dragon didn't take it seriously. Ghahahaha, isn't I what I should do to care about navigators? Is there anything disgusting? It's you. Why didn't you bring me the treasure back? Of course I brought you good things back. Nami couldn't help but smile. Then he took the magic weather stick from his waist. After 5 days back at sea, she has completely mastered the use of this magic weather stick. Oh? This stick is golden? Is it made of gold? When the evil dragon saw the magic weather stick, he couldn't help nodding his head in appreciation and said, "It looks like a good thing." But Nami said coldly, "Of course. Evil dragon. This is specially prepared for you." The voice fell. Nami suddenly narrowed his eyes. Seeing the undisguised killing intent in Nami's eyes, the evil dragon frowned slightly, then couldn't help but jokingly said, "Nami, what do you want to do?" "Evil dragon." Nami sneered, "Aren't you curious, what have I done in the past 10 days? Tell me the story." The dragon still didn't care. "I'm looking for Lord Luoan." Nami's eyes narrowed slightly. "What? You said Luoan." When he heard the name, the dragon was suddenly startled, "The bounty hunter Luoan who defeated Hawkeye. Did you go to him? Did you bring him here?" There was a panic on his face. Even the officials tweeted and Kobo suddenly showed fear. "Bounty hunter Luoan. He defeated my hawk, one of the world's #1 swordsmen in the 7 warlords of the sea. Did Luoan come to us?" "A whole Nami, what are you going to do with Luoan?" They suddenly looked around and looked around. His eyes were full of jealousy and horror. "But," Nami sneered, "it seems you will be afraid too." In her cognition, the evil dragon has always been arrogant and domineering, and has never shown such a panic and uneasy look. Famous and discolored. "Nami, quickly answer me. Did you bring Luoan here?" the evil dragon asked nervously. But Nami shook his head solemnly. "Do not. Luoan did not come." The voice fell. The look of the pirate present suddenly relaxed a lot. "Nami, dare you scare me?" The evil dragon's expression suddenly wrinkled slightly, obviously already a little unhappy. "Just now I heard Nami say that she went to meet Luoan." In fact, the evil dragon's heart is also extremely fearful. Luoan, East Blue's bounty hunter. Now it is a devil-like existence in the mind of the East Blue pirates. Even the dragon, who has always been arrogant, feels terrified after hearing the name Luoan. "Damn it!" The cotter couldn't help cursing, "I thought you brought Luoan here." "What do you mean, Nami? Are you threatening us?" the evil dragon also said coldly. "Nami, you have to remember. What will happen if I dare to provoke me? It's not just you, even your village will no longer exist." However, there was no fear in Nami's eyes. After groping for the powerful ability of the magic weather stick, she has enough confidence to defeat the dragon. This magic weather stick. Nami first raised the metal rod in his hand and presented it in front of the dragon and others, and then said coldly, "It was given to me by Lord Luoan." "So what?" the dragon said with contempt and disdain. "As long as Luoan is not present, just face a mere Nami. He is not afraid." Paused. Nami couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "Master Luoan, tell me. He said that my revenge should be avenged by me personally." The killing intent in her eyes has not diminished in the slightest. Heard these words. "Oh, Nami. You mean revenge?" The evil dragon couldn't help but grinned indifferently and said, "You mean you want me to take revenge?" The voice fell. The people present suddenly burst into laughter. Puff, ha 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 ha. Nami is crazy today. When I come back 10 days later, I feel unconscious, right? It's ridiculous. He said he wanted revenge. You want to kill the dragon brother? Because the dragon brother killed her adoptive mother back then. I thought Luoan would come, but I didn't expect to come back with the stick Luoan sent her back. Puff, ha 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 ha, it makes you laugh out loud. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Lugo N really gave you a good thing. Guhahahaha. Nami. If you bring Lugo N, I will still feel scared. But you just came to me alone. Have you forgotten my horror? The evil dragon said arrogantly. But Nami at this time. But her eyes were filled with incomparable perseverance and self-confidence. Actually, the evil dragon has always been an invincible existence in Nami's mind. But since Lugo N first demonstrated the power of the magic wand, and gave the magic wand to Nami, until these days after Nami completely mastered the power of the magic wand, Nami was already convinced in his heart. Using the magic wand that Master Lugo N gave her, she can definitely defeat the dragon. Because the power of this magic wand is so powerful. Immediately afterwards, the cotter tweeted and threatened coldly. Nami. If you dare to attack us, not only you will die, even the people in your village will die too. But think about it clearly. Still delusional for revenge. Heard these words. Nami is indeed a little nervous. If it fails this time, with the extremely cruel character of the evil dragon, she will definitely be slaughtered. It's not just her. The evil dragon will definitely not let everyone in Kakosia village. However, Nami calmed down and returned to an extremely firm look again. Evil dragon. Stop talking nonsense. Today I will get rid of you. The voice fell. The pirates around suddenly carried their swords and walked towards Nami. To deal with a weak human like you. Where do you need Big Brother Dragon to do it? Look at the dragon brother. Let's cut Nami off. Wow, ha 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 ha. A dozen pirates carried their weapons and surrounded Nami. Nami suddenly narrowed his eyes. The magic weather stick in his hand was thrown forward. Thundercloud climate. With a sweet drink. Only a dark cloud shot out from the top of the weather bar. Moment. This dark cloud has enveloped the entire evil dragon paradise. What? The pirate present was a little surprised. They all looked up at the sky. Can you summon a dark cloud? What is this? It's just pretending to be a fool. Everyone go together. Oh. The voice fell. A dozen pirates rushed towards Nami who was standing at the door. Thundercloud sky thunder strike. Suddenly. But I saw dark clouds surging in the sky. Then a fierce thunder light fell directly from the sky. Boom. Thunder and lightning instantly enveloped the dozens of pirates who rushed over. What? Wow. Oh. With a few unwilling roars. Thunder and lightning had already passed through these dozen or so pirates. These pirates stopped charging instantly, their eyes turned white, and blue smoke appeared on their bodies. Thump thump. Oh. What? Okay, so strong. These pirates all fell to the ground, their bodies have been chopped into coke by lightning. What? See this scene at this time. The expressions of the cotters and cotters' crobe suddenly changed drastically. Even the evil dragon couldn't help frowning. Humph. Nami sneered. The weather bar Lugo N gave her is really easy to use. It is a weapon that fits her perfectly. Good guy. Kill my compatriots with just one move. Nami. This thing Lugo N gave you is really good. The evil dragon said coldly. Although he watched Nami easily defeated his fellow pirates. But no matter. Nami is just a weak woman. Boom boom. There was still thunder in the dark clouds in the sky. It seems that thunder and lightning will drop again at any time. Suddenly. The cotter Krobi and Chuo looked at each other, and the two of them walked towards Nami. Bounty Hunter Lugo N actually gave you such a treasure. Nami. It seems that your strength has grown a lot in the past few days. But you killed our compatriots, this is never allowed in our pirate group. The voice fell. The two rushed towards Nami. Go to hell. Nami. Dare to do it to the Murloc. But it's a capital crime. Both cotters waved their fists and rushed towards Nami. But Nami didn't panic at all, and the magic weather wand in his hand waved out again. Cold wind gathers a mirage. Suddenly. However, Nami's figure seemed to fluctuate like a wave of water. What? Krobi and the cotter punched at the same time. Their fists hit Nami, but they passed directly through Nami's body. What? The two cotters were shocked. Their punch did not even hit Nami's entity, and then the phantom of Nami has disappeared. Immediately afterwards. But watching Nami's figure appear not far away again. She again waved the weather stick and pointed towards the dark clouds in the sky. Thunderstorm weather, thundercloud arrow. Boom. The thunder light in the dark clouds flickered suddenly. From the black cloud, there are countless small thunder arrows shot out. Swish swish. The speed of the lightning arrows was extremely fast and they shot down densely. What? A hole. What is this? Krobi and Chuo were shot all over the body by this thundercloud sword in an instant. Moreover, the lightning also had a paralyzing effect, which kept the two of them immobile for a while. Tweet, Krobi. You are all accomplices of the evil dragon. Give me all to die. Sword of Wind. Nami stretched out the magic weather rod, and unexpectedly released a strong wind at the top of the weather rod. The gust of wind is like a long sword, slashing directly towards the cotter and Krobi. Originally, the two of them already had countless thundercloud swords in their bodies, and their bodies had long been paralyzed and unable to move. So at this time there is no way to escape the slashing of the sword of wind. Pouch. Pouch. Under the splash of blood. Both Krobi and Tweet are already dripping with blood. What? What? Oh! The two cried out in pain. But with the sword of Gale the end. The two of them were already a bloody flesh. Thump thump. The two cotters also fell to the ground. Still yelling unwillingly. Good, so strong. Nami. A hole, a hole. The two Murloc cotters lay on the ground and almost lost their breath. See this scene. The dragon, who was still sitting on the reclining chair and drinking the juice leisurely, frowned steeply. He glanced at Krobi and Tweet first, then looked at Nami with a slightly wrinkled expression. The dragon's voice is already extremely low and gloomy. Guhahahaha. Nami. It's like a different person. Loon. He really gave you a good thing. While talking, the evil dragon had already pulled out the peak-slashing sword from behind. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Thundercloud Lightning Gun? The dragon died in battle. At this time, the dragon has stood up. He carried the Zhanfeng knife in his hand and looked at Nami with a slight squint. Step to step. The evil dragon walked slowly towards Nami. The voice is already extremely angry. It seems you have forgotten my rules. Humans who attack the Murlocs. I will definitely execute it myself. Zi. Zhanfeng's broadsword dragged on the ground with a harsh sound. Nami stood still. But her eyes were extremely determined, and there was no fear at all. This is due to the confidence brought about by the improvement of strength. Evil dragon. UBD. Killed my mother that year. Then occupied Kokozia village for 8 years. Everyone in the village is bullied and squeezed by you. Damn it. I will personally kill you a whole Murloc today. Avenge for my mother. Nami roared. The evil dragon has always been an enemy in her heart. The reason for temporarily joining the dragon pirate group is just to protect everyone in Kokozia village. Now that Nami has obtained the magic weather wand given to her by Luoen, her strength has been qualitatively improved. Guhahahahaha. You said you want to avenge your mother. No way, Nami. Don't you know my strength yet? Do you think you can beat me just by relying on a stick Luoen gave you? It's too ridiculous. Humble humans. The evil dragon has extreme confidence in his own strength. Even if Nami had defeated the Cotters, he still didn't pay attention to Nami. Humans are humans. What's more, she was just a weak woman. In the eyes of the evil dragon, humans cannot be enemies of murlocs at all. Step to step. Zi. He dragged the peak sword and slowly walked towards Nami. That tall figure is extremely oppressive. But Nami at this time. It's already very different from Nami 10 days ago. She looked at the evil dragon coldly, no fear in her heart. I believe what Master Luo En said. Master Luo En said that as long as the master has this magic wand, he can defeat you. And only I will defeat you personally. Such rewards are meaningful. Yes. It was the dragon who killed Nami's foster mother, and it was the dragon who forcibly occupied the village of Caucosia. Nami must personally repay this grudge. The evil dragon suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "Gahahaha. In that case, Nami. Then I will send you to see your mother." The voice fell. The dragon's pace suddenly quickened. Then his body shaped violently, holding Zhanfeng in his hand, directly slashed towards Nami. Go to hell. His speed and strength can be much higher than that of Cotters. As the pirate with the highest bounty in East Blue, the dragon is extremely powerful. Seeing Nami, he didn't panic. First, his eyes drenched, and then the weather stick swung directly in his hand. Hoo-hoo! The weather rod turned into a blast of air. Cold wind gathering fantasy fairy. Suddenly. However, Nami's figure became illusory again. Then it turned into 5 Nami, all standing in place with weather sticks in their hands. The evil dragon's eyes in midair couldn't help but wonder. What? Clone? Or a phantom? But at this time the evil dragon can no longer control so much. Whatever you are, all of them will be cut off by me. Go to hell. Although there are 5 Nami in front of me. The dragon's big hand suddenly swung out and slashed directly to the 2 Nami on the left. Huh. Zhanfeng crossed. The 2 Nami phantoms on the left suddenly broke apart. Humph. The dragon snorted coldly and slashed out again. Huh. The 2 Nami on the right were also directly broken apart. Only Nami in the middle remains. It seems you are the entity. The dragon sneered. The figure suddenly jumped in the air and slashed towards Nami. And this time. But there was a smile on the corner of Nami's eyes. Those visions have delayed Nami long enough. The weather stick in her hand pointed towards the dragon. Black balloon thundercloud whip. Boom. Several clusters of thunderclouds were released from the top of the weather stick, and the thunderclouds actually strung together, and then slammed toward the dragon like a whip. WTF. The thundercloud whip hit the evil dragon fiercely in an instant. Crackling. There was also a fierce thunder light above the thundercloud whip. What? The dragon only felt a sharp pain, and a scorched blood stain had appeared on his body. And this thundercloud whip is accompanied by a stronger lightning paralysis effect. What's going on? My body. I can't move it. The dragon was still in doubt. Another attack from Nami struck again. The weather stick in her hand pointed to the dark cloud in the sky again. Thundercloud climate. Words fall. Booming. The thunder light in the dark clouds flickered violently again. This time the power of thunder and lightning seemed to be greater than the previous attack. I saw a beam of thunder and lightning that was the size of a bowl suddenly smashed into the dark clouds. Moreover, the lightning beam turned out to be in the shape of a spear. Thundercloud lightning gun. This trick is specially reserved for you. A whole dragon. The weather stick in Nami's hand suddenly pointed at the dragon. The electric light gun that was the size of a bowl suddenly penetrated directly towards the chest of the evil dragon. Pouch. Suddenly. The thundercloud electric light gun directly penetrated the dragon's chest. You know that thunder and lightning possesses extremely powerful destructive power, and it is also the most powerful move in the thundercloud climate that Nami can perform so far. Puff. The stun gun passed through the chest. At the same time, the evil dragon spurted out blood. The intense electric light numbs his tough body. Finally, only at this time, the evil dragon knew how ignorant he was. Puff. The thundercloud electric light gun has penetrated the dragon's chest. He fell on the ground and vomited another mouthful of blood. The blood had been scorched by the high temperature of the lightning, and even gave off a stench. The dragon can clearly feel that the vitality is fading rapidly. The body has also been out of control. Kang dang. With the peak-cutting sword in his hand falling to the ground, the evil dragon was dying and only half-breathed. A hole, a hole. So strong. A hole. Luoan. Damn Luoan. He actually gives you such a powerful treasure. The eyes of the evil dragon were full of hatred. And at this time Nami already raised the Zhanfeng broadsword that fell to the ground with both hands. Pouch. The dragon's head has been chopped off. Finally. Everything is classified as silence. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Luoan's Speechlessness. When did I accept her as a disciple? Inside the evil dragon paradise, there is already silence. The corpses all over the floor emit a stench, and the air is still full of the smell of roasted meat. On the head of the evil dragon, despair and unwillingness were revealed in his eyes. He never thought of it. He would be beheaded by Nami. Even before he died, he was scolding Luoan. It was Luoan who gave Nami a weapon to defeat him. If not, there is no need for the evil dragon to act in person. Nami can be easily dealt with just by sending a cotter. As everyone knows. Although this magic weather wand was given to Nami by Luoan, Nami's talent is also excellent, and even the master got the magic weather wand in such a short time. Just now when she was alone against the dragon pirates, almost never used repeated moves. It is conceivable. Nami has fully mastered the master. At this time, looking at the dead dragon, Nami was already sitting on the ground, and then couldn't help crying. You, Master Luoan. Thank you so much. It was you who let me personally slay the enemy of the evil dragon. It is true. Others helped Nami defeat the dragon and Nami personally defeated the dragon. The meaning of these two methods is different. The evil dragon is Nami's mother-killing enemy, and also enslaved her entire village, exploiting the BD who oppresses the entire village. Now, Nami personally slayed the dragon. The mother's grievances were avenged, and the village of Kakasha was also liberated. These things were done by Nami himself. Master Luoan. I finally killed the dragon myself. Sure enough, as you said. It makes more sense to kill enemies with your own hands. Nami knelt on the ground and cried involuntarily. So many years of hatred and anger have finally been released today. As everyone knows, Luoan asked her to come and deal with the evil dragon by herself, just because Luoan was too lazy. But from Nami's point of view, she thought that Luoan made such an arrangement on purpose. Because only by slaying the dragon with her own hands can she have revenge. And just now, sickle. With extremely sharp laughter, a wretched-looking Colonel Marine in white clothes has walked in. It is Colonel Mouse. A line of soldiers followed behind him. Colonel Mouse first glanced at Nami, then at the evil dragon. Sickle. Is the evil dragon dead? What a good thing. In this way, the treasure of the dragon pirates is mine. Oh no, it should be our marine. Hey jijiji. The voice fell. Nami looked back subconsciously. 4 marine soldiers are carrying a box. The box was covered with dirt, as if it had just been dug out from the ground. This is the box I buried under the orange tree. Nami gritted his teeth and shouted. These 8 years. In order to be able to redeem Kokozia village from the evil dragon, Nami conscientiously saved nearly 100 million Baileys. And she packed the money in a box and buried it under the orange tree in Kokozia village. But at this time, her deposit was dug out by Colonel Mouse. What is your money? The money is illegally obtained. It should be confiscated. Since you killed the dragon pirate group, I won't arrest you. But the money will all be confiscated by Marine. Colonel Mouse couldn't help showing a smug smile on his face. And Nami. In fact, she had long discovered that Colonel Mouse had colluded with the dragon pirates. I couldn't help but feel angry. Immediately picked up the magic weather stick and stood up. His eyes were full of killing intent. 2 days later. East Blue. Gal Island. After sending away Zoro and Nami, and then forcing Marine Smoker to leave, Luo-en has lived a leisurely life for several days comfortably. Sleep all day until you wake up naturally. Go fishing when nothing is wrong, it feels very comfortable. Inside the pub, Luo-en just stepped in the door. Mr. Luo-en. Mr. Luo-en, you are here. Every time Luo-en comes, people around will respectfully greet Luo-en. Now Luo-en has become a well-known figure in Gal Island. It is also because of Luo-en. The pirates nearby have long since escaped. Even the world's best swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk, was defeated by Luo-en. These East Blue pirates dare not come to Gal Island to provoke Luo-en. The residents of Gal Island even regard Luo-en as the protector of Gal Island. So they are also very grateful to Luo-en. When Luo-en came to the pub to drink, the guests rushed to check out and pay for him, but the shop owner directly waived Luo-en, saying that he would not charge Luo-en for anything. Of course, the money Luo-en should give is no less. Luo-en's recent deeds have also become a source of conversation for everyone in the tavern. Defeat my Hawkeye with one move. The apprentice bounty hunter Zoro. The beauty Nami stayed in Luo-en's room all night long, subduing Colonel Marine Smoker with his bare hands. All kinds of deeds seemed not to be tired of talking about them at all. For these, Luo-en is also not surprising. Since defeating Hawkeye, Luo-en knew that he would no longer be as leisurely as before. After entering the pub, Luo-en sat directly at the front desk. As usual, the guy at the front desk handed Luo-en a glass of black floating wine. And this time, many guests in the pub came up. Mr. Luo-en, do you know the recent news on the sea? The woman in this newspaper looks like Nami. It's the beauty who spent the night in your room a few days ago. Should you remember? Come here, let you see. Everyone was talking. Someone handed over some newspapers. The newspaper has a headline. Exposure to the Marine Scandal? Colonel Marine Mouse is secretly colluding with the dragon pirates. The evil dragon and pirate group is destroyed, Luo-en's disciple Nami. Official thief collusion. Where is marine justice? After seeing these headlines on the news, Luo-en couldn't help but stroke his forehead with helplessness. He was not surprised that Nami was able to use the magic weather stick to defeat the dragon pirates. As a traverser, he already knew about the collusion between Colonel Mouse and the dragon pirates, so he didn't feel surprised. But what makes Luo-en feel speechless the most is the headline Luo-en's Nami in news reports. What does this mean? When did I agree to accept Nami as a disciple? Asterisk. Chapter 29 Luo-en's Foresight? At this time, the tavern also quickly became lively. Mr. Luo-en, I didn't expect that even Nami would become your apprentice. That's a superb beauty. I really envy you. Only Luo-en seemed to be twitching his mouth. Kakozu. Envy. What's so envious of this? Nami, this woman will only cause him trouble. Since defeating Hawkeye my hawk, Luo-en has finally been silent for so long. Luo-en just doesn't want to be noticeable. However, now there are news reports about the demise of the dragon pirates, and the report even mentions Lugo N's name. What is Lugo N's disciple Nami? Lugo N didn't even know when he accepted Nami as a disciple. This evil little fairy. But at this time, the explanation is useless. Ugh. Lugo N had to shook his head and sighed helplessly. Immediately afterwards, people around began to rant. The mouse colonel of Marine 16 branch colluded with the dragon pirates. This is a scandal of Marine. Sure enough, there are scum like Colonel Mouse in Marine. Mr. Lugo N did the right thing. He directly declined the invitation to join Marine. It seems that Mr. Lugo N has the foresight. Mr. Lugo N has long known that Marine also has an unsightly dark side, so he did not choose to go with Marine. Heard these words, Lugo N only felt speechless for a while. What kind of foresight? When Lugo N refused to join Marine's invitation, he didn't think it was so complicated at all. After all, although there are scumbags among Marines, most of the Marines are good. There is only one reason why he refused to join Marine's invitation. It was because he didn't want to be bound by rules, and he didn't want to obey other people's orders. That's it? By the way, Mr. Lugo N. I remember the little girl Nami said that she will come back to serve you after revenge, right? Stay by your side in the name of an apprentice. Tisk tusk tusk tusk. Mr. Lugo N really knows how to play. Everyone couldn't help but joked with Lugo N. The residents of the island have been with Lugo N for many years, and they have become familiar with each other a long time ago. Therefore, people occasionally joked. Now the tavern is filled with a cheerful atmosphere. At the same time, East Blue, Logue Town. The Marine branch office was filled with smoke. Smoker leaned Erlang's legs on the desk, with 2 cigars in his mouth, and looked very happy. With the knock on the door, the office door opened. Tashiji walked in. Cough cough cough. Mr. Smoker. Why are you smoking again? Open the office window and wait for the smoke to clear. Tashiji put a report on his desk. What's the matter? Smoker couldn't help asking. Tashiji replied. Mr. Smoker. Now there is a scandal involving Marine and pirates colluding with each other, which is spreading at sea. A Marine soldier reported that Colonel Rat and the dragon pirates were in collusion. The words are over. Smoker couldn't help frowning. Colonel Mouse from Marine Division 16? The dragon with the highest bounty in East Blue? Collusion between the two of them. This kind of news is very unfavorable to the image of Marine. Where are they now? I will never allow this to happen. Marine has always been an image of justice in people's minds. But now there is news that Marine and the pirates are colluding with officials. This will undoubtedly damage Marine's image. That's why Smoker wants to go out and solve this problem himself. Report to Mr. Smoker, now Colonel Mouse and the dragon are killed. It was a bounty hunter named Nami who killed them. Tashiji replied. A bounty hunter again. Smoker frowned suddenly. Since being subdued by Lugo N with his bare hands, he is now a little confused when he hears the name of the bounty hunter. Paused. Tashiji went on to add. According to the bounty hunter Nami himself. She is Lugo N's apprentice, so she is also a bounty hunter. Because of Lugo N's help to her, she was able to defeat the dragon pirates. Snapped. Smoker didn't stand firm. Then he couldn't help but look a little embarrassed. For it. Lugo N again. When did this guy accept an apprentice? Speaking of which. Tashiji replied again. Speaking of Lugo N's apprentice. I just came back from the weapon shop in town. I heard from the owner of the weapon shop that 3 bounty hunters went to buy knives a few days ago, and they also took away the 3rd generation ghost sword from the store. The lead bounty hunter has short green hair, just like the East Blue bounty hunter, Roronoa Zoro. The other 2 should be his little brothers. But the most important thing is the 3 bounty hunters. The 3 of them also claim to be Lugoen's apprentices. The voice fell. Smoker suddenly showed horror. What? 3 bounty hunters? Why did 3 apprentices pop up again? He couldn't help feeling speechless for a while. Good. In Logue Town, the 3 bounty hunters from 3rd generation were taken away. It was the trio of bounty hunters headed by Zorro, Johnny, Joseph. They had left East Blue for the Grand Line a few days ago. Oh. Forget it, except disciples or something, these are not important. Smoker sighed and said. Go and investigate the matter of Colonel Mouse. Dare to collude with the evil dragon, Colonel Mouse is indeed damn. We must not let people have a negative view of Marine. Ugh. Sigh heavily again. Smoker is of course a righteous Marine. Therefore, he is extremely disgusted with the scum of Colonel Mouse, and it is precisely because of the existence of this Marine that it will ruin Marine's reputation. Wait until Tashigi leaves? Smoker couldn't help but admired and said. Lugoen. No wonder you don't want to join Marine. It turns out that you have known that there is such a scum in Marine. You even sent your apprentice Nami to kill them. It's really a shame to Marine. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Soaring Strength. Master's Cheats. Grand Line. Alabasta. Zorro, Johnny, and Joseph were walking in the endless wind and sand. Over the past half-month. Apart from sleeping, they are constantly practicing hard. In order for Master Lugoen to recognize them, they dare not relax in the slightest. Johnny couldn't help saying. Boss Zorro, Joseph, did you find out? Although the 3 cheats that Master gave us seem extremely complicated, when we read them carefully, it seems that those swordsmanship and haki will be engraved in our minds. And it only takes a few days to practice, as if you have become a master. Our strength has improved so fast. Hear what Johnny said. Joseph also nodded in agreement. Yes. While reading the cheats. The knowledge in these cheats is like a trickle, flowing into my mind. It's completely imprinted in my mind, and I can't get rid of it at all. It only takes a few days of practice to be able to read the swordsmanship and haki that the master can read. My 2 little brothers also said the same. Zorro expressed the same feeling. Do you feel that way too? I thought it was because I had the highest talent, so I realized the fastest. It seems that we all have this feeling. The secrets that Master gave us are amazing, right? It is true. When they read the cheats, the contents of the cheats will automatically be imprinted in their minds. It only takes a few days to cultivate these abilities, and you can fully integrate these abilities of swordsmanship haki in a short time. Therefore, their strength can also be said to be progressing rapidly. Today's Zorro trio, they have almost mastered half of the advanced swordsmanship in the cheat book, and even mastered the primary use of armed color and observation haki. Just imagine. How terrible is this? Only half a month's time. Zorro has already mastered the use of haki, and their swordsmanship has also been upgraded to a considerable level. They seem to be reborn, and their strength has made a qualitative leap. Thank you, Master. Master actually gave us this kind of treasure. Our strength can improve so fast, but thanks to Master. Zorro said thoughtfully. Johnny and Joseph nodded gratefully in agreement. Yeah. Thank you Master so much. If we only rely on ourselves to bury our heads in practice, I am afraid that 5 years of practice will not be able to rise to this point. If we can practice these 3 advanced cheats, I'm afraid I can become a first-class swordsman. It's really good. With these 3 advanced cheats, their cultivation speed has already surpassed ordinary people. If it takes more than half a month to practice all the remaining contents of the cheat book, then the 3 of them will definitely be able to become first-class swordsmen. Advanced swordsmanship, advanced armed color, advanced observation haki. already enough to make their strength jump to a very strong point. At this time, their gratitude and admiration for Lugo N has reached an extreme. So they made up again. Although the master is not by our side, in fact, the master is teaching us all the time. The 3 cheats that master gave us are the best proof that he is teaching us personally. So we must never disappoint master's expectations of us. The look in their eyes became more determined. And just now. Sudden. Boom boom. There were several explosions in front. The 3 Zorro frowned suddenly and looked forward. A figure appeared in the wind and sand. The man who appeared was tall, with large white curly hair, and his waist and abdomen were scorched black. At this moment, he was faltering and fleeing, and his mouth kept provoking behind him. Come and kill me. It's fine if you all chase me down. The princess left Alabasta long ago. She will definitely ask for help. Puff. Spouted a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man knelt on the ground. And this time, a sharp smile came from the sand not far away. Ahahaha. Captain Akarim of the Kingdom Guard, our mission is just to kill you. MR1 has gone to hunt down the princess. Do you think the princess will survive? With the voice falling. In mid-air, there appeared a woman holding an umbrella and dressed very fashionable. The most strange thing was that this woman was floating in mid-air. Hearing what the woman said, Akarim was shocked. Immediately afterwards, there was another low voice. Akarim. Stop resisting. With your strength, it is absolutely impossible to be my opponent with Miss Valentine. Any one of us can easily kill you. Another man with an explosive head came out in the wind and sand. The Afro man wore a brown trench coat and sunglasses, just like a rock singer. See these 2 secret agents. Akarim frowned and said. MR5, Miss Valentine. You 2 bastards. The princess will be fine. She will definitely ask for help to save this country. Princess Vivi has already escaped from Alabasta. Therefore, the 2 agents, MR5 and Miss Valentine, came to hunt Akarim. The princess of the kingdom is going to East Blue to find the help of the bounty hunter Lugo N, right? I told you just now. MR1, the strongest killer of our Baroque work club, he has personally gone to hunt the princesses of your kingdom. But you have no chance to collect the body for the princess of the kingdom. Wow, ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a sharp smile. Miss Valentine in midair has flown over Akarim's head. She is a light lion fruit capable person, able to control her weight from 1 kilogram to 10,000 kilograms. Akarim's face was ashes. At this time. But Miss Valentine sneered. Go to hell. 8,000 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms. 10,000 kilograms. The figure quickly fell towards Akarim. If she was hit by her, it would be crushed into meat sauce instantly. What? Akarim roared, struggling to leap to the side. Boom. Miss Valentine punched a big hole in the ground. Akalim had previously fought hard to avoid the attack. Woo. Akarim gasped. If I strike again, I'm afraid it will be dead. And just now. Rustle. There were rustling footsteps not far away. Then 3 figures appeared. Have the princess of your kingdom go to East Blue. What does she have to go to East Blue to find our master Lugo N? Our master Lugo N is very busy and doesn't like troublesome things. Just tell us anything. It was a trio of bounty hunters headed by Zorro. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Where is Princess Vivi? Spike MR1. East Blue. Gal Island. It was late at night and there was no one on the street. Lugo N lay leisurely by the dock. Since there are always pedestrians passing by during the day, and local residents will greet Lugo N. That's why the silence of the night belongs to Lugo N alone. Hoo hoo. Lugo N's mid-length hair flutters freely with the sea breeze. Wow. The waves are also coming wave after wave. In this extremely quiet atmosphere, it seemed extraordinarily relaxed and cozy. This is the leisurely and comfortable life that Luo En wants. Luo En raised his hip flask up to the sky and took a sip. It's a lot of fun. Open the system panel. Host, Luo En. Age, 24 years old. Physique, 19120. Weapon, Ryujinjaka. Swordsmanship, Pinnacle. Physique, Pinnacle. Conqueror's Haki, the Peak. Armament Haki, the Peak. Observation Haki, Peak. Fruit, none. After these days of perseverance, check in and clock in. Luo En's physique point has reached 19,000, which is 1,900 times that of ordinary people. The Zoan fruit and Paramecia fruit in devil fruit can greatly improve the physical fitness of the capable person. But for Luo En, he doesn't need to eat devil fruit at all, and his physique far exceeds that of most capable people. The most intuitive impact of physical improvement is that it can increase the power and speed of Luo En, which is of great help to swordsmanship and physical skills. Such a strong physical fitness. It can be described as horror. Luo En suddenly narrowed his eyes, seeing and hearing the color released. On the sea ahead, a small boat was found slowly approaching. There is a famous woman with a weak breath on the small boat. The woman holds a paddle in both hands and is slowly paddling in the direction of Gal Island. Luo En sat up helplessly and looked at the boat ahead. There was a slender woman on the boat, with messy aqua blue hair over her shoulders and mud and blood stains hanging on her clothes. Princess Vivi. Why did she come here? Luo En recognized the identity of the woman on the boat at a glance. But even he himself never expected that Princess Vivi, who was far away on the Grand Line, would come to East Blue Gal Island alone? No need to guess, Luo En knows in his heart. Princess Vivi must have come to East Blue to find herself because she heard news reports on the sea. Harmful. Thousands of things should never be done. Just shouldn't defeat Hawkeye. Trouble. Luo En couldn't help but vomit. In the past 3 years, he lived on Gal Island quite leisurely and comfortably. It was because Hawkeye had to force him to take action, which caused so many things to follow. The people from East Blue come to Luo En and forget it? Why do even the people from Grand Line come to him? What a trouble! I thought so in my heart. Princess Vivi had noticed Luo En, and she immediately paddled in the direction of Luo En. Then the boat finally landed. Princess Vivi staggered up to the pier, and then hobbled towards Luo En. Her voice was still a little faint, and her expression was haggard. This gentleman. Excuse me, is this Gal Island? Luo En. Luo En predecessors, are they right here? With the voice falling, Princess Vivi closed her eyes abruptly, and fell straight forward toward Luo En like this. Thump. Luo En caught Princess Vivi subconsciously. Princess Vivi has lost consciousness. Obviously after these days of traveling, and she seems to be injured, so the body is so tired and weak. Looking at Princess Vivi who has fainted in her arms, Luo En couldn't help feeling helpless. Moreover, under his perception, he also found that a ship was approaching not far away. On the ship not far away, there is a strong man. The codename of the agent of the Baroque Work Agency is Mr. One, and his real name is Das Bones, who is known for his ferocity and cruelty. Holding a telescope in his hand, he looked towards the pier ahead. Just now, after seeing Princess Vivi go ashore, she fell weakly into the arms of a young man. In that case, I will kill you all. Des Bones gave a grimace. Suddenly, he saw it. The man on the pier first put down Princess Vivi, and then stepped on one foot and jumped towards his ship. Step. Falling with the sound of footsteps. The man was already standing in front of Das Bones. Who are you? Das Bones asked warily. Logo N. In line with the principle of no change of name, no change of surname. Logo N replied lightly. However, after hearing Logo N's name, Das Bonistiken's eyes widened. WH. What? You are the strongest bounty hunter, Logo N. The man who defeated Hawkeye. Could it be that I have come to Gal Island in East Blue? A hole. He finally found out now. I followed Princess Vivi all the way, and even tracked to Gal Island. The key is. He still ran into Logo N now. Step to step. Logo N walked towards Das Bonis unhurriedly. Das Bonis. Are you the killer of the Baroque Job Club? Gal Island can't let a dangerous guy like you set foot on it. Seeing Logo N walking slowly towards him, he was full of hostility. Das Bonis' heart suddenly began to panic. But at this time there is no other way. Das Bonis still chose to stand up. His hands turned into blades, and he slashed directly at the oncoming Logo N. A hole. Let me learn about the strength of the strongest bounty hunter. Moat slash. The blades made by Das Bonis' hands are so sharp that they can even cut the boulders easily. However, but seeing Logo N also raised his hands. Kang. Logo N's hands were directly blocked by Das Bonis' attack. What? How can it be? You actually blocked my attack with bare hands. Das Bonis looked at the scene with eyes full of disbelief. Logo N actually blocked his attack with his bare hands without using a weapon? But Logo N jokingly smiled. Interesting. Want to learn my strength? You are far from qualified. The voice fell. Stretch out with one hand directly. Click. Das Bonis' head tilted, and his eyes turned white abruptly. Logo N's neck has been directly squeezed off. The dead can't die anymore. With a quick throw, Das Bonis was thrown into the sea. Asterisk. Chapter 32. Please do it. The next day, when the early morning light shone into the hospital lounge. Princess Vivi groaned and opened her eyes. He sat up and looked around subconsciously, and found that there was only one female nurse in this lounge. Ah! Are you awake? The nurse smiled when she saw Princess Vivi wake up. Suddenly, when Princess Vivi thought of something, she immediately stood up on the bed and asked the nurse. Please, excuse me. Is this Gal Island? I have something very important to find Senior Logo N. Her expression was extremely nervous. I went to East Blue from Alabasta on the Grand Line to meet East Blue's bounty hunter Logo N. And indeed, as Logo N said, she wanted Logo N to defeat the sand crocodile in order to save Alabasta. Princess Vivi is trying to save her kingdom. She has been sailing at sea for nearly half a month. Finally last night, I reached Gal Island. Don't you know this girl? The nurse smiled softly. It was Logo N who entered the hospital with you, who was in a coma earlier in the middle of the night last night. After hearing the news, Princess Vivi breathed a sigh of relief, and then there was a blush on Xiao's face. I immediately recalled what happened last night in my mind and underestimated. Mr. Logo N took me into the hospital. Could it be that the man on the pier last night was Mr. Logo N? Although the night is a bit dim and I am still dazed, I still vaguely remember that the man looked handsome last night. For so many years, except for their parents, no one has ever hugged themselves. Thought of this. The blush on Princess Vivi's face was a little bit more. But now is not the time to think about it. She shook her head and settled. So he got up from the bed and asked the nurse sister. Where does Mr. Logo N live? I really have very urgent things to find Mr. Logo N. Please. The nurse told Princess Vivi where Logo N lived. Princess Vivi braced her weak body and staggered out of the lounge. Cabins. Logo N also stretched his waist and just woke up from his sleep. As if he had realized that Princess Vivi was coming, he pushed open the door of the wooden house directly. Princess Vivi really stood in front of the door, looking at Lugo N with joy. Except for Princess Vivi. Other local residents also gathered around. Mr. Lugo N is really amazing. Another such pretty little girl came to him. Last night, Mr. Lugo N personally took her to the hospital. According to the people in the hospital, it was because the girl's body was too tired. Too tired? As expected of Mr. Lugo N. Everyone was talking about it. They all looked at Lugo N with strange eyes, and then smiled thoughtfully. Only Princess Vivi's face was reddened. From everyone's mouth, she already knew that the handsome man in front of her was Lugo N, who had recently become famous on the sea. In front of so many people present. Puff. Princess Vivi directly knelt down to Lugo N in public. The people present haven't reacted yet. Then I heard Princess Vivi say. Senior Lugo N. My name is Novelstory Vivi, Alabasta from Grand Line, the Princess of the Kingdom. First of all, thank you for taking me to the hospital last night. The voice fell. The people present immediately looked at each other in astonishment and said. What? She is a princess. The Princess of Alabasta. Mr. Lugo N is really good, even the princess is looking for him. No wonder it is so beautiful and temperamental. It turned out to be the Princess of the Kingdom, and it was from the country of Grand Line. Too envious. Everyone was talking about it. Envy. What are you envious of? Lugo N couldn't help but complain. You don't need to guess what Princess Vivi will say next. As predicted. But she saw Princess Vivi continue. Senior Lugo N. This time I came here to look for you on Gal Island. I really have an unsympathetic request. Please be sure to agree. It's the same words again. This scene is similar to the last time Nami kneeled in public. The people present have already taken offense. Since Mr. Lugo N defeated Hawkeye, people have come to him one after another. Nowadays, after a few days of leisurely life, I didn't expect that even the people from Grand Line would come to Lugo N. Sure enough. It seems that everyone who comes to Mr. Lugo N wants to ask Mr. Lugo N for help. It's no wonder that Mr. Lugo N said that he only wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to be too ostentatious, because Mr. Lugo N didn't want people to trouble him all the time. I finally understand Mr. Lugo N's thoughts. Hear the comments from people around. Princess Vivi couldn't help biting her lip, and swallowed the words that had just arrived in her mouth. Why can Mr. Lugo N help me? What does my country's difficulties have to do with Mr. Lugo N? But if you give up this opportunity today, what about the kingdom? Thought of this. Princess Vivi settled down. Still muster the courage to say to Lugo N. Senior Lugo N. Alabasta is being killed by the sand crocodile. I want you to beat the BD sand crocodile. Save our country. The voice fell. After hearing the name of the sand crocodile. The people present suddenly boiled. What? I heard it right. Sand crocodile? I remember him glancing at my hawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Princess Vivi actually asked Mr. Lugo N to defeat the sand crocodile. He is the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. Mr. Lugo N can't provoke the world government. Hear what these people are saying. Princess Vivi explained the sand crocodile's atrocities in Alabasta. It was the sand crocodile who wanted to seize the power of the kingdom, and it was his persecution that caused the people of the kingdom to suffer from drought, which made the people feel unhappy. Talking about the atrocities of the sand crocodile over and over again. Princess Vivi's eyes turned red, and then Iwa cried with rain. Oh. If no one can defeat sand crocodile, not only will the kingdom's power be seized, but more people in our kingdom will be persecuted. Please, Mr. Lugo N, please help our kingdom. People around saw it. Can't help but sigh with pity. To save our country and people. The princess of the kingdom came to East Blue from the Grand Line alone, not far away. You can imagine how many dangers she encountered along the way. Her spirit is indeed very admirable. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Sand Crocodile Defeated. Everyone's brain fills up. As the princess of the kingdom. But he personally came to East Blue Gal Island 1,000 miles away alone, just to seek Lugo N's help. Can imagine how many dangers Princess Vivi encountered along the way. And this time. But someone complained. There is always war in the world. This is a world where the weak and the strong eat the strong. Success and failure is the norm throughout the ages. Is it because their country is too weak? So do you need Mr. Lugo N's help? If all those who need help come to Mr. Lugo N, wouldn't Mr. Lugo N be so busy? Those marine and world government who claim to be righteous eat dry food. Hear what this person said. The people around suddenly bowed their heads and said nothing. It is true. There are so many people in this world who need help. If all came to find Lugo N, wouldn't Lugo N be busy dying? Lugo N is just a bounty hunter, he has no responsibility or obligation to help Alabasta. Isn't Marine claiming justice? Don't the world government pretend to be a just rule? So why are they indifferent to Alabasta? Princess Vivi's face has become more and more red. Yes. Why does Lugo N help her country? Princess Vivi's tears could not stop her eyes. Even in her mind, it seemed that the scene of the collapse of the country could be imagined. And from the beginning to the end, Lugo N didn't say anything. Princess Vivi knew in her heart that Lugo N rejected her request. She could only kneel on the ground and sob non-stop. And just now, suddenly there was a voice not far away. Hey hey hey. There is big news about Grand Line. The Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, is defeated. The one who defeated the Sand Crocodile is Mr. Lugo N's apprentice Zorro and the others. The voice fell. Everyone present was dumbfounded. What's the problem? Originally, Princess Vivi was still begging Lugo N to take action, begging Lugo N to go and defeat the Sand Crocodile. But now? But news of the defeat of the Sand Crocodile? The key is. It was Zorro who defeated the Sand Crocodile? The people around looked at each other and said in disbelief. What? I heard it right. The Sand Crocodile of 7 warlords of the sea was defeated by Mr. Lugo N's apprentice Zorro. This. How is this possible? Is the news reliable? With this question issued, the visitor immediately handed over a newspaper. This newspaper should have spread all over the sea, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. The content published in the newspaper is exactly 7 warlords of the sea Sand Crocodile defeated. Lugo N, a trio of bounty hunters. Everyone looked at this report. The eyes were full of consternation. Especially Princess Vivi. The expression was most excited at this time. Sand Crocodile. Sand Crocodile really defeated? Is it really defeated? Even she couldn't believe the news. To know. She came to East Blue Gal Island specifically to invite Lugo N to go to Alabasta to defeat the Sand Crocodile. But now there is news that the Sand Crocodile has been defeated? The key is. The person who defeated Sand Crocodile was actually Lugo N's apprentice? Princess Vivi took the newspaper and read it carefully. The newspaper described the incident in detail. The news is true. The news is indeed true. The Sand Crocodile is defeated. The Sand Crocodile was really defeated. Princess Vivi's tight face suddenly collapsed like a bank. She traveled thousands of miles to East Blue Gal Island just to ask Lugo N to go out of the mountain to defeat the Sand Crocodile. But never thought of it? This Sand Crocodile has been defeated by Lugo N's apprentice? Princess Vivi blushed and wept. Admiration and admiration for Lugo N suddenly rose in my heart. She was grateful and bowed her head directly. Master Lugo N. It turns out that you have known this kind of thing happened in our kingdom, so you have specially arranged your apprentice to defeat the sand crocodile. I am all on behalf of Alabasta, thank you for your great kindness. Bang bang bang. Princess Vivi kowtows in public. The voice fell. Even Lugo N felt speechless for a while. What on earth is Princess Vivi trying to make up for? Lugo N never arranged Zoro and the others to defeat Shishibukai. But Princess Vivi actually thought it was all Lugo N's arrangement? People around you are also full of praise. As expected of you, Lord Lugo N. Mr. Lugo N, you should have known that Princess Vivi would come for help, so you arranged Zoro and the others to go to the Grand Line, right? Your single-handed arrangement is really admirable, I admire it so much. Everyone also expressed their admiration for Lugo N. Only Lugo N was confused. Although Lugo N is a traverser, he never thought that Princess Vivi would come to East Blue to find him, and never thought that Zoro would defeat the sand crocodile. What kind of brain supplement is this? Lugo N asked Zoro and the others to go to the Grand Line, obviously just to prevent Zoro and the others from disturbing themselves. At this time, they were so misunderstood by these people, misunderstanding that Lugo N had foresight, so they arranged Zoro to go to the Grand Line to defeat the sand crocodile. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Marine's Shock. Even the apprentice is so strong? At this time, someone could not help but raise doubts. Sand crocodile is one of the 7 warlords of the sea that is as famous as Hawkeye. Could it be that with the strength of the 3 Zoro and the others, can they defeat a strong like sand crocodile? You must know that it has only been about half a month since they went to sea. Has their strength been improved to this level? Everyone looked at each other with such suspicions. To know. Although Zoro is a famous bounty hunter in East Blue. But the sand crocodile is 7 warlords of the sea, not an ordinary pirate. Just about half a month. Can Zoro's strength be raised to the point where they can defeat sand crocodile? It's incredible. Haven't waited for Lugo N to answer. Someone suddenly realized. I remember now. It's those 3 cheats. Mr. Lugo N handed Zoro and the others 3 cheats to improve their strength. Everyone in Joe nodded after hearing it. It seems that the cheats that Mr. Lugo N gave to Zoro are invaluable. It turned out to be able to give their strength such a huge improvement in a short period of time. Although the sand crocodile is also 7 warlords of the sea, his strength should not be better than Hawkeye. It is true. Among 7 warlords of the sea. From the perspective of Hawkeye's strength, he can be regarded as the strongest in Shishibukai. Only Lugo N felt speechless for a while in the presence. Today's newspapers have such eye-catching headlines as Lugo N's apprentice. A few days ago, Nami, who claimed to be an apprentice of Lugo N, defeated the dragon and pirates and exposed the collusion between Colonel Marine Mouse and the pirates. Today, another trio of bounty hunters who claimed to be Lugo N defeated the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile, causing Princess Vivi to misunderstand that this was Lugo N's arrangement. Ugh. Lugo N sighed heavily. Paused. He said to Princess Vivi. Get up. Princess Vivi got up when she heard it, but the admiration and gratitude for Lugo N filled her eyes and heart. In the eyes of Princess Vivi, Lugo N is Alabasta's great benefactor. It was Lugo N who arranged for his apprentices to go to Alaba and defeated the sand crocodile. Thanks, Lord Lugo N. Princess Vivi yelled respectfully. But when she looked at Lugo N, there was already something in her eyes. And just now. Suddenly someone said in surprise. Look, what is that? Looking in the direction of the finger, he found a corpse floating on the shore in front of him. Princess Vivi recognized the identity of the corpse at a glance. MR1 killer. He must have come to hunt me down. Why is it dead? So everyone looked at Lugo N subconsciously. Since it is a killer from Grand Line, it seems that only Mr. Lugo N has the ability to kill him. No doubt. This corpse must have been killed by Mr. Lugo N. Good. It was indeed Lugo N who killed Dasbonis last night and threw his body into the sea to feed the fish. I didn't expect it. Dasbonis' body was not eaten by the fish, and it floated to Gal Island today. Suddenly, Princess Vivi was very moved. Master Lugo N. It turns out that you have been silently doing so much. You not only arranged for your apprentice to go to Alabasta to defeat the sand crocodile, but you also quietly killed Mr1, the killer who came to chase me. I'm so touched. Except for my parents, only you have been the best to me since I was young. Speaking of which, Princess Vivi was so moved that she cried. For it. See this scene. Lugo N couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The reason why he wanted to kill Dasbonis last night was because he felt that Dasbonis was too dangerous, and he didn't want such a dangerous guy to enter Gal Island, so as not to hurt the local residents. Just for this reason. But Lugo N never expected that Princess Vivi would be moved to tears again because of this incident. At the same time, under much coverage in the news media, the news of the defeat of Sand Crocodile, one of 7 warlords of the sea, has spread throughout the sea. Marine Headquarters Marineford. In the office, Garp sitting on the sofa laughed and laughed as he ate the donuts. Wow, ha 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 ha. The Sand Crocodile BD wanted to usurp Alabasta's power and killed so many innocent people. Now he should be on his way to Impel Grand Prison. Ha 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 ha. But Sengoku, who was sitting at the desk, still frowned. Looks a little unpleasant. But the most important thing is, the one who defeated the Sand Crocodile was not our Marine, but the bounty hunter. This has a big impact on Marine's image. And because of the identity of the Sand Crocodile 7 warlords of the sea, even the face of the world government is greatly compromised. Now it has spread across the sea. 7 warlords of the sea crocodile tried to seek power to usurp the throne, and the world government and Marine let their evil deeds. Such remarks. There is no doubt that it has greatly damaged the image of Marine and world government in the eyes of the people. Garp didn't seem to care about it. Wow, ha 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 ha. I heard that these 3 bounty hunters are all Lugo N's apprentices. Unexpectedly, just as Lugo N's apprentices, they would be able to defeat the Sand Crocodile of 7 warlords of the sea. It seems that the strength of this kid Lugo N is truly unfathomable. Hawkeye my hawk didn't lose unjustly. Wow, ha 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 ha. It is true. Even the apprentice can defeat the Sand Crocodile of 7 warlords of the sea. So how powerful is Lugo N as a master? Heard these words, Sengoku couldn't help but nodded. The world government has begun to pay close attention to Lugo N again. Even his apprentice can defeat Sand Crocodile. As a master, his strength must be extremely terrifying. Such a pity. Such a strong man is unwilling to join Marine. Asterisk. Chapter 35 East Blue. The Golden Lion is coming? New World. Dressrosa. Inside the Palace City. Doflamingo sits on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. This fellow crocodile was defeated by a bounty hunter, and the one who defeated him was only Lugo N's apprentice. It's really shameful. Raised the red wine glass and took a sip. The expression is extremely satisfying. Toripole, one of the cotters of the Don Quixote family, was standing behind Doflamingo at this time. Dover. This is a bounty hunter named Lugo N. I think it is very worthy of attention. Doflamingo was puzzled. Oh? Come and listen. Paused. Toripole replied with a runny nose. Dover. Even his apprentice can defeat the Sand Crocodile. Imagine it. How strong is Lugo N? And more than half a month ago, at sea, it was rumored that he defeated Hawkeye with one move. I think this guy is very worthy of attention. Heard these words. Doflamingo couldn't help nodding. As 7 warlords of the sea, he naturally knows how strong Eagle Eye is. At least in Shishibukai, the strength of Hawkeye my hawk is definitely the top existence. But even such a top-notch swordsman in the world was still defeated by Lugo-en with one move. Enough to see the strength of Lugo-en. It makes sense, Torapole. But Lugo-en seems to be staying in East Blue all the time. As long as he doesn't come to New World, there will be no threat to us. Doflamingo didn't care much about Lugo-en. After all, his patron is Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Except Kaido. No one can make Doflamingo feel scared. New World. An island. Inside a cave. Everyone at Red Hair Pirates is still here for a banquet, drinking and eating meat. Boss Shanks. Boss Shanks. There is news on the sea again. A pirate ran in and handed Shanks newspaper. For a while. After reading the information in the newspaper, the Sand Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was defeated by a bounty hunter. And those 3 bounty hunters are still Lugo-en's apprentices. Lugo-en again. Shanks frowned. When Hawkeye my hawk was defeated half a month ago, Lugo-en's name had been deeply imprinted in his mind. The strong man who can defeat Hawkeye is indeed worthy of Shanks's mind. But the people around were surprised. What? Shanks boss? Are you not mistaken? Lugo-en's apprentice defeated 7 warlords of the sea. When did he accept his apprentice? Lucky Luke, Yasop, and others are all confused. Only Ben Beckman narrowed his eyes. Can only his apprentice be able to defeat 7 warlords of the sea? Then how powerful is Lugo-en? Yeah. Shanks replied, the apprentice he taught can defeat Shishibukai, isn't he even more terrifying? It's no wonder that even Hawkeye will be defeated by Lugo-en, so it seems that Hawkeye has not lost in justice. Lajilo said in a deep voice. Everyone Joe also nodded. East Blue. Floating Island. Golden Lion Shiki sits in the palace. A subordinate was kneeling under the steps and reported. Admiral. Recently important news at sea. 7 warlords of the sea to which the world government belongs is defeated. The one who defeated Shishibukai was 3 bounty hunters. Golden Lion was indifferent when he heard these words, and even a little impatient. Is it a bounty hunter again? What about the bounty hunter? The man continued. Report to the admiral. The master of these 3 bounty hunters is Lugo-en. Do you remember Lugo-en? Golden Lion couldn't help frowning. Lugo-en. Then he lowered his head and meditated for a while and said, you mean Lugo-en, the bounty hunter from East Blue? The visitor nodded immediately. Yes. Lord Admiral. Think about it. Lugo-en's apprentice can defeat Shishibukai. Then Lugo-en as a master, how powerful is his strength? So we destroy East Blue's plan. Do you want to let it go first? Boom. There was only one gunshot. The pistol in Golden Lion's hand was smoking. The pirate was shot in the heart and fell to the ground and died. Humph. No one can stop Laozi's plan. What is Lugo-en? It's just a bounty hunter. Come on. With the voice falling, another pirate entered the palace. When the visitor looked at the corpse on the ground, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. We have arrived in East Blue, haven't we? Golden Lion asked immediately. The visitor dared not neglect to answer. Report. Admiral. Yes. We have entered East Blue territory. Immediately afterwards, Golden Lion narrowed his eyes. I heard that what bounty hunter Lugo-en is on East Blue Gal Island. Yes. Someone answered. Golden Lion nodded and said with satisfaction. Ah, very good. Go to Gal Island now. Laozi's plan to destroy East Blue was implemented from Gal Island. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Ace was caught. Admiral heading to East Blue? Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku, Garp, Ms. Crane, and Admiral of Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru. A total of 6 Marine executives are here. Click click. Garp asked while eating the senbei. Sengoku, why did you call us over? Hurry up, and I happen to accompany me for a drink, ha 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 ha. At this moment Sengoku was frowning and looking serious. Garp. Today is a very important thing. Don't laugh and laugh. Paused. Sengoku said to Ms. Crane again. Little Crane. Now everyone is here. You tell me what happened just now. Ms. He nodded. Then he said to everyone. Since the sand crocodile was defeated, the position of 7 warlords of the sea has been vacant. But one thing happened just yesterday. The second team captain Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates was defeated by Blackbeard Teach, and Blackbeard Teach wanted to exchange Ace for the position of 7 warlords of the sea. When you hear the name Ace, Garp, who was still eating senbei, stopped suddenly, feeling a sudden panic in his heart. Ace. At this time, Akainu couldn't help asking, I want to exchange Shisabukai's position with just an ace? Isn't it a bit too simple? It seems that Ace should have some terrible identity. Kizaru tilted Jiro's legs and looked lazy. Yeah, Ms. Tsuru. Aokiji said puzzledly, I want to exchange Shisabukai's position with just a pirate? Isn't Ace a special identity? When this problem occurs, Garp's face was completely darkened. It was still discovered. The identity of Ace? As predicted. But Ms. He continued to say. According to the news from Blackbeard, Ace is called Porghast Ace, and he is the son of One Piece King Gold Roger. He is a man who inherited One Piece's evil blood. The world government has agreed to Blackbeard's request and let him replace the sand crocodile as the new 7 warlords of the sea. Bang! The senbei in his hand fell directly to the ground. Sweat is already on Garp's forehead. Sengoku gave him a hard look, but didn't say much. Immediately afterwards, he said to everyone, the world government has decided to publicly execute Porghast Ace. The execution of Ace, the son of One Piece, is of great significance to Marine and even the world government. The time is set in 10 days. I heard that the world government has decided to publicly execute Ace. Boom. But seeing Garp suddenly stand up, the veins on his forehead are already rising, as if trying to control his emotions. Originally, Garp smiled and said that he wanted Sengoku to accompany him for a drink, but now that he heard the news, he was completely lost. All the people present were silent. Then he watched Garp leave the office like this. Let him be quiet. Ms. He sighed. Paused. Sengoku said to everyone present. 10 days later will be the day when Porghast Ace will be executed. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates will definitely come to rescue Ace. When Whitebeard comes to Marineford, we Marine can catch the Whitebeard pirates all at once. Use this to declare the majesty of Marine's justice. So from today, Marine must always be prepared to defend against the Whitebeard pirates. The voice fell. The 3 admiral nodded. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world. When Ace is executed, he will definitely come to rescue him. So Marine must be prepared. And just now, an intelligence agent ran into the office. Report to Marshal Sengoku. Golden Lion Shiki has entered the East Blue Waters and is moving in the direction of Gal Island. I don't know his plan for the time being. After hearing the news, Golden Lion Shiki. Akainu's eyes wrinkled slightly and said coldly, is there any news about this legendary pirate? It's really scary to escape from impel down by breaking my legs. Kizaru ran out of hands with a look of beating. What did Golden Lion Shiki go to East Blue? Aokiji couldn't help wondering, and it's the direction to Gal Island. Is it to find Luo-en? Sengoku nodded. Possible. But Golden Lion is cold-blooded and cruel by nature. I'm worried that he will do something to slaughter the people in East Blue. At this time, Kizaru offered to ask Mr. Sengoku, should I go there? The legendary big pirate can't be underestimated. Sengoku nodded. All right. You are the fastest. It should be in time for Ace's execution 10 days later. East Blue, Logue Town. Smoker sat in the office, muffling. The knock on the door fell. Tashiji pushed in with a document. Her expression was extremely flustered. Mr. Smoker. There is an emergency report from Naval Headquarters. The legendary pirate Golden Lion Shiki has come to East Blue. While talking, she put the documents in her hand on the desk. Golden Lion Shiki. When I heard this name, Smoker instantly showed a look of astonishment. Settled. He continued to ask, Golden Lion Shiki, is that the legendary big pirate who escaped from Impel Down 20 years ago? Tashiji nodded first and then said nervously. Yes, Mr. Smoker. And according to monitoring, the floating island controlled by Golden Lion Shiki is moving in the direction of Gal Island. The voice fell. Smoker's eyes narrowed momentarily. The direction of Gal Island. What does Golden Lion Shiki want to do? Is it to deal with Lugo N? At this time, it's too late to think about it. Smoker immediately stood up and ordered. Tashiji. Hurry up and get ready for the boat. Hurry to Gal Island immediately. Asterisk. Chapter 37, The floating island is here. How could I fly? Gal Island. Princess Vivi already knew that it was Lugo N's apprentice who defeated the sand crocodile. So in order to be grateful to Lugo N, she insisted on staying on Gal Island and serving Lugo N with tea and water. Not only that, Nami also returned to Gal Island this morning, also to thank Lugo N for helping her defeat the dragon, so she also said to take care of Lugo N. Outside the wooden house, Lugo N was sitting on the recliner with his eyes closed, basking in the morning sun leisurely. Princess Vivi squatted to pinch Lugo N's legs, and Nami stood behind Lugo N and rubbed his shoulders. Two such beautiful women served together. But I really envy others. Nami put a little effort. Vivi, be lighter. That's right, that's the strength. Keep it there. Lugo N commanded Princess Vivi and Nami while taking a sip of wine comfortably. The feeling of being served is awesome. And there are still two such beautiful women. When local residents pass by, they will cast extremely envious eyes. Mr. Lugo N is really blessed. There are two such beautiful women serving him together. If it's me, I'm willing to save 10 years or 20 years. At this time, suddenly someone noticed that the sky was gloomy. Huh? There was still the sun just now, why is it suddenly overcast? It's overcast all of a sudden. What's the matter? Isn't it just morning? Why did the sky suddenly change? Then he raised his head and looked at the sky ahead. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. In their eyes, they only saw a huge island floating in the sky not far away, just like an island in the sky. It is this floating island that blocks the sunlight from the east, which makes everyone mistakenly think that it is cloudy. See this scene? People around said in disbelief. What? Such a huge island floating in the air out of thin air. What a strong sense of oppression. What kind of ability is this? Such a huge island is suspended in the sky. Just looking up at the floating island will feel a sense of suffocation. At this time, Lugo N couldn't help but open his eyes. Golden Lion Shiki. He muttered to himself. The people around were suddenly shocked. Mr. Lugo N. Who is Golden Lion Shiki? Is it here to find you? After hearing the name Golden Lion, an old man present suddenly realized. Golden Lion Shiki. If the old man remembers correctly, this name has disappeared for almost 20 years. Back then, the Golden Lion Shiki was a legendary big pirate who was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard Newgate. Is this legendary pirate still alive? The voice fell. The eyes of the people present were suddenly shocked. Maybe they have never heard of the name of Golden Lion. But Roger and Whitebeard Newgate, these two names can be said to be unknown. WH. What? Oh my God. The legendary big pirate who is as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. Everyone in Joe's heart suddenly became anxious. The old man continued. It is rumored that Golden Lion went to Marineford alone, and singled out Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp. It wasn't until Marineford was half destroyed that he was caught by Garp and Sengoku together and impelled down. But it's been 20 years since this matter. Has Golden Lion escaped from impel down? This is East Blue. I'm afraid no one in the room does not recognize Garp's name. Marine Hero Garp. That is the pride of East Blue. So after hearing the name Garp, the people present finally realized how powerful the Golden Lion Shiki really is. They stared at the floating island in mid-air with horror, their faces turned pale, and sweat was already on their foreheads. Golden Lion Shiki alone in Marineford singles Garp and Sengoku. And it was after the destruction of half of Marineford that they were caught in impel down by the two of them. It's a bit too scary. Is Golden Lion Shiki on this floating island? Speaking of which, everyone only felt a coolness coming from their backs. The name of Golden Lion Shiki alone is enough to make them feel terrified. A legendary big pirate who is as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. Marineford singled out Garp and Sengoku. Escape from impel down, the world's first prison. These various deeds are definitely not something ordinary people can accomplish. At this time, Luo-en couldn't help sighing helplessly. Don't be afraid. Golden Lion Shiki. He should have come to me. In fact, when Luo-en saw the floating island staying above Gal Island, he had already guessed that Golden Lion Shiki's goal was himself. Paused. Luo-en comforted everyone. I will go to the island and meet him for a while. At this time, Princess Vivi and Nami immediately stepped forward and said with concern. Master Luo-en. That's the legendary big pirate. You. Luo-en smiled slightly and raised his hand to indicate. It's okay. The two women bit their lips. Although they also believed in Luo-en's strength very much, the reputation of Golden Lion was too great. A legendary big pirate who is as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. Such a name alone is enough to prove his power. The words are over. Luo-en stood still. Then he looked up at the floating island in the sky. When the people around saw Luo-en's demeanor, they couldn't help but wonder. The floating island is at least a kilometer high from the sea. Mr. Luo-en, you said you are going to the island to meet him for a while. So you want to fly up? Heard these words, Luo-en couldn't help feeling a moment of speechless vomit. How could I fly? Boom. Accompanied by a loud noise. Luo-en's legs were slightly bent and then suddenly exerted force, only to see his figure rise directly into the sky. Suddenly, everyone around was dumbfounded. The shock in their eyes was completely beyond the reach. This. Didn't Mr. Luo-en say that he can't fly? How come? Nami and Princess Vivi couldn't help but twitch their mouths a few times. Then explained slightly awkwardly. Yes. Master Luo-en really can't fly. He just jumped high. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Everything is Ashes. Ryujin Jaka. East Blue. Overlooking the floating island from the sky. Roar. Oh. Roar. There are countless huge ferocious beasts on the island. The calls of various ferocious beasts come one after another, and there are bloody beast corpses and dense bones everywhere. Moreover, these fierce beasts are very cruel and violent. As long as they encounter each other, they must fight for life and death, and only one of them must die before they will give up. This floating island in the sky is the experimental base of Golden Lion Shiki. In order to retaliate against the world government, he has prepared a 20-year plan, enough to destroy East Blue's plan. That is to use IQ drugs to make the rare beasts on the floating island berserk, and then release these berserk beasts to East Blue to cause them to wreak havoc, thereby destroying East Blue to show the power of revenge to the world government. Now, inside the palace on the island. Jahahahaha. Those bastards of the world government. Laozi has finally come to East Blue and can show you Laozi's power of revenge. The Golden Lion Shiki is sitting firmly in the palace. Ta 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 ta. A pirate ran in and shouted in a flustered expression. Report to the admiral. There is a person on the island of guard below who has boarded the floating island. It should be the bounty hunter Lugo N. I heard the name Lugo N. Golden Lion Shiki couldn't help showing a cruel smile. Are you here? I have been hearing about his name since more than half a month ago, and it seems that I can finally see him today. Bounty hunter Lugo N. Laozi's plan to destroy East Blue is going to start on Gal Island where he is located. Jahahahaha. Boom. With a loud noise. Only saw the palace gate collapsed. A dozen pirates were holding weapons and looking ahead with fear. Admiral. It's the bounty hunter Lugo N. Lugo N is coming. They shouted in horror. Huh. Sword Chi flashed. The heads of these dozen pirates moved directly. The Golden Lion Shiki still sat on the chair calmly, as if unmoved at all. When the gunpowder smoke slowly dissipated, a figure appeared. Golden Lion, are you looking for me? Lugo N stood proudly outside the door. No need to guess, the man in front of him must be the bounty hunter Lugo N. Golden Lion still sat on the chair calmly and looked at Lugo N. Jahahahaha. You are the bounty hunter Lugo N. I heard about your name half a month ago, and even because of your name, several of my subordinates have repeatedly advised me not to come to East Blue. Finally see you today. But it looks like nothing more than a hairy kid, and it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Golden Lion is close to 70 years old. Lugo N is only more than 20 years old. In Golden Lion's view, Lugo N is just a hairy child, and there is nothing to be concerned about. Really? Golden Lion Shiki. Since you know my identity as a bounty hunter, then you should also realize that as a pirate, it is very dangerous for you to see me. Lugo N smiled playfully. Golden Lion Shiki still laughed arrogantly. Jahahahaha. Danger. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Young people. Laozi is the man who wants to rule this ocean from the air, so disrespectful to Laozi. Today I will use you first. The voice fell. The Golden Lion suddenly violent. The right foot kicked out directly towards Lugo N. Slash wave. A sword aura swiftly struck Lugo N with a splitting force. Lugo N narrowed his eyes slightly. Holding Ryujin Jaka in his hand, he also slapped it. Huh. Boom. The two sword chi collided in midair. The fierce airflow instantly swept all around. Hoo 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 hoo. Straightly blow the clothes of the two people coldly. Finally. The airflow has dissipated. Cracks appeared on the ground and walls throughout the palace. And Lugo N is still standing proudly in place. Golden Lion looked at Lugo N and praised. Oh. Kid. It seems that there is some ability. But don't be proud. It was just an appetizer just now. Immediately. But I saw the Golden Lion flying in the air and directly rushing towards Lugo N. The famous knife on his right leg was slashed openly. Lugo N slightly moved and held Ryujin Jaka directly to the block. Kang. However, Golden Lion sneered. The famous knife on his left foot also slashed towards Lugo N's abdomen along the way. Lugo N immediately grabbed Ryujin Jaka with his backhand again, and traversed it in a drag knife style. Kang. Even blocked the blow again. Even Luo En does not retreat but advances instead. Both hands suddenly shook. Boom. Both sides took a few steps back. At this moment, even the Golden Lion showed a little consternation. The young man in front of him was so exquisite in swordsmanship. Only played a few rounds. Golden Lion also saw that Luo En is not a simple commodity. Smelly boy. Your swordsmanship is not weak. No wonder my subordinates are very afraid of your name, and even persuaded me not to come to East Blue. Sure enough, it is the right choice to come to East Blue first. Immediately, Golden Lion uses the power of lion fruit to levitate in mid-air. Oh? Why? Luo En looked at Golden Lion playfully. Golden Lion narrowed his eyes and looked at Luo En solemnly. Because just kill you first. Lao Zi will be able to destroy East Blue without any worries. Jahahahaha. So you go to die. Just seeing that he was floating in midair with his legs kicking towards Luo En continuously. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. As if dancing in the air, Golden Lion's body twisted wantonly. Both legs kicked countless slash waves in an instant. HHHHHH. The airtight slash wave raged in, blocking Luo En's retreat, and it was inevitable. Jahahahaha. Go to hell. Bounty Hunter Luo En. With Golden Lion's arrogant laugh. At the same time. But seeing Luo En's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he held Ryujin Jaka with both hands across his chest. Everything is ashes. Ryujin Jaka. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Marine's Shock. The voice fell. But watching Ryujin Jaka's blade instantly rises with fierce flames. Seeing countless slash waves have come. Humph. Snorted coldly. Luo En swung his knife out instantly. Boom. I saw him slam Ryujin Jaka abruptly, slashing out a sword energy with explosive flames. Swish. Boom boom. Countless fireworks exploded in the sky. The countless oncoming slash waves were all shattered by the sword energy of Luo En. Golden Lion's face was a little surprised and said. What a strong sword pressure. Good. Luo En cut out the flame of this knife. It has completely swallowed up Golden Lion's Thousand Slice Valley. Luo En held Ryujin Jaka and pointed at the ground diagonally, then looked at the Golden Lion jokingly. Golden Lion. Just by relying on this degree, do you want to take my life? The strength of the legendary big pirate is nothing more than this. The words are full of provocative and mocking. Golden Lion is already slightly squinting and furious. Bounty Hunter Luo En. A hole. You look down on me so much. Lao Zi is a Golden Lion, a man who wants to rule this ocean from the sky. The veins on his forehead are already violent. At any rate, he is also a legendary big thief who is as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. Facing Luo En at this time, he was so mocked by a young man. Golden Lion was already in anger. Oh? Really? Golden Lion? Finally going to make a real move. Luo En still stands calmly in place. The raging fire burned fiercely on the blade, and even the air began to be filled with scorching breath. Humph. Boy. You will pay for your arrogance. Golden Lion saw a junior despising himself so much. Immediately he no longer kept his hands. Ultimate's armament Haki has covered the famous sword with both feet. Then his eyes condensed, and he rushed towards Luo En again. As a legendary big pirate who was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. The strength of Golden Lion is naturally extremely powerful. Judging from the fact that he dared to go to Marineford alone against Garp and Sengoku, in fact, he has great confidence in his own strength. Come and try. Luo En yelled violently. Also stepped on the spot and jumped up suddenly. Holding Ryujin Jaka in his hand, he rushed directly up. Both sides fully deployed ultimates armed color and observation Haki. Rumble. The blades of both sides collided. Suddenly there was a loud thunderous sound. A violent airflow instantly spread out in all directions. Hoo. The two stood in a stalemate in mid-air like this, and the endless air current raged wildly on their clothes and hair. The ground began to crack and cracks appeared in the walls. Even the entire palace began to shaking. Luo-en also narrowed his eyes slightly. Luo-en. The golden lion roared. Boom. There was a loud thunder-like noise again. At the same time, below the floating island, a warship stayed in the sea. Both Smoker and Tashiji looked up at the floating island in the sky ahead. The surprise in his eyes is no longer enough. Tashiji asked with lingering fear. Mr. Smoker. The legendary big pirate golden lion Shiki. Just on this floating island. Smoker, who was standing by, nodded. And frowned deeply if he thought deeply. Good. The golden lion alone broke into Marineford, the headquarters of Marineford, but was finally defeated by Mr. Garp and Mr. Sengoku before being imprisoned in Impel Grand Prison. He is a big pirate who was wiped out of history by the world government because of extreme danger and terror. Unexpectedly, he escaped from the world's #1 prison. Here Smoker's introduction. The surrounding marine soldiers also suddenly sweated on their foreheads. Obviously, it was defeated by Mr. Garp and Mr. Sengoku. Just such a thing is enough to make people present feel terrified. Golden Lion Shiki, what a terrible pirate. It was defeated by Mr. Garp and Mr. Sengoku together. Then how powerful is his strength? Everyone was talking about it. All saw the horror in each other's eyes. Suddenly, boom. There seemed to be a loud noise on the island. Although the sound is not particularly loud. But be aware. They are a kilometer away from the floating island in the sky. Even at a distance of hundreds of kilometers, the sound of the floating island can be heard. What's the problem? Suddenly, everyone in Smoker looked up subconsciously. Then someone couldn't help but wonder. This sound seems to come from the floating island. What is the problem? Could it be that fighting has already taken place on the floating island? They couldn't believe this conjecture. After all, the floating island is 1,000 meters high from the sea. If there is a fight. So who on earth went to this 1,000-meter high floating island? And this time, a marine ran over and said loudly, Mr. Smoker. According to the news from Gal Island, bounty hunter Luo-en has gone to the floating island. The voice fell. Everyone present looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. What did you say? Luo-en went to this floating island. How did he get up? Smoker asked this question. The visitor replied with embarrassment on his face. Report Mr. Smoker. According to what the local residents of Gal Island saw with their own eyes, the bounty hunter Luo-en jumped directly onto the floating island using his legs. Even the visitors found it incredible. So after answering at this time, he didn't even believe it himself. What? Luo-en jumped directly on? He jumped directly on this 1,000-meter high floating island. Are you sure you didn't fly up? Smoker's mouth snapped out a few times. The visitor also replied with an awkward expression, report to Colonel Smoker. The people on Gal Island saw this with their own eyes. Even I can't believe it. Tashiji was also shocked. Luo-en is a monster, right? How is it possible that someone can jump directly to a kilometer altitude? How powerful does that have to be? It's not just that she couldn't believe it. The people present also absolutely did not believe this matter. How could anyone in this world be able to jump thousands of meters with both legs? Smoker finally settled and reflected. For the time being, no matter how Luo-en got on this floating island. But the loud noise from the floating island just now. Does it mean that Luo-en and Golden Lion have started a battle? Thought of this. The people present couldn't help taking a breath. Is that bounty hunter Luo-en already fighting with Golden Lion? Asterisk. Chapter 40. It seems that it will be difficult to defeat you. Floating island. With a loud thunderous noise, thus swept out an extremely strong air current. The entire palace began to vibrate, and even faltered as if it would collapse at any time. What? The golden lion yelled again, and the double knives under his feet suddenly exerted force again. Luo En frowned slightly. Boom. There was another loud noise. And this time, the palace finally couldn't bear the aftermath of the battle between the two. Boom. A beam hit the ground. Then the ground rolled up, and the cracks in the walls became bigger and bigger. Outside the palace, countless pirates watched the scene in astonishment, and then shouted in fear. It's going to collapse, the palace is going to collapse. The aftermath of the battle between Lord Admiral and Luo En shocked the palace. If you approach the attack range of the two of them rashly, I'm afraid they will be stirred up in an instant. They all watched the palace slowly fall with trepidation. Various beams of broken wood smashed to the ground, accompanied by the rumbling sound. Suddenly smoke and dust were everywhere. These pirates watched the scene very nervously, and then discussed with lingering fear. Do you think the bounty hunter Luo En, will he be the admiral's opponent? The admiral is a legendary big pirate, he is a powerful man with the same name as the Pirate King, and of course he will win the final victory. What's more, the admiral's goal is to destroy the entire East Blue. How could he be defeated by a mere bounty hunter? However, Luo En is also quite powerful, and he was able to beat the admiral to this level, and even the palace collapsed. In the minds of these pirates, naturally, I think Golden Lion Shiki is more powerful. After all, his strength and reputation lies here. At this time, the smoke and dust has finally dissipated. In the ruins that had collapsed, two figures appeared. Luo En stood proudly standing still holding Ryujin Jaka in his hand. The golden lion Shiki flew in the air, a pair of cruel eyes staring at Luo En. Jahahaha. Bounty hunter Luo En. You are fully qualified to be my subordinate with your strength. As long as you are willing to surrender to me, I can promise not to kill you. How is it? The strength of Golden Lion to see Luo En is indeed not weak. There is even a heart to solicit in his heart. You want me to surrender to you? It's ridiculous, Golden Lion. Luo En deliberately provoked, could it be that you are already scared? I don't know what to do. Golden Lion saw Luo En provoking himself so much. Suddenly, his heart burned with anger. Since I don't want to surrender to me, then die for me. Luo En. But saw him roar. Then using Lion Fruit's ability to directly lift the entire ground, the ground instantly turned into multiple lion heads and smashed towards Luo En. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. Luo En couldn't help snorting coldly, and his eyes instantly became cold. Nine-headed dragon flashes. The voice fell. Almost just for a moment. Ryujin Jaka actually cut 9 knives in his hand, and still slashed out in 9 directions. Swish. The speed of the knife can be described as extremely fast. This technique is pure swordsmanship, not the skill of Zanpakuto Ryujin Jaka. Only seeing that the 9 knives had been split in an instant, the Lion Majesty Earth Coiling that was approaching directly split into countless pieces. And the next moment, Luo En's body shape has been violently flashed. Tianxiang Dragon flashes. Although the person was in the air, he held Ryujin Jaka in both hands and rushed directly towards the Golden Lion. Golden Lion frowned suddenly. He did not expect that under his own attack, Luo En would be able to spare time to fight back, and immediately used his ability again. Lion Majesty Big Slash Wave. The right foot gains momentum and instantly splits towards the oncoming Luo En. I saw a slash wave tens of meters in size, with a huge power that could cut the air, suddenly attacking Luo En. Boom. But he saw Luo En's body directly pass through this huge slash wave, splitting this slash wave directly into two. However, this is not over yet. Golden Lion's eyes narrowed slightly to see Lugo N deep in the sky. Then he activated Lion Fruit's ability again and shouted angrily. Jahahahahahaha. Go to hell, Lugo N. Just use this trick to swallow you up. Another ground was lifted by him and turned into countless lion heads again, rushing towards Lugo N in a crushing force. Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling. Roar. Even the lion is like a living creature, and you can hear the low roar like a lion. The power of this trick is twice as powerful as the previous Lion Majesty earth coiling. Worthy of being a legendary big pirate, his combat experience is so rich. In the face of such an intensive offensive, if his opponent were to be an ordinary person, he would be killed by him in an instant. However, at this time, he was facing Lugo N. Although Lugo N had already jumped into the air, he watched countless huge lion heads rushing towards him. He also understands that the power of this move has surpassed all previous Golden Lion moves. Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly. Ryujin Jaka in his hand runs across his chest. Ryutsu is released. The flame above the blade rose instantly. Torch. Immediately afterwards. With the voice falling, Lugo N's Ryujin Jaka swept across. Boom. Suddenly, a tornado-shaped flame rose out of thin air. And this red flame also hit the Lion Majesty govern place earth coiling. Hoo. The tornado kept spinning. Roar. The countless lion heads also approached without fear. Finally, the tornado and the lion head hit each other. Booming. When countless lion heads touched the flame tornado, they suddenly collapsed without a trace. Roar. Those lion heads seemed to scream. Only for a moment. All the lion heads have been swallowed by the flame tornado. What? Seeing this trick was also blocked by Lugo N. Golden Lion's face was full of consternation. He just hovered in mid-air and stared at Lugo N. His expression was a bit ugly at this time. When facing Lugo N, not only did he not have any advantage in swordsmanship, but Lugo N could easily decipher the stunts he activated with the ability of Lion Fruit. Huh. Ryujin Jaka pointed forward. Lugo N joked coldly. Golden Lion. Why don't you continue to attack? Aren't you going to kill me? Even if provoked by Lugo N. But now the Golden Lion has regained his senses and did not blindly impulse. Then he smiled sorrowfully. Jahahahaha. Lugo N. It seems that it will be difficult to defeat you in a short time. So I decided to implement my great plan to destroy East Blue one step in advance. I don't know how you will stop me. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Ryujin Jaka, Hell of Heat. Golden Lion's plan to destroy East Blue. It is to release all the beasts on the floating island to East Blue, let these beasts wreak havoc in East Blue, thereby destroying the entire East Blue. The number of giant beasts on the floating island may not be less than 10,000. Every fierce beast may be able to slaughter a village at will. Moreover, under the stimulation of IQ drugs, the combat effectiveness of these giant beasts will be increased several times, and they are even tireless and painful, only to destroy everything in front of them. The Golden Lion flew into the sky while laughing wildly. Jahahahahaha. At high altitude, I am invincible. Lugo N. What will you do next? With his big move, the entire floating island actually started to move, and the island even began to fall slowly. At this time, roar oh. From the floating island, the cry of various fierce beasts one after another, as if these fierce beasts have also become violent. Jahahahaha. The plan to destroy East Blue starts from the island of Gal below. Lugo N. Just watch your neighbors and friends and be swallowed alive by the beast. There was again Golden Lion's cruel laughter in the air. There seemed to be scenes in his mind where the residents were bitten by beasts. Thinking of this cruel scene, Golden Lion Shiki was completely excited. At this time, Luo En stood proudly on the ground like this, and his cold eyes stared at the Golden Lion Shiki in mid-air like this. This cruel appearance of Golden Lion really disgusted him. Suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly. Boom. Then he held Ryujinjaka in both hands, but Luo En's target was not the Golden Lion. I only saw him holding Ryujinjaka with both hands. Endless flames burned violently on the blade. The corners of Luo En's mouth lifted up, revealing a deep smile. Golden Lion. Since you want to use these giant beasts to destroy East Blue, then I will let your plan burn. Ryutsu is released. The flame on the blade of Ryujinjaka rose again violently. A hole. Luo En. What are you going to do? Golden Lion frowned and scolded, but he had a bad premonition in his heart at this time. As predicted, I saw Luo En suddenly thrust Ryujinjaka into the ground. The next moment, boom boom. Dozens of sky-reaching fire pillars suddenly rose from the ground, and then these fire pillars began to shrink and gather. Luo En is located at the center of these fire pillars. A hole. What are you going to do? Stop it for me. Although Golden Lion was puzzled. Suck it? But I always felt a very bad premonition in my heart. Only seeing the corners of Luo En's mouth lifted up, revealing a gloomy and joking evil smile, the dozens of fire pillars that reached the sky slowly gathered towards Luo En. Floating island. Many pirates watched this scene. The shock in his eyes was completely beyond the reach. Oh my god. These dozens of pillars of fire are rushing into the sky? Can't see the head at all. Luo En is actually able to control the sky-reaching pillar of fire? What kind of ability does he possess? And what exactly does this bounty hunter Luo En want to do? Everyone was also very puzzled. But seeing this pillar of fire sky-reaching, suddenly a strong sense of fear struck everyone's hearts. Could it be? Could it be that fellow Luo En? Does he want to destroy the fierce beasts on this island? Suddenly someone guessed that. All the people present were shocked. Destroy the fierce beasts on this island? How can it be? The radius of this island is close to 100 miles. How powerful is the range attack to cover the entire island? The pirates nodded. The floating island has a radius of 100 miles, and there are beasts all over the island. Want to destroy the beast? Can Luo En's move cover such a wide range? Below the floating island. On the Marine's battleship. Smoker and others all raised their heads and looked towards the floating island in front. From their perspective, can clearly see the dozens of sky-reaching fire pillars on the floating island, and these dozens of fiercely burning fire pillars are slowly moving towards the center. At this time, everyone present looked at all this in disbelief with consternation. Then, what is that? This pillar of fire to the sky. Is it the ability of Golden Lion? Someone asked. However, Smoker shook his head with slightly narrowed eyes. Golden Lion is a lion fruit-capable person. It should be impossible to use such a huge fire attribute attack. So that means... Everyone suddenly realized. So this is the ability of the bounty hunter Luo En. Is he a capable person of Logia? It's just a monster to create dozens of fire pillars like this. Could it be possible to achieve this level only with manpower? They watched the pillar of fire on the floating island from a distance, and they could only guess and talk like this. Smoker nodded. It is rumored that a strong person who can exert the fruit ability to ultimate is likely to be able to achieve this level. I guess Luo En should be a fire attribute capable person. There should be only this kind of explanation. Of course the people present did not understand. This is not a fruit ability at all, but an ability after Luo En's Zanpakuto Ryujinjaka Shikai. Floating island. Ryujinjaka has been inserted into the ground. Dozens of sky-reaching fire pillars centered on Luo En, and quickly gathered towards him. Roar! Roar! The fierce beasts on the island began to growl uncomfortably. Even if they have been injected with IQ potions, they have even lost their sanity and become violent. But at this time they felt this incredibly hot breath, as if it originated from biological instinct's fear of flames. That's why I began to feel restless. Even some fierce beasts originated from the instinctive fear of fire by creatures, and they fled directly away from the pillar of fire. Logo-n. You guy. Does it mean you want to attack my fierce beast? At this time, when seeing the fierce beasts on the island were so manic and frightened, Golden Lion had already guessed Logo-n's intentions. In an instant, he attacked Logo-n again. Try to stop Logo-n. Lion Majesty, Earth Coiling. A huge piece of ground turned into several lion heads and rolled towards Logo-n. But Logo-n smiled at the corner of his mouth. Then both hands suddenly grasped the purple hilt of Ryujinjaka. Hell from the heat. Asterisk. Chapter 42 Burn everything, everything is gone. The voice fell. However, the dozens of pillars of fire to the sky have gathered together with Logo-n as the center. Boom. Only seeing these dozens of sky-reaching fire pillars was instantly detonated, and then violent explosions suddenly swept out in all directions. At this time, it seems that even time has stopped. Everything on the floating island is covered by this explosion. The golden lion in the sky, the lion majesty earth coiling displayed by the golden lion, the pirates on the floating island, and the countless beasts that are running away. Everything has been covered by this fierce explosion. Rumbling, rumbling. It's like a loud noise like a volcanic eruption. I only saw endless explosions violently rising into the sky centered on Logo-n. Suddenly, Lion Majesty, on the ground raised by earth coiling, the several lion heads made from the ground collapsed instantly. Those pirates who looked at the sky in the sky for unknown reasons, their bodies instantly turned to ashes. The countless fierce beasts that fled in all directions were instantly burned with water and blood under the intense flames, and even the bones of the trunk were first turned into coke, and then directly evaporated. In an instant, everything on the floating island was reduced to ashes and disappeared. Only the golden lion Shiki in mid-air. Under the protection of ultimate armament Haki, it withstood the extreme heat of the hot hell. When Golden Lion recovered, his pupils shrank suddenly, and even his whole body began to tremble. This is... What's wrong? Even Golden Lion's tone became trembling, and it was obvious that his heart had fallen into extreme panic. At this moment he was suspended in mid-air, looking condescendingly at the floating island. Everything on the floating island has disappeared. Thousands of pirates in the flying pirate group, countless beasts on the island, and even the huge forest that was originally extremely dense. All have disappeared. Even the ground of the floating island has turned into a piece of scorched earth. Do not. What? Even if Golden Lion saw the scene before him, his heart was almost collapsed. The pirates on the island were all his subordinates, and they didn't even make any calls for help at all, and they had turned into nothingness. But their strength is too weak. So even if you die, you die. Golden Lion didn't care about the lives of these pirates. But what he cares most about, but the fierce beasts on the floating island. Those fierce beasts are the weapons used by Golden Lion to destroy East Blue. In order to destroy the East Blue plan, Golden Lion has been researching on this beast island for 20 years, and finally developed the IQ potion that can make the beast more violent. However, the results of these 2 decades, just today, right now, has been ruined. The 20-year plan has completely collapsed, and all plans and efforts have been burned. What about retaliation against the world government? What else to talk about domination of the world? A sense of incomparable despair has permeated Golden Lion's heart. He glared at Logo-n standing on the scorched earth. The despair and anger in his heart had turned into extreme strength. What? The golden lion roared at Lugo N. Lugo N. Damn it! Laozi must kill you. Extreme anger has already poured into my heart, and golden lion seems to have lost his mind. But Lugo N stood in place with Ryujinjaka in his hand. Everything around him has been razed to the ground by Lugo N's hot hell, like a vast expanse of wasteland. He just looked at the golden lion calmly, as if only doing a trivial thing. However, that's the expression. It even made golden lion completely furious. Extreme anger rushed to the head. What? With a roar again. Golden lion had completely lost his sanity in the air, so he swooped down in the direction of Lugo N. He is going to kill Lugo N. It was Lugo N who destroyed the plan he had prepared for 20 years, the plan to destroy East Blue with fierce beasts. Now, all the efforts and achievements made by Golden Lion have been burned. At the same time, below the floating island, everyone in Smoker was looking up at the floating island in the sky. Suddenly, rumbling. With the continuous explosion, I saw the dozens of sky-reaching fire pillars gathered together and then burst open. Suddenly, the entire floating island was instantly covered with a layer of crimson explosions. Even if the distance is close to kilometers. Suddenly felt a huge heat wave rushing toward his face. Hoo. The air wave swept all around instantly. Smoker frowned slightly. The surrounding marine soldiers also immediately supported the railing. Tashiji even stopped in front of him with both hands. Hoo. After that, the heat wave stopped, as if even the temperature of the air had risen. At this moment, they all looked at the sky with dumbfounded eyes, and even suddenly felt a chill from their backs, and they even stared at each other in horror and couldn't speak. All the scenes that happened on the floating island had already far surpassed their cognitive scope. Where can I imagine it? There are people in this world who can conjure such a spectacular sight? Dozens of pillars of fire. After getting together, it will explode. The flames instantly covered the entire floating island, and even the heat waves caused by the flames even affected them from a distance of kilometers. Finally, someone spoke. Even the air is getting hot. Is this the power of God? How can there be human strength that can reach this level? The bounty hunter named Lugo N is terribly strong. Although the people around him gradually calmed down, the surprise in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Because that is a power beyond their cognition. Just now. Look. That yellow beam. Come in our direction. The voice fell. But I saw a burst of yellow light beam coming quickly from a distance. Then stayed on the marine warship. Wait until the yellow beam changes into Kizaru's figure. The marine soldiers present were shocked, and then recovered and shouted respectfully, "Kizaru Admiral." At this time, Kizaru just patted the clothes casually. Then he looked at the floating island in the sky with a wretched smile. I saw this in the air just now. The explosion caused by the explosion of dozens of sky-reaching pillars of fire suddenly covered the entire floating island. What did the bounty hunter Lugo N do? It's terrible. Asterisk. Chapter 43 The legendary great pirate has fallen. At this time, when I saw the arrival of Kizaru, the highest combat power of naval headquarters, the Smoker people immediately stepped forward and told Admiral Kizaru all the information they knew just now. Sure enough, Lugo N. That guy has already started fighting with Golden Lion. Such a powerful force is really terrible. As he said so. In fact, Kizaru still has an indifferent expression. Paused. Kizaru spread his hands and said, "This floating island is still floating in the air. So in other words, there is no difference between the two of them. I don't know if Mr. Lugo N needs the help of the old man. At the same time, floating island. It is already a barren scorched earth. Except for Lugo N and Golden Lion, all creatures have been swallowed up by the heat hell that Lugo N displayed. It was a deadly atmosphere. I'm going to kill you. You damn BD. What? With a violent rage, the golden lion's figure swooped down from the sky. Extreme anger has occupied his heart, and even made Golden Lion completely lose his mind. Humph. But seeing Luoan holding Ryujin Jaka in his hand, he couldn't help but sneer. Then he greeted him directly. Lion, Thousand Slice Valley. Golden Lion's figure was still in mid-air, and his legs had been kicked out quickly. Numerous fierce waves suddenly attacked Luoan with incomparable fierceness, and his figure also swooped directly toward Luoan. Luoan stood still, standing still. A pair of cold eyes just ignored the Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion. As a strong person, you have to stay awake. So, you have already lost. Spit out slowly with the words. Even in the face of countless wave attacks, Luoan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then Ryujin Jaka in his hand slammed directly. Huh. Booming. A huge scarlet sword aura came out through the blade. Just in the blink of an eye, the countless waves of the Golden Lion were smashed by Luoan's sword energy, and then only Golden Lion rushed towards Luoan. Die. A whole Luoan. What? The plan for 20 years of preparation was thus shattered. The anger in Golden Lion's heart had reached its extreme, so at this time he had lost his mind. Only by killing Luoan can he relieve his anger. At this time, the armament haki of Ultimate had already covered the famous swords on both legs, and the Golden Lion swooped forward towards Luoan like this. Suddenly, Luoan already holds Ryujin Jaka in both hands. Even in the face of the already extremely angry Golden Lion, he did not even retreat in the slightest. Boom. One leg suddenly hit the ground, and his figure jumped up instantly. Huh. Luoan and Golden Lion flashed past, standing with their backs facing each other about 10 meters apart. Next moment. What? I saw Golden Lion staggered a few steps forward, and there was a burned wound on his abdomen, and no blood came out. Kang. But Luoan has already put the knife into its sheath. Thump. Golden Lion fell to the ground directly towards the front, his pupils suddenly shrunk and his eyes turned pale, and he couldn't stop trembling. The breath of death had already restored him a bit of consciousness. Luoan. A whole. Laozi is, but Golden Lion. It is to rule from the air, this ocean. His breath is getting weaker and weaker. Golden Lion at this time. The organs in the body have been burned by Ryujin Jaka, and life is passing by quickly. Golden Lion fell to the ground, his eyes widened and stared at Luoan. Only now did he finally realize it. His plan to destroy East Blue would be stopped by a mere bounty hunter, and even he himself was about to die because of this bounty hunter. To know. When Golden Lion heard of Luoan's name in the past, he was so scornful and dismissive. But this is the person who makes him extremely despised. But it gave him a fatal blow. At this time, Luoan has turned around and looked at the Golden Lion indifferently, without any emotion in his eyes. In his opinion, the pirate is damned. Not to mention, the Golden Lion had previously made bold words to kill Luoan. Therefore, Luoan will not have any compassion. He just ignored the Golden Lion, and then said with cold eyes. Golden Lion. I reminded you a long time ago. It's very dangerous to meet me as your pirate. Heard these words. Although Golden Lion was already extremely painful, but he still exhausted his last bit of strength and shouted. FK, a whole Luoan. In order to destroy East Blue, I prepared 20 years. It will fall into your hands. Not reconciled. As if already exhausted, he shouted out his unwillingness. The next moment, the Golden Lion's voice stopped abruptly. Even a raging fire began to erupt on his body, which instantly turned to ashes. Only the two famous swords, Sakura Ten and Wither, on his lap were left. The plan that had been prepared for 20 years was ruined today, and even his own life was in the hands of Lugo-en. Golden Lion Shiki, as a legendary big pirate who is as famous as Roger, how could he be willing? Yes. A generation of legendary great pirates, Golden Lion Shiki, has fallen. Asterisk. Chapter 44 One person kills one island. With the fall of Golden Lion, his lion fruit ability has disappeared. Suddenly. However, the island that had turned into scorched earth began to sink toward the sea. Lugo-en first picked up the two famous knives, Sakura Ten and Withered Wood, on the ground, and then leaped easily and headed towards the island of Gal below. At this time, Gal Island. The onlookers crowded the shore. Before they heard that Lugo-en had been on the floating island, the shock in their hearts was beyond the reach. Suddenly, someone noticed something and shouted, "You guys, look at this floating island." A figure jumped down from the island. That's Mr. Lugo-en. Everyone immediately looked at the direction of his fingers. Really? A person jumped on the floating island. It is Lugo-en. I only saw Lugo-en coming towards Gal Island. The people around quickly stepped aside. Step on. Lugo-en has already landed. Mr. Lugo-en. Mr. Lugo-en. Princess Nami and Vivi immediately leaned forward and said with concern, "Nothing." Lugo-en smiled casually and replied. The people around immediately gathered around and couldn't help asking with concern, "Mr. Lugo-en, are you okay?" There was a loud noise from the floating island just now. It should be the battle between you and Golden Lion Shiki. Mr. Lugo-en, are you not injured? After all, Lugo-en has lived on Gal Island for 3 years. It can be seen. These people really care about Lugo-en. Lugo-en nodded with relief and said, "Don't worry, everyone. I'm fine. And the Golden Lion has been killed by me." These words were extremely plain. As if just talking about a trivial thing. However, listening to everyone's ears is like a bolt from the blue. After hearing the news that Golden Lion was dead, they were all stunned at once, and their faces were full of horror. "Mr. Lugo-en. What did you say? Golden Lion was killed by you? Oh my god." Although Lugo-en's tone is very flat and calm, but it penetrated everyone's ears like a thunder. Golden Lion Shiki is the legendary big pirate, who was as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. Has been killed by Lugo-en? And it's still so careless. Just at this time, another loudly shouted, "Look at that floating island is falling." Everyone looked up again at the floating island ahead, only to see that the floating island was falling towards the sea. The sea in the distance. On top of a warship, Kizaru Admiral stood proudly in front of the deck. Marine soldiers such as Smoker and Tashigi stood beside him and behind him. Admiral of Naval Headquarters. The status in everyone's mind is second only to the existence of the Marshal. It is a symbol of status and strength. So they are very respectful to Kizaru Admiral. At this time, a Marine soldier holding a telescope suddenly shouted, "Mr. Kizaru, Mr. Smoker. The floating island seems to be falling, as if it is out of control. I also saw a figure jumping off the island. It should be the bounty hunter Lugo-en. With the voice falling, Smoker and others were immediately astonished. Lugo-en left the island, and this floating island is still sinking. So that means that the winner has already been divided. The floating island is falling, so is the Golden Lion defeated? When this question is raised, the people present couldn't help feeling a panic of fear. Golden Lion Shiki was defeated? And was it defeated by the bounty hunter Lugo-en? He is a legendary big pirate who is as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. Did he lose in this way? So how strong is the bounty hunter Lugo-en? The voice fell. Kizaru's observation haki has also been spread out. Paused. Even Kizaru couldn't help but speak. It's terrible. Golden Lion Shiki is indeed dead. Logo-en has the strength of the bounty hunter reached this level. Hear what Kizaru said. The people present really realized that the Golden Lion had indeed died in battle. And the person who killed the Golden Lion Shiki was Logo-en, a bounty hunter from East Blue Gal Island. Paused. Kizaru added. There is not even a living thing on this floating island. Are all the creatures evaporated by the blast just now? The name bounty hunter Logo-en really deserves special attention from Marine and even the world government. At this time, everyone realizes the dozens of pillars of fire that they saw earlier, and the explosions released after the pillars of fire gathered, had destroyed all creatures on the entire island. The look of surprise in their eyes was a little bit more, and they even felt a little bit scared. Are all the creatures on the island destroyed with just one move? That guy Logo-en is simply a monster. Does one person slaughter an island? Kizaru also spread his hands. Still an expression of incomparable beating. It seems so. Bounty hunter Logo-en, this guy. It's so terrible to kill one island by one person. Then he took out the phone worm from Kabuto. Called in the past. After the phone worm is connected, Kizaru said helplessly to the person on the phone bug. Mr. Sengoku. It seems that I ran for nothing. Golden Lion Shiki has been killed by Logo-en. Finally at this moment, the floating island in the sky fell rapidly. Boom. There was a loud noise again, and the island fell on the sea and caused a huge wave hundreds of feet high. The fall of the floating island. It also heralds the fall of a generation of legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki. Asterisk. Chapter 45. The sea vibrates. Laozi is the strongest. Marine Headquarters Marineford. Sengoku, who had already connected the phone, suddenly said in shock. Purasalino. What did you say? Golden Lion Shiki has been killed by Logo-en. Even Sengoku yelled in disbelief after hearing the news. Ms. Crane on the side couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Yes, Mr. Sengoku. It seems that East Blue does not need our attention at all. As long as Logo-en is there, it seems that East Blue is safe. Kizaru's lazy voice came on the other end of the phone. Settled. Sengoku and Kizaru said. Okay. Purasalino, come back first. There are only a few days left to execute Ace. You have to be there as Marine Admiral then. It is true. The execution of Ace, the son of One Piece, is now approaching. Although Sengoku was also very surprised by the strength of Logo-en. But there is no doubt. Ace's punishment is the most important thing. Unexpectedly, Kizaru's lazy and casual voice came from the phone worm again. Now that I have come to East Blue, I just want to rest in East Blue for a few days. Don't worry, Mr. Sengoku. I will definitely be there the day Ace is executed. I heard Kizaru say this. Sengoku no longer asks for anything. After all, Kizaru's character has always been so lazy and casual. After confessing a few more words, he hung up the phone. Sengoku. Ms. Crane still said with some surprise, Golden Lion Shiki, was actually killed by Logo-en. Well, it seems so. Sengoku also nodded meaningfully. Although they all knew that Logo-en was very powerful, they never thought that Logo-en would kill Golden Lion Shiki alone. To know. Golden Lion Shiki is the legendary big pirate. The key is. Sengoku had personally played against Golden Lion, and even teamed up with Garp to destroy Marineford in half before capturing Golden Lion. Therefore, Sengoku deeply understands the pirate Golden Lion Shiki, how powerful he has. It seems that we underestimated Logo-en's strength before. He not only defeated Hawkeye my hawk, but even Golden Lion Shiki is not his opponent. Ms. He also said thoughtfully. Ugh. Sengoku sighed again. After all, even Luo En's apprentice can defeat Shisabukai's sand crocodile. As a master, he defeated the golden lion Shiki. It seems as it should be. What's more, golden lion is also old. I'm getting old too. Speaking of which, he couldn't help sighing again. He couldn't help but persuade. The top priority now is Ace's execution. After this execution is over, we old guys should also give up positions. Sengoku couldn't help nodding. He had already thought of resigning as Marshal Marine. 2 days later, the news of the defeat of the Golden Lion has swept across the sea in an instant. The major news media on the sea began to report this matter wildly. The legendary pirate falls. East Blue's patron saint bounty hunter Luo En. The flame burns the sky. Floating island turned into scorched earth. One person kills one island, the strongest bounty hunter Luo En. All kinds of gimmick news headlines spread wildly on the sea. New World. IWC. A huge secret room. Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, was lying on the ground, and kept pushing pieces of cake into her big mouth. There was a knock on the door of the secret room. Who? Charlotte Linlin asked impatiently. Mom, it's me, Katakuri. A low voice came from outside the door. Come in. The voice fell. Katakuri walked in with a newspaper. Then bowed respectfully, Mom. Hey Charlotte Linlin's saliva kept on the ground, and then still asked impatiently, What's the matter, Katakuri? Katakuri handed over a newspaper and said, Mother. There are major news from the sea. Golden Lion Shiki was killed by the bounty hunter Luo En in East Blue. Suddenly, Charlotte Linlin immediately sat up with a look of surprise. What did you say, Katakuri? Golden Lion Shiki was killed. Aunt Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion Shiki, they were both crew members on the Rock's ship, so Charlotte Linlin knows the strength of Golden Lion very well. Bounty hunter Luo En. If I am not mistaken, Luo En is the guy who defeated Hawkeye in East Blue before. Hear the question from Charlotte Linlin. Katakuri replied immediately. Yes, Mother. That's the bounty hunter Luo En. Even his apprentice defeated Shisabukai's sand crocodile. The strength of this master is really strong. At this time, Charlotte Linlin's eyes wrinkled slightly. It seems that Golden Lion Shiki is old and declining. Otherwise, with his strength, he would definitely not lose to a mere bounty hunter. And still so humiliated to die in East Blue. Finished. She continued to eat cakes and desserts indifferently, and didn't care too much about the death of Golden Lion. New World, Wanakuni. It's so pathetic, Golden Lion. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, sat in the cave, already looking drunk. He directly lifted the wine jar and poured his head up. Then he sighed heavily. You are so pitiful, Golden Lion. The reason why you are defeated is because you are too weak. If you can be as strong as me, you will not be defeated by a bounty hunter. And it was defeated in the weakest sea, East Blue. It's a shame. Kaido at this time was already drunk. When he heard the news of Golden Lion Shiki's death in battle, he sighed like this. Kaido pursues the view that the strong is supreme. The reason why Golden Lion will be killed is because his strength is too weak. Master Kaido. We must not underestimate this bounty hunter Luo En. Since he can defeat Golden Lion, his strength must be very strong. Following a pirate said these words. Kaido's eyes widened suddenly. What are you saying? Do you dare to say that others are strong in front of Laozi? Laozi is the strongest creature by sea, land, and air. The voice fell. Kaido slammed a punch and smashed the pirate into meat sauce. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Hunting for Supernova? Crazy plan. Sabayati Archipelago. A small wooden boat has approached the dock. 3 people got off the boat. It was the trio of bounty hunters headed by Zoro. Boss Zoro. We have arrived at Sabayati Archipelago. Finally we can start our plan. Johnny couldn't help saying so. Joseph also nodded in response. Yes, we finally started our hunting plan. Since we defeated Crocodile, we have gained some fame at sea. But just a sand crocodile is not enough to be famous at sea. Hear the words of the 2 younger brothers. Zoro also gave them a comprehensible smile and immediately ordered. Master has already killed the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, we can't shame Master. So before entering the new world, let Master see the results of our cultivation. Supernovas are all gathered on an island. This is a very rare opportunity. Go. We should go. The voice fell. Johnny and Joseph nodded suddenly. First, prepare the wanted warrants from the supernovas, and then follow Zoro towards the streets of Sabayati Archipelago. I'm afraid no one thought of it. The plan of Zoro and their trio of bounty hunters turned out to come to Sabayati Archipelago to hunt supernovae. To know. The lowest supernovas are pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million, and there are even those with a bounty of more than 300 million. Area 21. Unable to take a tavern. Guru. A young man with a red hedgehog head wears goggles and a dark red coat, and his face is a little unhappy at this time. He was staring at the table next to him and frowned. Who is that idiot? At this moment, someone around replied. Boss kid. That should be Hyming APU. The bounty is close to 200 million Baileys. The man with the red-haired hedgehog head is Eustace Kid, the pirate with the highest bounty among the supernovas of this generation. A reward of 315 million Baileys is offered. At the round table next to Kid, sits a man wearing earphones and a black shirt with the word yin embroidered on his chest. This man is called APU, and he is also one of the supernovae. A reward of 198 million Baileys is offered. At this time, AP also seemed to notice that Kid was staring at him, and then he couldn't help but sneer. He actually stretched out his right hand and raised his middle finger towards Kid. See this scene? Boom. Kid suddenly slapped the table. Boss Kid. People around him are preparing to persuade him. However, at this time, Kid's face showed a stern smile. Suddenly, boom. A big hole burst into the wall of the tavern in an instant. In the smoke of gunpowder. Haha. He could see APU several backflips, and then steadily fell onto the street. The pedestrians on the street were suddenly frightened. What's wrong? Have you a fight? Such a loud noise. Immediately afterwards, APU stared into the gunpowder and said provocatively. If you want to fight, come out and accompany you. Baba. You still don't know how good this uncle is. Step to step. From the gunpowder smoke, a figure slowly walked out. Kid also stared at Upson without any fear. Then don't stare at Laozi. You are really a guy who makes people feel nauseous when they see it. Laozi can kill you now. His tone was almost tit for tat. The rattling atmosphere instantly spread. When people around you see it. Those 2 guys seem to be pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million. Especially that Eustace Kid. It is said that he was cruel by nature and killed countless people along the way. Don't stay here, so as not to be affected by the fighting between these 2 men. Go. They ran away as they talked, and they only dared to stand 100 meters away and watch. At this time, Kid and APU are already filled with the smell of gunpowder, as if they would make a violent blow at any time. However, at this time, someone persuaded. Boss Kid. Don't make trouble under Marine's nose here. If you want to make trouble, wait until New World to make trouble again. Kid's subordinates persuaded him behind him. APU subordinates also came up. Captain ARP. Let's stop it too. If you accidentally attract Admiral, the consequences would be unimaginable. The subordinates on both sides persuaded like this. Kid and APU stood opposite each other and narrowed their eyes, as if no one was convinced yet. And just now, it seems that they are not ready to fight. We actually encountered two supernovas directly in this area, but it was really rewarding. Captain Kid and Hyming Apple. With the voice falling, 3 men walked out from the crowd. All 3 men were holding long knives and walking towards Kid and APU. At the head is a young man with short green hair. He has 3 weapons on his waist and a hideous scar on his chest. Someone immediately recognized their identity and couldn't help exclaiming. They are a trio of bounty hunters called Zorro, Johnny, and Joseph. The people who defeated the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile in the kingdom of Alaba are the 3 of them. I remember it too, all 3 of them seem to be Lugo N's apprentices. Speaking of Lugo N, the strength of that guy is simply terrifying. Even the legendary great pirate Golden Lion Shiki broke into East Blue and was killed by Lugo N. Good. It was the trio of bounty hunters, Zorro. Ta. Zorro and his team walked directly in the direction of Kid and APU. Zhou Zongren commented again. Zorro, what are they doing here? Couldn't it be obvious? They are obviously focusing on the 2 supernova pirates, Kid and APU. After all, their identities are bounty hunters. My God. How dare you stare at these 2 guys? Even the sand crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was defeated by them. What can it be to stare at a supernova now? Said it too. Even the sand crocodiles are defeated by them, not to mention these supernovas. At this time, Kid and Apple suddenly showed some ugly expressions. They have also heard about the trio of Zorro defeating the sand crocodile, and they have also heard of the name of the bounty hunter Lugo N, who has been raging in the sea recently. Even Kid couldn't help showing a little dread. Are you the apprentice of the bounty hunter Lugo N? They actually got their eyes on Laozi. But Laozi is not annoying. APU stared at the Zorro 3 who came by the same way. Then he frowned deeply. Has been targeted by Lugo N's apprentices. These 3 guys were able to defeat Shishibukai. They must have a lot of strength. And I'm not annoying. Asterisk. Chapter 47. The supernova was seconded by Lugo N's apprentice. As a supernova, Kid and APU both have their own pride. They watched Zorro and the 3 come over. Although there was a little jealousy in their eyes, it was not enough to make them feel scared. But watching Kid's eyes narrowed slightly. It's just defeating a useless Shishibukai. This kind of record proves nothing. Lugo N's apprentice is only, and it is not Lugo N who is here in person. Laozi hates the look in their eyes. Kid watched warily as Zorro and others approached. But Zorro's eyes are just like hunters looking at their prey. This look really makes Kid feel very upset. Eustace Kid, it seems that the 2 of us are being targeted at the same time. APU-10 not only said, would you like to cooperate temporarily? The 2 people who were ready to fight when they didn't agree. At this time, even proposed the idea of cooperation. Obviously, Zorro still brought some pressure to Kid and ARP. Heard these words. Kid couldn't help but said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Temporary Pirate League. It's really good. The words are over. Kid stepped forward and stood with ARP. Behind Kid's little brother couldn't help but wonder. 2 against 3. It looks a little tricky. It would be nice if Kira was there. Kira is a member of the Kid Pirates. A bounty of more than 100 million is considered one of the supernovas, but now I don't know where Kira went. Kid. Give me the green algae head. How about leaving the other 2 brothers to you? APU volunteered and said courageously, his eyes fixed on the oncoming Zorro. Ken. Kid gave a big smile. Suddenly, the two looked at each other. Battle music. Only saw APU's left hand turned into a trumpet, and then he put it directly to his mouth and started blowing, and even other parts of his body turned into various instruments and began to play a piece of music. Kid also sneered. Mechanical giant arm. As the voice fell, all the metal products around him started to be attracted by Kid. The Zorro trio saw this scene. Suddenly his eyes narrowed slightly, and then he immediately held their saber firmly. Dang 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 dang. As countless metals flowed towards Kid's arm, Kid's right hand has turned into a huge robotic arm. The ability to attract metal. Is it magnetism? It looks like a demon fruit power. Zorro said slowly. After that, all three knives were pulled out directly, first biting the knives in his mouth with the word Hideo, and then holding a knives in each of his left and right hands. Even armament haki has been covered. Mito stream. It's not just Zorro. Johnny and Joseph have also pulled out their waist sabers, and even a layer of black armament haki is still covering it. One sword flow. Now that the strength of the three of them is relatively close, maybe Zorro will be relatively stronger, but Johnny and Joseph are not weak at all. Since they started practicing Ludo N's cheats, their strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not to mention, now Zorro and the others have practiced the cheats to about 80%, and their strength has improved a lot. If it is to be measured by the strength of Marine, the current strength of the three Zorro and the others is probably at the level of Marine Vice Admiral. In just a month or so, the three of them are completely different from when they were in East Blue. At this time, APU's battle music has been played. Kid's robotic arm has also been formed. The three of Zorro have also pulled out their sabers. Superior. As Zorro yelled, the three of them immediately rushed towards Kid and APU. Scratch disc cut. As APU's voice fell, the sound waves in the air suddenly turned into invisible blades, and they were instantly cut at Johnny and Joseph. Go to hell. APU laughed coldly. And in an instant. However, Johnny and Joseph suddenly bowed their heads and flashed past, directly avoiding the slash of the blade that the sound wave turned into. This is because observation haki has predicted the sonic attack, so it can escape so easily. What? APU couldn't help being stunned. Johnny and Joseph sneered. One sword flow. Double skill. Second cut climb the building. Seeing these two people suddenly come back towards him, Apple was shocked and attacked again. Scratch disc explosion. With a huge explosion, Johnny and Joseph still dodge quickly, without any harm in the slightest. Pouch. The next moment, the two passed directly behind APU. Oh! Suddenly, a splash of blood. But seeing the blood surge in APU's mouth, his chest has been cut open with two bloodstains with deep bones. Thump. APU knelt directly on the ground and his eyes were full of despair. Okay, so strong. How? How can it be? Puff. He spurted out again. His body then fell straight to the ground, the blood directly stained the ground, and he was already dead to death. What? The onlookers in the distance were also shocked when they saw this. ARP, a supernova with a bounty close to 200 million Baileys, was killed by two bounty hunters, Johnny and Joseph. The swordsmanship of the two of them was so fast, I didn't even see how they used their moves. It is rumored that Johnny and Joseph were only East Blue bounty hunters, and the pirates they killed were only at the level of a few million Baileys. However, the supernova APU they killed just now is a powerhouse with nearly 200 million Baileys. Is this Ludo N's apprentice? The strength of Ludo N's apprentice has reached this level? No wonder they have defeated Shishibukai Sand Crocodile. The people present looked at Johnny and Joseph in astonishment. Not just the people present. Even Kid showed great fear. Obviously Johnny and Joseph are headed by Zorro, so the strongest of the three bounty hunters is the green algae head Zoro in front of them. And now, Kid faces Zoro alone. He couldn't help squinting his eyes slightly, but a cold sweat suddenly broke out on his forehead. Damn it! APU has been killed by two of Lugoen's apprentices. Since Zoro and the three of them are all Lugoen's apprentices, how powerful should Zoro be? Asterisk. Chapter 48 Killing a supernova is like drinking water? Kid Kira died in battle. Sabayati Archipelago. Area 24. On the street in front of a pub. APU's body has shed blood from a place, and even the air is filled with a stench. The onlookers in the distance were already full of horror. Only Zoro and Kid stood face to face. At this time, Kid couldn't help but glance at Johnny and Joseph, as if to see his worries. Zoro couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "Do not worry. They won't intervene. Because you are my prey." Obviously Zoro already has the advantage in numbers, but he is not prepared to bully the less with more. This is due to his confidence in strength. After hearing these words, Kid couldn't help being furious. "You said Laozi is your prey. A hole. You too underestimated Laozi." Immediately raged. That mechanical arm slammed toward Zoro like this. Go to hell. Seeing that the robotic arm slammed down, a coldness suddenly flashed in Zoro's eyes. Too slow. Boom. The mechanical arm hit the ground and splashed endless dust. Zoro had already avoided this blow. And in the smoke of gunpowder, Zoro's deep voice came. "Three swordsmanship ghost slash." As Zoro's voice fell. But I saw a figure flickering in the smoke of gunpowder. At the same time, Kid's face was shocked instantly, and he immediately blocked the robotic arm in front of him. Pouch. However, Zoro's figure has been flashed by. Puff. Then Kid had already vomited blood in the air, and he flew tens of meters away before he hit the ground heavily. Is it protected by a robotic arm? Zoro couldn't help but praised, it's the supernova with the highest bounty. If you change to ARP, Zoro's demon slash must be able to kill APU. However, when facing Kid at this time, Kid unexpectedly blocked the robotic arm in front of him during the critical period of Zoro's knife. Only to avoid being hacked to death by Zoro. Obviously. Although both supernovae, Kid's strength is stronger than ARP. What? Puff. A hole. Only saw Kid slowly get up and spit out a bite of blood again. Although he was not fatally injured, just relying on the impact force just now made him feel extremely uncomfortable as if he was overwhelmed by a river. What a strong slash. Did Lugoen teach you such a move? No wonder that even the sand crocodile of 7 warlords of the sea was defeated by you. Kid was gasping for breath. Try to regain some strength. He raised the robotic arm of his right hand. There were 3.5 meters deep cracks on the robotic arm, which were cut out by Lugoen just now. Step to step, Zoro continues to walk in Kid's direction. A move that can stop me. It is enough to prove that you do have some strength. But next, you never have a chance again. Obviously, Kid's strength is stronger than ARP. Kid not only offers a bounty but is the highest existence among supernovas, but his strength is indeed very strong. But it's a pity. Kid now faces Zoro, who has practiced advanced swordsmanship and 2-color hacking. A hole. Laozi hasn't gone to New World yet. Is it about to end? He clenched his teeth and looked at Zoro. He was also very clear in his heart that he would definitely not be able to block Zoro's moves like before. Step on. When I was about 10 meters in front of Kid, Zoro stood still again. The Kid in front of Zoro has no threat at all. A hole. Laozi will never give up like this. Bounty Hunter Zoro. Bring it on. Kid roared. The mechanical arm raised high again. Humph. Zoro couldn't help but sneer. And just now, Kid There was another rage from the crowd. However, he saw a man wearing a mask, wearing a blue Madara t-shirt and holding two sickles in his hand. Kira. Kid was overjoyed when he saw the visitor. Killing warrior, Kira. A member of the Kid pirate group and one of the supernovae. A reward of 162 million Baileys is offered. At this time, Kira saw that Kid had a gray-headed face, and instantly jumped up and came to Kid's side. He couldn't help but ask. Kid. What happened to you? Is this guy beating you like this? Then he looked at Zoro. Kid said solemnly. This guy named Zoro is Lugo N's apprentice, he is the strongest bounty hunter Lugo N. His strength is not simple. I was almost killed by a single spike just now. I am afraid that only when we join forces will we have a chance to defeat him. Kira nodded suddenly. Seeing that Kid Kira has decided to join forces, Johnny and Joseph said loudly. Boss Zoro. This guy wants to bully the less. Should we also join the war? Unexpectedly, Zoro still shook his head. Don't come here. Kid and Kira, these two supernovae. They are all my prey. Johnny and Joseph did not reluctantly. The next moment. Go together. With a loud shout. I only saw Kid Kira and the two immediately rushed towards Zoro. Decapitate whirlwind. Kira held two sickles and cut off at Zoro's head. Strong pressure mechanical fist. Kid once again drove the huge robotic arm and slammed it towards Zoro. 2-1? Kid and Kira joined forces to attack Zoro alone. However, Zoro didn't care at all, and even ran towards Kid Kira quickly. Three swords flow profound meaning. Qinglongyan flowing water. Cut. The voice fell. Just looking at Zoro's figure, it flashed quickly like a dragon. Pouch. Pouch. Two blood spatters. Kid Kira suddenly widened their eyes, turned their heads in disbelief, and glanced at Zoro, who was retracting the knife into its sheath. Okay, what a quick knife. Kira tried to cover the scars on her chest with her hands, but the blood in her body couldn't stop gushing out. There was also a small scar on Kid's neck, and he couldn't even speak, zi, accompanied by the sound of Zoro slowly retracting the knife into its sheath. Plop plop. Kid Kira fell to the ground one after another, eyes full of despair and unwillingness. Two more supernovae were hunted down. In addition, ARP, who has been beheaded by Johnny Joseph, has killed 3 supernovae in the 24th area of Sabayati Archipelago. The eyes of the onlookers not far away were already full of horror, they looked at Zoro and them like monsters. Is this Lugo N's apprentice? They kill the supernova, it's as simple as drinking water. So it's specifically here to hunt the supernova pirates. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Sword Celestial Dragons. Do you want to ask for directions? Area 24. Civilian Street. Uraj Senjang, that is. A pirate suddenly surprised. Beside the pirate was a man of sturdy figure. The man is tall and strong, with tattoos on his arms, a scar on his left forehead, a beard on his cheek, gold earrings, and a large red rosary, and he wears monk costumes. The most weird thing is that the man's back still has wings that are unique to Sky Island people. Weird monk, Uraj. One of the supernovas is offering a reward of 108 million Baileys. As the pirate's voice fell, Uraj suddenly turned his head and looked behind. Oh, ha, celestial dragons! Suddenly swagger in the unscrupulous zone. What a troublesome race, it seems that I can only kneel down and wait for him to pass first. While talking, Uraj and others knelt directly behind them at this time. A slave tied by an iron chain was crawling hard on his stomach. Sitting on the slave's back was a celestial dragon wearing a bubble hood. The celestial dragons with a runny nose is called Saint Charles. Wherever Charles Rose Sanctuary passed, the residents on both sides of the street directly knelt down, and they didn't even dare to look directly into the eyes of Charles' sanctuary. However, he saw Saint Charles' face showing a trace of sorrow, and even kicked directly at the slave under his feet. Bang bang bang. He kicked the slave, and even cursed in his mouth. Trash slave. Blame you for being slow like a tortoise. It sucks to ride you. You guy is really irritating. Step to step. Saint Charles Roth continued to kick the slave. Hoo hoo. Kicked tired and rested for a while. Suddenly, he saw a woman kneeling next to the street. The woman had a very slim figure and face. His eyes suddenly enlarged to reveal greed. Even Saint Charles Rose got off the slave's back, and walked to the woman to look at the woman carefully. Very good. Just let you be my wife. A man in a suit walked up behind him. Yes. Master Charros. Then I will go through the formalities for the 13th wife to move into the Holy Land immediately. The voice fell. However, Saint Charles said impatiently, I'm tired of the wives from 1 to 5, so let's treat them as untouchables. The man in the suit immediately bowed and said, yes. But heard these words. The woman kneeling on the ground was shocked and said, please wait, just now. A man stood up next to her immediately, Master Celestial Dragons, please wait a minute, she is my fiancée. Boom. There was only one gunshot. Saint Charles Rose slowly said. Inferior race. How dare you stand in front of me? Go to hell. The man immediately dilated his pupils, a burst of scarlet blood poured out of his chest, and fell to his knees again, his eyes full of pain. Thump. He fell directly to the ground and died. The woman kneeling on the ground was shocked and frightened. What? A magnificent murder in a large court. What's this? Who will save him? Save him. However, no matter how she yelled, all the residents around just bowed their heads and kept silent. No one dared to provoke celestial dragons, and no one dared to attack celestial dragons. Seeing this, Uraj couldn't help but complain. Celestial dragons. This troublesome race. It seems to be more chaotic than the rumors. Step to step. There were rustling footsteps not far away. The Zorro 3 appeared again, and then looked at Uraj at a glance. Monk Uraj. It seems that we can hunt down a supernova again. Johnny and Joseph also surprised. Yes, Zorro boss. It seems that today's harvest is quite fruitful. Come and celebrate with a drink. Zorro and the others held up the wine bottles, clinking glasses like no one else to celebrate, and then they all went up to the sky and poured the spirits. This is one of their favorite ways to relax as bounty hunters. People on both sides of the street have also noticed Zorro and them. Huh? Look, who are those guys? Wandering in the middle of the street? Don't you be afraid of celestial dragons. I remember, some of them are the apprentices of East Blue bounty hunter Logo N. They defeated the sand crocodile before. Those guys are in trouble. Zorro and the others still look like they are gracious, they don't know any celestial dragons. Suddenly, Zorro and the others are already standing in front of celestial dragons. Charles Saint Charles just turned around and looked at the three of them. Seeing Zorro, they didn't even kneel down, his face couldn't help showing a look of horror. Finally, Zorro couldn't help but notice Saint Charles Rose. First he poured a sip of wine from the sky, and then asked leisurely. Who? You got in the middle of the road. Do you want to ask for directions? Suddenly, the whole audience was shocked. This man with a green algae head really doesn't know celestial dragons. And just when everyone present was surprised, Saint Charles Rose has raised his gun. Humble human. You dare to stand in front of me? Kneel me down. Boom. The trigger was pulled directly. At the same time, the Zorro trio suddenly narrowed their eyes, Observation Haki had already caught the bullet coming, and the trio dodged sideways. And the three of them also directly pulled out their waist sabers. Since you have drawn a gun at us. It seems you have. Ready to fight. Everyone was immediately shocked. What? They drew their swords. Hey me, what does he want to do? Everyone hasn't reacted yet. Only seeing Zoro's trio's combined attack flashed by. Suddenly. Blood spattered. The celestial dragon's Charles Saint's eyes suddenly turned pale, even the bubble hood had been split open, there were 2 wounds on his body, and his throat was directly sealed with a knife on his neck. The three of Zoro, Johnny, and Joseph all possess the ability to kill supernovas on their own. Facing St. Charles Rose at this time. Even the three of Zoro made swords at the same time. It is conceivable. Almost for an instant, no one in the room could see all this clearly. Thump. Celestial Dragon's Charles Rose fell heavily to the ground, no longer breathing. At this moment, the audience was extremely silent. Asterisk. Chapter 50 Sengoku is furious. Send Admiral there? At this time, the people around had cold sweat on their foreheads. They never thought that someone would dare to attack celestial dragons. Finally they have come back to their senses and can't help feeling a little afraid. These 3 guys are all the apprentices of East Blue bounty hunter Logo N. Although I have heard of their names, I didn't expect them to be so messy. They dare to hack celestial dragons to death in public, they are really crazy. Logo N's apprentice? It seems that we are in trouble next. It is said that if celestial dragons are in danger, Marine will definitely send Admiral there. It is true. Once someone dares to attack celestial dragons, then Marine must send Admiral to come. What's more, the St. Charles Rose is now dead. Quick, get out of here. This matter has nothing to do with us. Hurry up. The residents around suddenly rushed away and ran away. They dare not get involved in this matter. Even the monk Uraj. There was also a cold sweat on his forehead, and he said with some fear. It's really troublesome. Obviously he was just a bounty hunter, but he actually killed celestial dragons. It seems that you have to leave here quickly. Is muttering to himself. The monk Uraj was about to leave. And this time. But Zoro's deep voice came again. Hey. Uraj. Don't run. You are our prey. Ta 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 ta. Although they killed celestial dragons in seconds, Zoro and the others didn't know the background of celestial dragons at all, so they didn't care at all. Instead, he walked slowly towards Uraj. Uraj turned and looked at Zoro and them. Then he smiled sadly. Ahahahaha. Your target is me. Don't you know that you have caused trouble that shouldn't be caused? The three of Zoro looked at each other and couldn't help but wonder, but they didn't take it to heart. Even Zoro directly drew his sword and said coldly. Trouble that shouldn't be caused. Do you mean yourself? It's really arrogant. Johnny and Joseph moved instantly and surrounded Uraj. A hole. Can't stay here for too long. You have to run away quickly. Uraj worried that Marine Admiral would come. So there is already a retreat in my heart. But at this time, he was already surrounded by the Zoro trio, and then coldly scolded, it seems that only you idiots can be defeated first. Humph. The Zoro three couldn't help looking at each other, and each pulled out their waist sabers. An armament haki is already covering the blade. One sword-style flying dragon. One sword-style horse ghost. One Daolujuhi lion song. The three of them used different moves to rush towards the monk Uraj instantly. How fast the Zoro trio's swords are. Just a moment. Puff puff puff. The three of them were already behind Uraj. With the blood spattering, I saw 3 scars with deep bones suddenly appeared on Uraj's body, and even Uraj hadn't reacted at all. Oh! Uraj's extremely tall and strong body staggered abruptly, and his hands could not stop shaking and propped on the ground. Thump. Then he rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, without even making any sound. Under the joint hands of the three Zoro. Even the supernova monk Uraj, who has a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys, has no resistance at all, and has been killed by their combined efforts. Good. Another supernova was beheaded, plus the previous ARP and Kid Kira. There are already 4 supernovas who have died in Zoro's hands. Someone not far away looked at this scene, and the fear in their eyes had reached the extreme. The 3 Lugo and apprentices, are they the devil? Even at Sabayati Archipelago. Not only did you kill the celestial dragons, but even the pirates did not let them go. Quick! Run away! Someone has already reported to Naval Headquarters, we must not get involved in this matter. Celestial dragons are killed, celestial dragons are killed. Countless people are aware that something extremely terrifying is about to happen. At the same time, Marine Headquarters Marineford. Sengoku was sitting at his desk, and was busy dealing with various things at this time. Ace's execution is less than a week away, and the Whitebeard pirates will definitely come. Therefore, Marine must fully prepare. Suddenly, there was a very rapid knock on the door. A Colonel Marine opened the door and shouted anxiously. Marshal Sengoku! Marshal Sengoku! The big thing is not good. Charles Saint as Celestial Dragons, he was killed in Sabayati Archipelago, in Sabayati Archipelago. The voice fell. Sengoku, who was still dealing with affairs, stopped abruptly. Suddenly the blue veins on his forehead uttered angrily. What? Celestial dragons were killed. A hole. What the hell is going on? At this time, he had no interest in dealing with Marine's affairs anymore, and immediately got up from his chair. And Colonel Marine also narrowed his eyes slightly and said in amazement. Report to Marshal Sengoku, according to witnesses. In Area 24 of the Sabayati Archipelago, St. Charles met 3 bounty hunters headed by Zoro. St. Charles shot them for not kneeling down, and was killed by the 3 of Zoro. But Zoro's target seems to be the supernovas on the island. Now 4 supernovas, Kid, Kira, Arp, and Uraj, have been killed by them. The voice fell. Sengoku's teeth clenched coldly. Can't help but frown and said angrily. What did you say? 3 bounty hunters headed by Zoro. I remember they were Lugoen's apprentices, and it was they who defeated the sand crocodile some time ago. A hole. Obviously a bounty hunter, killed celestial dragons. His face is already very ugly. Colonel Marine continued. Marshal Sengoku. Now celestial dragons are killed. 5 elders requested that Admiral must be sent to Sabayati Archipelago to capture these 3 guys who dared to offend celestial dragons. The voice fell. Sengoku frowned slightly. Okay. I see. Call Aokiji for me. Now celestial dragons is killed. According to the law of the world government, Naval Headquarters must send Admiral there. Yes. After Colonel Marine went out. Boom. Sengoku couldn't help but slap the table. It's nearing Ace's execution, and there is another killing of celestial dragons. Lugoen, why don't you teach your apprentice well? Ugh. Sengoku, who was already so busy, couldn't help sighing heavily. Asterisk.